All in all, the most capable forces in the Imperium of true human beings, including the new Imperial Guards reorganized by Blackstar the Great from the Deep Sea Fleet, the Expeditionary Army that remotely cooperated with the astounding Thunder Fleet, and the elite troops of the four Kurfürst families, composed of core family members who would never abandon their family honor, were either stationary or stalling each other. It was impossible to mobilize them to the edge of the Imperium easily. Therefore, the participants on the battlefield at the edge of the Imperium were the mediocre fleets of the four Kurfürst families, the fleets of their vassal families, the new warlords of the peripheral worlds, and mercenaries, space pirates, assassins, and others drawn by money. Each of these participants had their own plans and were not on two entirely opposing sides as they seemed to be. While the four Kurfürst families aimed to annihilate the business alliance of 10,000 sectors and the reformists to protect their monopolistic interests, the four families were not monolithic. They were composed of countless individuals, each with their own thoughts and priorities, often placing personal interests above those of their families. The four families had gained inestimable benefits through power, but these benefits were not distributed evenly among all family members. The disparities in privileges between the main bloodline and the secondary bloodlines, and between low-ranking and high-ranking family members, were significant. As the saying goes, inequality, rather than insufficiency, is the source of maladies. The unfair distribution of benefits was enough to fuel the anger of the secondary bloodlines and low-ranking family members. When anger mingled with the immortal cultivator's selfishness, it was enough to shatter all their loyalty to their families. Over the past 100 years, many members of the four Kurfürst families had formed clandestine relationships of interest with the business alliance of 10,000 sectors. It was safe to say that a significant number of people in the four Kurfürst families had made major contributions to help the business alliance of 10,000 sectors grow from a minor business group into an organization capable of influencing the politics of the Imperium. Zhou Tianying, the former manager of the Blue Sky Market, assured Boss Bai during his persuasion that even if Boss Bai wanted the latest warships from the four families, the business alliance of 10,000 sectors could still smuggle them for him. This was certainly not an exaggeration. In the schemes of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors and some members of the four families, these thieves would obtain the latest warships and fabricate a non-existent space storm to feign the warship's destruction. The business alliance of 10,000 sectors would then acquire the new warships, while the thieves would gain substantial profits and the favor of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors. These profits and connections could significantly bolster the thieves' strength and help them stand out in the brutal family competitions. It was almost a perfect win-win. If the latest warships could be smuggled from the four families' territories to the business alliance of 10,000 sectors, then other items such as crystal suits, intelligence, or resources would be even easier to obtain. After all, no matter how large the family's resources grew, the descendants of the secondary bloodlines received only the smallest share. They and their offspring would never be the Kurfürst for the next 10,000 years. So, why did they have to be so stubborn? Besides, they were not betraying their families. They were merely picking a few fruits from the large and deep-rooted families. Did it really matter? Could the magnificent four Kurfürst families collapse due to the loss of a minor warship or the leakage of a few unimportant pieces of intelligence? Ha 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 ha. Absolutely impossible. It was the common mindset of the secondary bloodline descendants in the four Kurfürst families. Some of the main bloodline descendants, who had not been particularly successful, also thought this way. Though their positions within their families were low, they were numerous and controlled most of the lower, yet down-to-earth jobs. They were essentially the cornerstones of their families. The cunning merchants of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors were best at attracting and corrupting such noble descendants. Over the past century, they had won the favor of many people in the four families through various means. The cornerstones had already been riddled with holes. Right now, at the lower levels of the four Kurfürst families, there was even a strange and popular theory that what the business alliance of 10,000 sectors and the reformists did was actually to force the leadership of the four families to see the power of the lower levels and prompt them to distribute more benefits to those levels. Thus, the greater the commotion the business alliance of 10,000 sectors caused, the more the secondary bloodlines of the four families would benefit. On one side of the coin, the business alliance of 10,000 stores was also not a unified group of determined individuals, but rather a conglomerate of countless cowardly, greedy, and spineless individuals. Merchants are the most audacious and reckless people in the world. For 300% profits, they would not hesitate to raise their sabers against Blackstar the Great. However, merchants were also the weakest and most capricious people. If Blackstar the Great or the Four Kurfürsten offered a 301% price, say, the temptation of a certain franchise right, the same merchants would not bat an eye before selling their own parents. Perhaps business leaders like Jin Yuyan, who had foresight and a clear head, understood the consequences of making deals with the wrong people, but most members of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors could barely resist the enticement of immediate interests. Therefore, the four Kurfürst families had many spies within the business alliance of 10,000 sectors, having won the secret allegiance of many members. In essence, the four families and the business alliance were not two black and white sides. There was a chaotic, obscure gray swamp, into which everyone had willingly submerged themselves for their interests. The only difference was the shade of gray they occupied, whether deep or bright. A member of the four families might work for the business alliance of 10,000 sectors because a fatal secret was held over them, like Li Wuji. Simultaneously, they could be appointed by their family to allure and coerce certain members of the business alliance, even receiving the secret letters of loyalty that the members wrote to the Kurfürsten. On the other hand, members of the business alliance who wrote such secret letters might be actively tempting some other members of the four families, pulling them into the swamp through clandestine deals for various interests. In the meantime, members of the four families and the business alliance, when encountering a weak enemy, passerby, or friend by chance during their travels, might quickly change their demeanor and play the role of space pirates, leaving the victim with nothing but bones. This was the absurd and chaotic war that raged at the edge of the Imperium. Of course, all the disloyal and self-serving forces, driven by their own interests, would eventually sort things out in the turbulence, find the wind indicator, and determine the outcome of the Battle of the Seven Seas Grand Market. Once the Battle of the Seven Seas was resolved, both the descendants of the four families and the members of the 10,000 sectors business alliance would immediately know the roles they should play. In truth, those selfish immortal cultivators had only ever played two roles: they were either the victors or the followers of the victors. When the time came, the losers would learn a profound lesson about the inevitability and unstoppable nature of their failure. In the training room at the Blue Sky Market, Li Wuji revealed everything he knew. Not only did he perfectly accomplish the mission entrusted to him by Li Yao and Boss Bai, but he also secretly made contact with certain treacherous individuals within the four families and those he could blackmail. He compiled a list of names and encouraged Li Yao and Boss Bai to draw these people into their cause. This was the peculiar nature of human psychology. It was certainly shameful to bear a burden alone, but if more people, including those in higher positions, were dragged into the same situation, the burden seemed less unbearable. In such a case, being the first to bear the burden might even be a source of pride. Li Yao and Boss Bai naturally took in all of Li Wuji's kindness. "My lord, if our cause does succeed in the end, you will be the greatest contributor." Li Yao patted Li Wuji's shoulder with a smile. As Boss Bai was playing the bad cop, he had to play the good cop and give Li Wuji hope. "You are currently a marquis. Is that really anything? Your future is nothing but promising." Li Wuji did not necessarily believe what Li Yao said, but he had to pretend to be flattered, not even having the courage to wipe the shoulder that Li Yao had just patted. Setting it aside for a long time, he finally summoned his courage and asked, "Fellow cultivator Li, I wonder, what exactly is our cause? I am rather confused." It doesn't matter what our cause is specifically. Is it really important to know whether we are on the four families side or the business alliance of 10,000 sectors? Li Yao waved his hand and declared, what matters is that we have such a magnificent fleet. This is our foundation and the greatest support for our fortune and power. As long as we have such support, the four families, the business alliance of 10,000 sectors, or any other forces have to give us enough respect, don't they? Of course, both our cause and your position require more than the current fleet. Only by further expanding and building up ourselves in the battle of the seven seas can you rise, and your future be better ensured, allowing you to even become the Kurfürst in the end. Li Wuji's eyes bulged and he swallowed hard. About that. Trust me, Li Yao's eyes locked onto Li Wuji, and he spoke in a voice that pierced the guy's brain. Vulture Li Yao is a super expert known by everyone in the Imperium. I have my dignity and am always recognized for my credibility. How can I lie to you? If you work for us diligently, after the Battle of the Seven Seas, we can establish a branch fleet for you to command. Consider it a replacement for your former fleet. I assure you that it will be stronger than the previous one. Rest assured. Li Wuji would have only trusted Li Yao's credibility if his brain had been damaged due to sinking in the septic tank for too long. However, having lost his entire fleet, he did not have a second option. Additionally, based on his secret observations at the Blue Sky Market, what Boss Bai aimed to build was indeed not a bloated, gigantic regular fleet, but a rapid response fleet that was small yet elite. Therefore, an abundance of starships would certainly become outdated. They could be utilized to form a mediocre fleet under someone's command. In that sense, why shouldn't that someone be Li Wuji himself? Revenge is a dish best served cold. Regardless of whether he intended to settle the score with Boss Bai for the insult, there was no need to end on bad terms with the man right away. Instead, he needed to fully cooperate with the man and focus on recovering his fleet first. Li Wuji made up his mind, discussed the battle plan for the next phase respectfully with Li Yao and Boss Bai, then bowed deeply at the two of them and stepped backward out of the room. I never imagined there could be such divinity transformation stage experts, Li Yao said with mixed emotions, watching Li Wuji's figure retreat. Why do I feel that there aren't many true heroes at the magnificent center of the cosmos and that the people at the nascent soul stage and the divinity transformation stage here are far worse than those of the same level at the edge of the cosmos? It's perfectly normal. The two sides have entirely different living environments and training methods. Even at the same level, they are not exactly the same. Boss Bai remarked casually, the trainers at the edge of the cosmos have all groped independently and struggled to succeed in the harshest environments with the scantiest resources. While the odds for us to advance to the nascent soul stage and the divinity transformation stage are very low, and our advancement is much more dangerous than those at the center of the cosmos, we will earn much more once we succeed. Our bodies, souls, and minds will be honed in the most extreme way. What about the trainers at the center of the cosmos? They often come from the best family backgrounds, have access to the most perfect training facilities, and enjoy astronomical training resources. Whatever they desire, they can reach out and take, unlike us who must fight bloody battles just for the slightest resources. I was told that there are even many powerful magical devices in the Imperium of true human beings that can handle the apocalypses attracted by advancement to higher levels. Consider this. Even the apocalypses are no longer a threat to high-level trainers. These high-level trainers are purely built up by resources and their environment. They are like flowers in a greenhouse that have never braved any real winds. How can they compete with us? It's like comparing two magnates in the business world. One is born into a prestigious family, studies at the top schools, and inherits the family business upon graduating. The other is born into poverty and builds a business coin by coin from scratch. If both have equal wealth, who do you think is more determined, ambitious, and likely to win the business war? Slightly stunned, Li Yao quickly nodded in epiphany. That sounds very reasonable. It is exactly the case in the ancient sages' sector of Longyongjun. The barbarian soldiers born in remote, harsh lands, whose wilderness is not fully tamed, can become elite troops after some training. They are often much more fierce and resilient than the armies of the central dynasties. Right now, the cultivators from the Star Glory Federation are exactly such wild barbarians. That's exactly right. Boss Bai laughed aloud. That's why I've always been telling my brothers that in training and fighting, level is certainly important, but it's not the most important thing. For people at the same level, every warrior from the edge of the cosmos can defeat 2 or 3 of those pampered individuals at the center. That's certainly not an exaggeration. Li Yao recalled the battles he had experienced since coming to the Imperium and realized it was true. The key is not the level, but the belief. Boss Bai extended his hands toward the artificial sky, trying to grab a piece of the blue sky into his palm. He said, I fight to break out of the Panga universe and cruise among the billions of stars. You fight for all human beings in the Panga universe, or at least for the Star Glory Federation. That is why we fight and the source of our strength. But what about Li Wuji? He isn't even fighting for his family, he is only fighting for himself. In our fists lie billions of stars, but in his fists, there is only himself. Even if he is as strong as us, the outcome is decided long before we exchange blows. Li Yao was silent for a moment. He then sighed and said, Boss Bai is right. It's rather odd that after I came to the center of the cosmos, the territory is much larger, but the people are much more narrow-minded. All the conflicts are purely about interests, and few are actually about beliefs. It's not strange. It's also because of the environment, Boss Bai said. When we were at the edge of the cosmos, the place was narrow, and resources were scarce, but we had the most precious thing, hope. We knew that the center of the cosmos was better and more prosperous than the edge. We knew a long road lay ahead of us. So, no matter how harsh and painful the reality was, we were filled with hope. This hope burned within us, propelling us forward and upward. But what about the people at the center of the cosmos? They have occupied the most fertile and prosperous land in the entire universe. They have explored the entire known universe and defeated almost all their enemies. There is no road ahead of them anymore. They have nothing left to conquer or explore, which means they cannot see any new hope. Then, is it useful to keep exuberant curiosity, resolution, and hunger? Even if the Imperium lasts for 10,000 years, it will only maintain the current status for 10,000 years. By the time the Covenant Alliance is annihilated, there will be nothing left for them to conquer. What else can they fight for? What could possibly be worth their lives? Therefore, for divinity transformation stage experts like Li Wuji, they are not just a tragedy for immortal cultivators but also a tragedy for mankind. If we do not find a way to break out of the Panga universe and discover new hope for human civilization, even if the Star Glory Federation replaces the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance and governs the tiny universe, it will still decay, corrupt, and lose the vigor to move forward and work hard. It will become utterly deformed, clinging to its possessions without letting them go. When that day comes, no matter how high the level the cultivators of the Federation are at, they will be exactly like Li Wuji today. Imagining what Boss Bai just described, Li Yao shuddered hard. You're right, Boss Bai. If a dragon is raised in a tiny pond, its pride will be worn down, its bones will be softened, and its claws and scales will eventually erode, turning it into a giant earthworm. Li Yao said, if the civilization of mankind is truly a dragon, we will have to lead it to the ocean. The two of them looked at each other, even more determined than before. Outside the training field, Li Jialing was waiting for them. Though he tried to remain solemn, the excitement still beamed out of his face uncontrollably. Are you ready to go? Li Yao asked with a smile. I have never slacked for a single second during the 1.5 months of special training. I am totally ready. Li Jialing declared resolutely. Very good. The mission to persuade Jin Yuyan, the director of the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors, is very important and full of risks and unexpected factors. Only the most outstanding elites are qualified to accompany me. Li Yao said. Boss Bai, Long Yangjun, and the Fist King all very eagerly sought to team up with me, but after much deliberation, I reluctantly rejected them. Why? It's very simple. It takes two brothers to fight a tiger. I trust you, Jialing, and I believe you won't let me down. That's right, boy. You better not let us down either. Boss Bai glared at him and said coldly, It broke my heart to give such a precious opportunity to you. If you screw it up, hee, rest assured, Brother Yao and Boss Bai. Li Jialing blushed. I certainly won't screw it up. I still need to go back to the capital and save the queen. Looking at Li Yao, Boss Bai asked suspiciously, Li Yao, let me ask you one last time. Are you sure you are going with this guy? He can do it, Li Yao said firmly. I trust Jialing. He is absolutely qualified for the job. Very well. Boss Bai said in mock anger. I'll stop competing with such a junior then. Here, clean yourself up with this. He tossed 2 cans of drugs at Li Jialing. Li Jialing picked them up, only to be stunned. What are these? Depilatories and rinses, Boss Bai explained. You're not going to the blue sky market in such an eye-catching style, are you? You would be recognized the second you enter the port. Li Jialing's appearance was indeed attention-grabbing. Logically, he had long advanced to a rather remarkable level, and with the assistance of Li Yao, Boss Bai, the Fist King, and so many other experts, it shouldn't have been a problem to restore his previous look. However, Li Linghai had used some unique methods, and Li Jialing's appearance had been altered at the cellular level. Despite the efforts of Li Yao and the others, it couldn't be restored. The best result they achieved was a brief improvement, making him slightly more like a regular human. Li Jialing seemed to have gotten used to the look of the Golden Lion. He was rather stunned by the depilatories and black rinses in his hands. However, when he raised his head again and saw Li Yao's eyes full of trust and expectation, he finally made up his mind. Gritting his teeth, he nodded and said, Got it. I'll clean myself right now. The Golden Lion then rushed out of the room. Chapter 2503, That's Too Biased. Hey, isn't it too dangerous if you trick Li Jialing into going to the Seven Seas Grand Market? Looking at the enthusiastic young lion's back as he left, Boss Bao frowned and said to Li Yao, You know clearly that he is the shell Blackstar the Great is determined to get, yet you're still bringing him to such a dangerous place. Is it really a good idea? Is the Seven Seas Grand Market really a dangerous place? Li Yao smiled and said, Didn't we have a pleasant meeting with Zhuo Tianying, the deacon of the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors, from which we learned that the Business Alliance and we are indeed highly complementary? Also, don't forget that I have a deep bond with Di Feiwen, who was an important figure in the early period of the Business Alliance and left the Imperium more than 100 years ago. Therefore, on this trip to the Seven Seas Grand Market, with any luck, I won't need to lift a finger to persuade Jin Yuyan and the entire Business Alliance to join our cause. Boss Bao said coldly, It's a shame that luck has barely been on your side. Li Yao blinked and said, Speaking of danger, you'll encounter just as many dangers on the space battlefield. If the Battle of the Blue Sky Market is like a boa swallowing an elephant, you'll be facing dozens of elephants, buffaloes, and rhinos at the same time in the Battle of the Seven Seas Grand Market. It will be easy to get trampled and killed. Even if the coalition fleet of pyromaniacs has just been reorganized and upgraded, and Zhuo Tianying and Li Wuji are out there providing intelligence on the two parties at war, it will still be very perilous. If Blackstar the Great wants to find Li Jialing, he will always find a way. If he stays within my sight, I can help if anything happens, making it safer. He can't be absolutely safe unless he escapes to an uninhabited, desolate space zone and hides for a couple of years, but how is that possible? Li Jialing has to rescue the queen. To rescue Li Linghai, he will have to face Wu Yingqi. It's a responsibility he cannot evade and does not want to. After a brief silence, Boss Bai heaved a long sigh. It makes sense. Such is the case for parents and children. If anything happens to Bai Kaisen, not just Wu Yingqi, even if I have to confront the Supreme Emperor or the Blood God, I will have no choice but to march forward. Of course. Li Yao smiled brightly. Don't be so unconfident about me. Although being my teammate involves some minor risks, things always turn out well in the end despite the crises, right? Just rest assured. Boss Bai sniffed and changed the subject. When I saw Li Jialing, I couldn't help but think about Han Te. It's rather strange. In the recent half-month, Han Te seems to have become a different person. He's not as arrogant and high-profile as he was before, but much more obedient, dedicating himself to training every day. He's neither causing trouble for others nor flirting with girls outside. The boy truly has a talent for cannons. He is a future fire control officer with the greatest potential I've ever seen. Before, he was too confident to be judicious, but he has made many breakthroughs since he calmed down and focused on training. I believe he will soon take on more important roles. Really? Li Yao was quite fond of Han Te and Lu Li, whom he met on the Land of Sins, but he was too busy and faced too many dangers to spend much time with the two young people. Li Yao had heard a few things about Han Te's private life. While he was a strong advocate for monogamy, he understood that the vast universe, with its many habitable planets, had different environments leading to diverse social and marriage systems, including varied views on fidelity. On the Land of Sins, where one could be killed at any moment, people were driven by their instincts for survival and reproduction. Everyone tried their best to survive and seize every opportunity to pass on their genes. In such a place, even if they didn't see the next day, their genes would still be carried forward. A stable monogamous system could only exist in a stable society. In a living hell where wars never ceased, the genes of those who didn't seize opportunities to have more children and instead focused on love every day could never be passed on. Han Te, a classic native of the Land of Sins, didn't know what tomorrow held for him and was simply acting according to the morals and social rules of the Land of Sins. As far as Li Yao knew, there was no coercion or deception involved. Naturally, he knew better than to interfere with Han Te's personal choices with his own moral standards. However, while Li Yao was not concerned with Han Te's private life, it seemed rather inappropriate when Han Te became so addicted that it distracted him from his studies and training. Therefore, Li Yao planned to have a nice talk with Han Te before he left the Blue Sky Market. While it wasn't a bad thing, one must learn to control oneself to not ruin one's health at such a young age. Right now, Han Te was still young and didn't know much. He thought he could live like a pile driver forever, but he might regret it someday when he grew to Li Yao's age and met another woman he was interested in. However, it was rather awkward to discuss such matters after all. Li Yao had thought about it for a long time but still hadn't figured out what to say. To his surprise, Han Te had woken up on his own and learned the importance of self-control. He was truly a promising young man. What couldn't a guy achieve if he could control himself at such an age? Li Yao thanked Boss Bai rather happily, but Boss Bai shook his head and said it was not his doing. How could a lawless space pirate like him know anything about teaching young people? It was all the Fist King's guidance. I didn't know the Fist King was capable of that. Li Yao was rather surprised. I truly wonder how he enlightened Han Te to make such a playboy change. He is truly patient and educative. While the two of them were chatting merrily, a petite figure appeared in their line of sight. It was Lu Li. Grandpa Yao, I heard you're leaving tomorrow? The girl's eyes were red, and she was reluctant to part from Li Yao. She rushed forward and held Li Yao's hand. It seems there's a missing text or sentence at the end of this passage. For the provided text, here it is after cleaning and simple grammar editing. I'm here to see you off. Li Yao was rather moved, but he still said, I don't think it's necessary. If everything goes well, we will meet again very soon. Yes, it's most certainly necessary. The girl said solemnly and then asked rather guiltily, well, can we have dinner together tonight? It will be a farewell dinner for Grandpa Yao. Dinner is certainly fine, but I don't have any delicious food at my place, Li Yao said with a smile. Just like all the experts who had advanced into the nascent soul stage and the divinity transformation stage, he had a rigorous body management system. All he cared about when eating was comprehensive nutrition rather than taste. His food was mostly bottles of strengthening drugs or synthetic nutrition drugs, occasionally mixed with heavenly materials and earthly treasures that contained abundant energy. They might not taste good, if they had any taste at all, but he still swallowed all of them. If he intended to satisfy his appetite, the best he could find was only various kinds of cans, which was not decent food either. That's fine. Anything will do. The girl nodded her head quickly, as if she were about to cry in tears of joy. Thinking for a moment, she shook her head again. Oh, not noodles. I don't want noodles. Anything but noodles will do. What's going on? Li Yao scratched his head. Why did your face turn pale and start to sweat when you mentioned noodles? Because, Luli wasn't the best at keeping secrets. She immediately collapsed and said in frustration, I've been eating noodles for almost half a month. Master Fist King said that he must manage my meals for my perfect working state, but he fed me with noodles every day. The conversation seems to end on a rather abrupt note, possibly due to a cut-off in the source material. If there's supposed to be more to this dialogue, we would need the original source to continue accurately. The breakfast was noodles, the lunch was noodles, the supper was noodles, and when I was exhausted and hungry after working late, the midnight snack was still noodles. Also, they were always noodles with potatoes and eggs, without any greens or meat, not at all. Counting all of them, I've had almost 15 meals of noodles in a row. Grandpa Yao, you know that I am really not a picky girl, and I can endure anything, but this is too unbelievable. I feel like throwing up whenever I smell potatoes. No, I feel like throwing up whenever noodles are mentioned. So, please, let me eat something else in your place tonight. Pies, buns, cans, fried rice, whatever, as long as they're not noodles and don't have potatoes or eggs. The girl couldn't help but sob. Is that so? Li Yao was dumbfounded. He observed Luli carefully and discovered that the girl was indeed a bit bloated. He couldn't help but frown. And here I was just complimenting the Fist King's education of young people. Why is he so patient with Hante, talking the prodigal to turn around, while he is so mean to you? Feeding noodles to such a lovely girl as you for 15 days in a row? That's really a cruel thing. He is too mean. Exactly. I wonder if I somehow infuriated Master Fist King, and he was intentionally reminding me in such a way. At first, I was very happy and touched when Master Fist King cooked noodles for me. They also tasted good because he cooked them strictly according to the gourmet guides. When I finished the noodles, I found an egg hidden beneath them, which reminded me of my mother. I really burst into tears. Luli wept and said, but even the most delicious food cannot be repeated every day. Also, Master Fist King said he was going to surprise me, but his surprise was just hiding more and more eggs under the noodles. On day 1, there was 1 egg. On day 2, 2. On day 3, 3. By the end, he hid 10 eggs under the noodles. 10. It's impossible to hide 10 eggs in a bowl, right? The noodles on top were practically spilling over, right? The bowl of noodles was even bigger than my head, right? But he still acted all mysterious and pretended nothing had happened when he brought the noodles to me, looking at me with anticipation and waiting for me to find the surprise of the 10 eggs under the noodles. What could I possibly be surprised about? It was more like a shock. Chapter 2504, I'll certainly be responsible for him. 10 eggs? Li Yao was stunned for a long moment. Is there something wrong with the Fist King's head? I mean, is some chip burnt? I think so, too. Lu Li crossed her fingers and said, guiltily, I think it might have been my responsibility. Did I do something wrong that damaged one of Master Fist King's crucial chips because I didn't master the maintenance skills Grandpa Yao taught? Have you brought it up to him? Thinking for a moment, Li Yao asked, you can ask him not to be so outrageous. Even if he's really displeased with you, he could just say it straightforwardly. It's really unexpected for the best bandit on the land of sins to be so petty as to bully a little girl. I brought it up several times indirectly, Lu Li said, frustrated. I told Master Fist King multiple times that, although his noodles were delicious and I couldn't be more satisfied, it was too troublesome for him and a waste of his computational ability. I talked to him many times, but he always turned a deaf ear to it. He also claimed that it would be worthwhile even if 5% of his computational ability had to be devoted to maintaining my optimal work state. Besides, he'd work harder and adjust ingredients and methods until he could cook the most perfect noodles with potatoes and eggs in the entire universe. Good heavens, it's not about the perfection of the noodles at all. Got it, it's about the monotonous flavor, Li Yao nodded quickly. It would have been better if he made you noodles with soybean paste and spiced eggs, right? Yes, exactly. Lu Li nodded, her big, diamond-like eyes flashing. Grandpa Yao, you really get me. However delicious a food might be, you can't eat it for a year straight. I brought this up to Master Fist King somewhat indirectly before, but he said he was changing the meal every day, even every sitting. The hardness of the noodles, the ratios of flour, the types of potatoes, the brands of eggs, and the cooking methods for the soup. After half a month of training, the noodles he cooked had already reached 91 variations, and the flavors of the potatoes had 15 distinct levels. He even asked me, in anticipation, if I could taste all of them. My tongue was almost numb. How could I possibly taste them? The girl hardly concluded her sentence when her wrist crystal processor buzzed, and a communication request cut in. The name Lu Li had noted for the guy was, Egg Fiend. Upon seeing it, the girl was entirely stunned. Freezing, she turned on the communication. As expected, the Fist King's inhuman, metallic face filled the light beam. Miss Lu Li, where have you gone off to? The Fist King said casually. Come back for dinner. I have a grand surprise in store for you. Whoosh. Lu Li's face turned as pale as paper. Without making any excuse, she paused the communication. Covering her wrist crystal processor, she sought Li Yao's assistance. Grandpa Yao, I'm doomed. Judging from Master Fist King's tone, he must have at least 12 eggs buried under the potato noodles. No, no, no. From the flash frequency of his artificial eyes, it could be as high as 15. Alright, transfer the communication to my crystal processor. I'll talk to the Fist King. Li Yao activated the transfer and connection function on his wrist crystal processor, forwarding the Fist King's communication to himself and taking the call. He said with a smile, Fist King, nice to meet you. Lu Li is at my place. Since I'm leaving tomorrow, I called her over for a farewell get-together. Ha ha ha. The Fist King was silent for a long time. His metal face darkened. Fine, got it. One more thing, Li Yao scratched his head. Please excuse me. Over the past half-month, I've been quite busy. I had to take care of Xiaoming and Wenwen's issues, as well as my own training. I also had to negotiate deals with Sui Tianying, Li Wuji, and others. At the same time, I had to learn the operation patterns and central resources of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors, the environment and structure of the Seven Seas Grand Market, and more. There really wasn't any time for me to run maintenance and upgrades for you. Are you and your core chips okay? I'm fine. The Fist King couldn't help but touch his skull, another redundant movement. I'm feeling better than ever. It's like a mysterious gate in the deepest part of my database has been opened, and abundant computational power is gushing out every day, filling me with a burning, unstoppable strength. It seems that Luli has really absorbed your knowledge. She did an even better job in maintenance than you did. I didn't feel this good even when you maintained me in person before. Really? Li Yao was rather skeptical. So, you don't have any complaints about Luli? Of course not. The Fist King said. Why do you ask? Right, ask her to come back early after dinner. This place is crowded with space pirates, after all. Many of them have been retrained and released. Who knows if they will cause more trouble? It's not safe. Well, aren't you overthinking it? Li Yao was amused. Everybody knows Lu Li's relationship with you and me. Who could be bold enough to touch her? Perhaps I'm overthinking, but since I promised to protect her as part of our deal, I consider every detail and prevent her from being harmed in any way. Even the slightest chance of danger must be eliminated. The Fist King said solemnly, I am a machine of honesty and integrity. Please rest assured of that. Of course, I am assured. Li Yao didn't know what to say next. He changed the topic rather awkwardly. Right, I heard that you've picked up a new hobby recently and like to cook noodles for others? Ha ha ha. When will I have the privilege of tasting your culinary skills? On the light beam, the Fist King's artificial eyes narrowed to needle-like slits, and the crystal processors hummed at high speed for a long time before he finally said coldly, I haven't, and I don't. Please don't ask such meaningless questions. It's a waste of my precious time and computational ability. Huh? Li Yao was completely confused. What do you mean by the meaningless? Luli told me that you recently developed a passion for cooking noodles and that your skills are not half bad. Luli is Luli, and other people are other people, the Fist King continued indifferently. Luli is my personal caretaker. Keeping her body healthy and her mood good benefits the improvement of my combat ability and helps me achieve my goal of becoming the strongest in the universe sooner. That's why I've been taking care of her daily meals personally. Other people can't help me reach my goal. Why would I cook for them? Li Yao, stunned for a long time, finally said, that still doesn't sound right. At the very least, I'm different from other people. I am an excellent refiner and a technician of battle puppets, crystal suits, and even colossi. I taught Luli her skills and changed your new body for you at the beginning. I can also help you maintain and build up your body so you can become the strongest in the universe sooner. So, isn't it only natural and reasonable for you to cook a bowl of perfect noodles for me so I'll be delighted and modify your body devotedly? The Fist King was dumbfounded, his artificial eyes widened. Li Yao laughed. Look, my logic is flawless. You have nothing to say, don't you? The Fist King remained silent, but his crystal processors began to squeak and smoke. Hey, Fist King, you're not caught in some sort of logic trap or data loop, are you? Li Yao's face changed as he said, Fist King, activate the cooling rune arrays and cool down the crystal processors. Fist King. The Fist King remained motionless, unresponsive. His iron skull was trembling non-stop until, with a dull noise, black smoke started to rise from the gaps in the plates. All the lights on his body dimmed. His crystal processors were burnt out, and he was paralyzed. The light beam went dark, and the communication unexpectedly ended. Not good. Li Yao exclaimed. The Fist King has burnt himself up. Let's go and save him. As he started to run, he felt something was not right. Looking back, he saw that Lu Li was still in the same spot, as calm as ever, not at all anxious. "Lu Li, what's going on?" Li Yao was rather dazed. "The Fist King doesn't seem right." "Why aren't you nervous at all?" "That's all right, Grandpa Yao. Master Fist King does this a lot. He often burns up his clones," Lu Li explained. "Don't worry. It's on purpose, or even faked." "What?" Li Yao was truly baffled. "He pretended the crystal processors were burnt out. It's almost like faking death." "Why would he do that?" "That's why I think I must have done something wrong and damaged Master Fist King's head," Lu Li said, sounding concerned. "I feel that Master Fist King is getting weirder and weirder recently. Whenever he encounters a question he can't answer or something he doesn't want to face, he intentionally burns up his brain or creates some smoke, pretending he's crashed, just to avoid the problem. At first, I thought it was real and was scared out of my wits, but then I found out he was faking it. I was both angry and amused. What is he thinking? He's supposed to be an awesome bandit from the land of sins, but whenever he hits a problem, he acts like a kid hiding under the covers." Frowning, Li Yao thought for a long time. "In that case," Li Yao said, "Lu Li, since you don't like the Fist King, have you considered switching to a different job? I can ask someone else to be the Fist King's personal maintainer." "I never said I don't like Master Fist King." Lu Li jumped to her feet, slightly blushing. She pointed her index fingers at each other and said in a low voice, "While the Fist King can be immature sometimes and has the bad habit of cooking noodles for others every day and pretending to crash, he is still a very nice guy other than that. Besides, even those few bad habits might have been caused by my fault. In that case, it is all the more reason why I can't abandon Master Fist King. I must keep learning maintenance techniques and improving myself to be the best maintainer so that I can fix the problems in Master Fist King's head that were caused by me. All in all, I'll certainly be responsible for Master Fist King." The girl from the land of sins, with eyes like diamonds, waved her tiny fists and said firmly. That night, Li Yao and his friends had a small farewell dinner at the Blue Sky Market, made up of various kinds of cans. It was a farewell for Li Yao, but also for each other. Due to the changing situation at the front line, the command center of the coalition army of the four Kurfürst families issued the latest order, asking the National Protection Army to move out in advance and block an important sailing route of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors. Thus, both Li Yao and Boss Bai's fleet were to set off the next day to their respective battlefields. Despite the food being merely a myriad of cans, they still had a good time. Midway through the dinner, the Fist King also arrived with a whole vacuum bottle of noodles with potatoes and eggs. In the end, despite his cold, inhuman, heartless eyes, the vacuum bottle of noodles was seized and divided by Li Yao and Boss Bai. The Fist King was so angry that he seemed to be breaking down again. This minor incident, however, did not affect the farewell atmosphere. None of them slept that night. They simply discussed the upcoming battle and the drastic changes that were to happen at the center of the cosmos in the near future. It was not until the eastern sky turned red that Li Yao finally took his enjoyment. He boarded a super tiny starship, commonly known as a shuttle, with Li Jialing and slowly departed from the port. As they left, the coalition fleet of pyromaniacs, disguised as the National Protection Army, was also ready to go. The super starships, modified and strengthened by Li Yao, Boss Bai, the Fist King, Xiaoming, and Wenwen, took off, leaving colorful exhaust flames in their wake that converged into brilliant torrents. Right now, the name of the fleet was known only to a few people in the Blue Sky Market and probably a few others in the Star Glory Federation at the edge of the cosmos. However, it was unquestionable that the fleet would rise unstoppably at the center of the cosmos in the near future, setting the entire Panga universe alight with glamorous flames. Li Yao, on the other hand, would announce his grand entrance on a different battlefield in another identity that would astound the world. Good luck to you. As the shuttle was about to depart, Boss Bai's blessing came through the communication channel. Li Yao, you are short of nothing except luck sometimes. I hope everything goes well this time. Of course, Li Yao replied with a grin. We are the ones who will break out of the Panga universe and rage against billions of stars. Is the Imperium even worth mentioning? Half a month later, in a desolate space zone not far from the Seven Seas Grand Market, the headquarters of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors, countless remnants of starships had congregated into a massive torrent of debris, like a universal highway made of broken stones. It was an invisible route in space, the shortest distance from one perfect jump point to the next. Although a super-remote space jump could theoretically bring a starship from any point in the universe to another, such jumps demanded high precision from the space jump units on the starships and the physical and mental fitness of the passengers. They also required astronomical amounts of fuel. Sometimes, the issue wasn't just the cost of the fuel but the need for high purity, extremely precious, special hybrid fuel to activate a super-remote jump across hundreds of sectors. Such special fuel, as well as the ingredients it was made from, rarely seen marrow crystals and heavenly materials and earthly treasures, was mostly monopolized by the nobles and the military. Only advanced warships were qualified to use it. General business starships and carriers could not afford such expensive fuel, and the weak bodies of passengers often could not withstand the damage when dissected into the four-dimensional state for too long. Therefore, they could only jump from one sector to a neighboring sector and gradually reach their destination through leapfrogging. When performing short-distance jumps, to preserve fuel, they had to find the least stable places in the three-dimensional world, where wormholes were easiest to create in the sector. These places were marked as jump points on the space map. The shortest route between two jump points was not necessarily a straight line. By using the gravitational force of planets or even stars, vehicles could be repeatedly slung out, significantly boosting their speed. Meanwhile, many terrifying areas among the jump points were ravaged by space storms and broken meteoroids. Debris and remnants from wars and other human activities could also deal fatal blows to business starships. To utilize the gravitational force of stars and planets and avoid dangerous areas, the sailing routes among jump points turned into zigzagging curves. Only the most experienced captains could accurately follow these routes, striking a perfect balance between time, safety, and fuel consumption. The campaigns between the four families and the business alliance of 10,000 sectors often centered around these sailing routes. In the past 3 months, the branch fleets of both parties had already engaged in 1,000 brief yet brutal conflicts along various routes. Countless starships had been destroyed, and the ordinary people and immortal cultivators on them were buried in the cold vacuum alike. The precious cargoes had also been reduced to garbage, scattered along the sailing route as lackluster road signs, much like the debris floating ahead. After 3 months of fierce battles, the sailing routes around the Seven Seas Grand Market were nearly half-blocked. However, on the remaining half of the routes, the number of business teams had more than doubled, displaying an abnormal prosperity. It couldn't be helped. No matter how fierce the battles, life had to go on. As the headquarters of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors, the Seven Seas Space Zone, where the Seven Seas Grand Market was situated, was one of the most convenient commerce and logistic centers with the richest and most stable wormholes at the edge of the Imperium. It shared many similar traits with the capital of the Imperium. Goods from countless sectors and resource planets had to be transferred through the Seven Seas Space Zone to reach worlds in urgent need. These goods ranged from fertilizers demanded for farming, central filtering units for water or air purification systems, to certain vital medicines to combat specific plagues. Altogether, these items were indispensable for many worlds, resource planets, and space towns. Without these goods, entire towns, planets, or worlds would face crises. Hence, no matter how intense the battles, people had to risk passing through the war zones to make their purchases at the Seven Seas Grand Market. At this moment, such a fleet of over a dozen ragged, half-armed business starships was carefully navigating through the debris-filled sailing route. Much of the debris still retained extremely high temperatures. Some of the units deep inside the debris were having intense reactions. Now and then, colorful light balls would burst out, staring at the small fleet like an eerie skull. The debris was a result of a fierce battle from not long ago. This suggested that the sailing route was very likely to be a perilous battlefield. The fleets of the four families, the fleets of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors, or the ferocious space pirates. All kinds of tigers and wolves were lurking in the dark space, ready to pounce out and bite the prey. Many watchful eyes were even watching the tiny business team closely right now. It was only because they appeared too shabby that the predators were reluctant to waste fuel and ammunition to rob them. This understanding made the business team even more panicked and cautious. At the end of the business team, there was a starship that was fat, dumb, and rusted, leaving the impression that it had a history of hundreds of years. The head of the starship was carved with a silly black bear, and below it was the name of the starship, Little Bear. It was not a starship suitable for long voyages but only for the commutation between neighboring sectors. To adapt it to the leapfrogging voyages, the master of Little Bear gritted his teeth and modified the starship at great cost. Too many patches had been added to the shell of the starship, making it look even more obese and clumsy, exactly like the 10 or so starships ahead of them. Although they looked alike, those starships had never known each other before. They were from different sectors and belonged to certain lone small merchants. They simply ran into each other in the last supply port and decided to sail together to add to each other's confidence. Although more than 10 of the business starships had been gathered, they would all be killed if they encountered looting warships. But at the very least, it was a psychological comfort, however illusionary it was. Huadongling did not like the strange space outside at all. Her father was the owner and captain of Little Bear, and she had grown up on Little Bear. She sailed with her father so often that she felt she was a real child of space. However, they had always been cruising in a peaceful, familiar space near their hometown. There were her father's old friends and brothers who would greet them at every port with all kinds of strange fruits and toys. She would return home after every 10 to 15 days. That was the travel Huadongling was used to. But this time, the journey was simply too different. Huadongling and Little Bear had never sailed this far before. She had crossed too many strange space zones and seen the twisted remnants too many times. She had even heard ear-splitting alarms several times as the starship burned fuel wildly and tried to escape. Little Bear had never been more vulnerable, and her father had never looked more gloomy. Huadongling had even heard her father's panicked moans when he was half asleep. That was her father, who was as strong as a tower and fearless even in a space storm. The familiar space of the past had become so strange, depressing, cold, and perilous, making Huadong have an illusion: were they sailing in space, or had they crawled into the mouth of a giant beast without knowing, and were about to be completely devoured by the infinite darkness? Therefore, during the nights haunted by bad dreams and the dizzying days, Huadongling, just like her father and all the crew on Little Bear, began to hate the boundless universe outside, the units on board that were squeaking and spurting out variegated gas now and then, and the headaches and nausea following the short-distance space jumps. Of course, what she hated most of all were the passengers, especially the aggressive, arrogant, and impolite mercenaries among them. Little Bear was a cargo ship. The passengers were not from their hometown but boarded the starship on the ports when it refilled fuel and supplies on the way. As long as the passengers could pay for the space jumps, the cargo ships generally wouldn't refuse to give them a lift. Besides, most of the passengers were fierce-looking immortal cultivators with blades, who claimed to be in the refinement stage or the building foundation stage. People like Huadongling could never have the courage to refuse them. During such a chaotic time of war, the passengers bold enough to hitchhike to the Seven Seas Grand Market were certainly not the most harmless people. They were either condemned prisoners who had escaped, desperate people who had been bankrupted, assassins, mercenaries, or space pirates who sought their living through fighting. Some were even spies loyal to the four Kurfürst families. All kinds of people could be found among them. Among them, the most disgusting were the mercenaries who traded their lives for money. It was evident that these mercenaries did not have a thriving career, as they did not even have their own warship and could only travel on a civilian starship like Little Bear. However, this did not stop them from talking and laughing loudly, discussing sophisticated issues while unsheathing their chains words and vibration sabers now and then. When they were looking at Huadongling, the ugliness in their scorching eyes was undeniable. Those bottom-level mercenaries were like gorillas whose fur had never been cleaned, gorillas that happened to be in the mating season. Huadongling felt like throwing up every time she smelled their stench. However, she had to hold back her disgust and deliver food to the passengers with a partner from her hometown. Little Bear was a cargo ship and naturally had no waiters or waitresses. Even the captain's daughter had no privileges and had to do her part. As expected, the moment she opened the gate and entered the murky cabin, she could already hear the unrestrained laughter of the mercenaries. There were no special guest cabins on Little Bear, but a large space in the cargo area had been cleared to accommodate the passengers. While other passengers crouched in the corners, silently minding their own business, the mercenaries had taken over the center of the cargo cabin, playing with their weapons and boasting about their feats with enthusiasm. The neck was so thick it was like a tree, but it split into two with a single flash. When the head hit the ground, it could still talk. Blinking its eyes, it said, "It's you, the lightning saber." A mercenary with missing front teeth slapped his thigh and laughed wildly. Why, who else could it have been? What else could be so fast besides my lightning saber? Ha! Ha ha ha! It happened to me once too. I ran into an idiot determined to fight over a woman with me, but he chickened out and fled the moment I drew my sword. Another mercenary, tall and slim with fair skin, hooted, "Flee? Once my sword is drawn, is there any point in running?" His feet were chopped off after he ran 20 meters away. However, I did not kill him. It was not worth it, just for a woman. My price for killing someone is at least 3,000 star coins, and I do not accept the crystal coins of the Imperium. No, sir. Have you heard of a very active mercenary group called Blood Rain Alliance in the Flying Crane Space Zone recently? They won several victories in a row after joining the four families and swallowed multiple business teams from the Business Alliance of 10,000 sectors. All their goods were looted by the Blood Rain Alliance. It was a great fortune indeed. Even their fingernails must be greasy by now. The first mercenary, who was missing his front teeth, sniffed. Their deputy captain is an old acquaintance of mine and followed me over 10 years ago. Back then, he was just an insignificant shorty. I never expected him to become so successful. Chances are, he will accept the medals from the four families in a few days. Hee. How lucky for him. Exactly. The four families have raised their prices when recruiting soldiers everywhere. The small fries who didn't do so well are all making a fortune. Speaking of which, this is truly the most splendid time for us mercenaries. We should really thank you for these golden times. The fair-skinned mercenary remarked with mixed feelings. Then, he glanced at everyone up and down and said with a smile, "Many brothers are heading to the four families, but why are you going to the Seven Seas Grand Market, bro? Are you so confident that the Business Alliance of 10,000 sectors will win?" "I couldn't care less about whether it wins or not," the first mercenary spat, clearly not seeing it as a significant matter. "All I care about is which side offers more reward, not who the ultimate victor is." It's true that the four families have raised their offer considerably. However, on the Business Alliance of 10,000 sectors side, the reward for someone in the refinement stage is twice what it was last month. For those in the building foundation stage, it's triple. And for those in the core formation stage, you can name your own price freely. The star coins can easily be converted into shiny crystals. Why would I turn down such an offer? If the situation doesn't look favorable, there's always the option of a battlefield uprising. I can coordinate with the four families and tie up Yuyan, the head of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors. Chances are, I'll leap to glory and rise above the fools who joined the four families first. Bro, it's true that great minds think alike, the second mercenary laughed with a crooked smile. All in all, if the business alliance of 10,000 sectors has a better chance of winning, we'll take their money and fight for them faithfully. If the business alliance of 10,000 sectors is set to lose, we'll have a battlefield uprising and turn the Seven Seas Grand Market upside down with the four families. If even that's not possible, we can always seize a starship when the Seven Seas Grand Market is in chaos and make our escape. Who could do anything about us? Great. That's what I'm talking about. The mercenaries slapped hands and laughed loudly, showing no hesitation in revealing their true colors. However, the battlefield uprising is not so simple, the first mercenary said, lowering his voice and feigning mystery. You'll at least need someone from the four families to speak for you, so you won't be executed for desertion. Of course I have, the second mercenary declared proudly. There's an advisor in the 7th branch fleet of the Yuan family, a descendant of the main bloodline and a legitimate baron of the Imperium. His name is Yuanbao, and he's my big brother. We've been in touch. If anything happens, I can go to him. I can even sell the intelligence about the business alliance of 10,000 sectors to him. Baron of the Imperium? The first mercenary chuckled. Such an identity might be good for intelligence trading, but if you're counting on him, well, hee. Huh. The second mercenary looked surprised for a moment, but then rolled his eyes and smiled again. So, do you have someone even more influential to count on, bro? About that, the first mercenary paused deliberately. Wanting to impress the other mercenaries he had just met, he let the suspense build before simply smiling. Do you know who the most formidable expert with the mightiest fleet on the side of the four families is? Who is it? The mercenaries leaned in, eager to hear. It's Li Wuji, Marquis Yongchun, exclaimed the first mercenary. A marquis. The other mercenaries were indeed taken aback. A marquis was far above a baron. Yes, precisely Marquis Yongchun, the first mercenary said with a smug grin. Haven't you heard? Marquis Li initially recruited 30 renowned pirate gangs and reorganized them into the National Protection Army, which was commanded by Boss Bai, the captain of the Big Bai pirate gang. The Big Bai pirate gang? On the food chain of space desperados, those bottom-level mercenaries were akin to hyenas gnawing on decayed corpses. Naturally, they shuddered in fear at the mention of such a fierce beast as Boss Bai. Yes, even Boss Bai was recruited by Marquis Yongchun. They cooperated and swallowed the blue sky market, explained the first mercenary. The four families' conquests of the peripheral markets of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors were mostly thwarted, with heavy losses in multiple markets. Only the blue sky market fell into the hands of Marquis Yongchun and the National Protection Army after a single fierce battle. Isn't that the greatest achievement? That's not all. I heard that when Marquis Yongchun and the National Protection Army were exhausted and running low on supplies, the Flying Rainbow Fleet, from a neighboring world tried to take advantage of them. Guess what happened? The Flying Rainbow Fleet was surrounded by Marquis Yongchun's fleet and the National Protection Army and completely swallowed. Nobody expected Marquis Yongchun's troops to be so formidable. But his lordship did not rest after securing victory. Instead, he returned to the command center of the Four Families Coalition Army, filed an indictment against the Flying Rainbow Fleet, and harshly criticized Marquis Bohu of the Song family, who was the sponsor of the Flying Rainbow Fleet. He even spoke openly to Marquis Bohu and the other leaders of the four families, stating that the Flying Rainbow Fleet fled in panic after being crushed by the National Protection Army, only to be entirely destroyed when they accidentally ran into a space storm. He asked Marquis Bohu what he intended to do. Of course, there was nothing Marquis Bohu could do to Marquis Yongchun. After all, the victors always enjoy impunity. After the incident, Marquis Yongchun became one of the most famous people in the command center of the Four Families Coalition Army. Everyone knows that he is a crazy tiger best not to be provoked. Nobody has the courage to enter the blue sky market easily. Chapter 2507, A Girl's Shock. Wow! The mercenaries exclaimed in awe and hope, as if it would be the greatest honor to be a mere dog under Li Wuji's feet. Right now, Marquis Yongchuan's National Protection Army has marched out of the blue sky market after completing its reorganization. I heard they just fought an impressive battle in the Thousand Bones Space Zone. When both warring parties were exhausted, they suddenly jumped to the center of the battlefield. The jump was so close that a single moment of carelessness would have caused a catastrophic chain reaction, yet they were still bold enough to do it. What a bunch of lunatics! The first mercenary explained with enthusiasm. No one predicted they would enter the battlefield in such a manner. As it turned out, they swept through the Thousand Bones Space Zone unstoppable. Not only did they destroy the garrison of the 10,000 Sectors Business Alliance, but many of the unaffiliated troops on the Four Families side have also rallied to their cause. They are now incredibly strong. You all know that most of the forces the Four Families have committed to the Imperium's peripheral battlefield are mediocre fleets. Their numbers may be large, but their morale is not high. Some haven't even fired a single shot after confronting the garrison of the 10,000 Sectors Business Alliance. A capable force like the National Protection Army is indeed rare. It won't be long before it becomes the core of all these mediocre fleets, attracting all the forces like a magnet. Now that Marquis Yongchun has such a fierce dog under his command, do I need to remind you of his standing within the Four Families? All the mercenaries were greatly pleased. Even the second mercenary had to lower his head and ask, then, do you have connections with his lordship Marquis Yongchun? Just moments ago, the two had been addressing each other as bro, but now the first mercenary was the second mercenary's big brother. The first mercenary rubbed his nose and smiled. Of course there are connections. I have a sworn brother who used to be a space pirate, but he later joined an expert from the Li family in the core region and was adopted as a foster son. This expert in the core formation stage is a foster nephew of his lordship Marquis Yongchun. All the mercenaries chimed in with praise, that's Marquis Yongchuan's trusted subordinate. The second mercenary slapped his chest and shouted, from today on, we will all follow our big brother's lead and claim our fortune and accomplishments together. Yes, big brother. We will all listen to your command from now on. The first mercenary beamed with joy, unable to close his mouth. That's why I say this is the best of times. As the saying goes, heroes never emerge in peace. The likes of us, heroes, are destined to stand out in such a grand era and make a name for ourselves. Overhearing the conversation of the boastful mercenaries, Hua Dongling was so exasperated that she almost hurled the food boxes at the shameless passengers, cursing at them, the common people can barely survive because of the immortal cultivators fighting. What exactly is this greatest time, and what kind of heroes are you? Of course, she could only think these thoughts and not show them on her face. She had to bite her lips hard and serve the true human beings obediently. But while she didn't want to anger the mercenaries, they were unwilling to let her go. When she offered the food boxes to the mercenaries in fear, the first mercenary suddenly snatched her wrist and smiled. What a young girl. Is this your first trip out of your home? Are you scared? Hua Dongling was entirely frozen, as if a slippery snake had just tied her wrist, and she was unable to speak. My dear master, her companion hurried forward to apologize to the passengers. But unexpectedly, the second mercenary rose and slapped the face of Hua Dongling's companion, knocking out 3 of his teeth. Idiot! Did anyone ask you to talk? Are you even qualified to speak in front of us? Ah! Seeing her companion knocked away and the side of his face immediately swollen and darkened, Huadongling couldn't help but exclaim in shock. "Little girl, don't be scared. We're not bad guys. We're all the heroes of the soul-hunting gang." The first mercenary's smile grew even greasier, and his fingers crawled up Huadongling's elbow like 5 vipers. "You're such a young and attractive girl, and yet you've ventured into such a perilous, chaotic space zone. TSK, TSK, TSK. Are the adults in your family not worried that something might happen to you? This space zone is not peaceful. Although it's close to the Seven Seas Grand Market, the garrison of the Business Alliance of 10,000 sectors can't protect every sailing route. The hunting warships of the 4 families could appear at any moment. If we encounter one, such a beautiful flower would be destroyed. What a shame it would be." Huadongling was almost in tears. The other crew members were also dumbfounded, too afraid even to breathe loudly. The other passengers were too intimidated by the ferocious-looking mercenaries to stand out. "However, don't be scared, the soul-hunting gang is here for you." The first mercenary's 5 fingers slithered up to the inner side of the girl's elbow, drawing circles on her most sensitive skin. "The heroes of the soul-hunting gang are all very famous in this area. We have brothers in both the Business Alliance of 10,000 sectors and the 4 families. So, it doesn't matter. If we encounter a hunting warship, we will certainly protect you. Right, your body seems rather weak. Have you suffered any internal injuries because of the consecutive jumps in the past few days? Do you want me to use some of my precious cultivation to help you examine your body? There's no need to be courteous. Space jumps are the most unhealthy of all. It would be terrible if such a young person like you had any lingering effects. Rest assured. I'm fond of helping those in need. It's free of charge." Huadongling's face turned pale with fear as she struggled hard, but it was impossible for her to escape from the hands of an immortal cultivator. The first mercenary cackled. His fingers, which were holding the girl's elbow, trembled, and the girl was immediately paralyzed, almost falling into his arms. "Wow," the first mercenary laughed. "The girls today are truly willing." Just as he was about to open his arms and embrace Huadongling, an enormous force hit his back so hard that his tailbone was almost broken. He was kicked away and crashed into a pile of food boxes, with soup and juice staining his body. He looked back in humiliation, only to discover a mysterious person wearing a black leather coat, a black cape, and a pair of gigantic dark sunglasses, who had covered every inch of his skin, keeping Huadongling at his back. "I'm hungry," the mysterious person in black said coldly. "Why is our food still not delivered?" He seemed to be asking Huadongling, who was behind him. However, invisible killing intent radiated from his broad sunglasses, locking onto every person from the so-called soul-hunting gang before him. "You," the first mercenary burst into fury. The 2 low-level immortal cultivators looked at each other, then roared and charged at the mysterious man in black, unsheathing their weapons that were the foundation of their success. The man in black sniffed. Then, after 2 explosions, the mercenaries' weapons broke apart at the hilt and fell back into their sheaths. All they held in their hands were the short handles. The 2 mercenaries looked at each other in bewilderment. Dazed by the fracture as smooth as a mirror, they immediately felt cold sweat soak their pants, and their legs shook uncontrollably. "I'm hungry," the man in black repeated. "Why is our food still not delivered?" The final word, "delivered," struck the 2 mercenaries like a 1,000-kilogram hammer. Every bone in their bodies quivered, and they could not stand up at all. The few mercenaries who had sworn to live and die with their brothers a moment ago simply covered their heads and faltered, not daring to utter a word. The man in black did not bother to look at them. Instead, he turned around and sat down in his corner next to his companion, who was wearing a gray cape. Huadongling's heart was racing. Despite her usual inertia, she knew it was the mysterious person who had saved her. Looking around, she noticed everyone was trembling in fear, including the fierce mercenaries from moments ago. She hurriedly prepared 2 boxes of clean food and sent them to the unassuming passengers who had only boarded at the last supply port. Thank you, she said, while speculating who the mysterious people might be. She gasped in shock after accidentally glancing at them. Ah! The mysterious person did not remove his cape or sunglasses but simply unzipped the collar to reveal the lower half of his face. His face was covered in black, short hair, giving him the appearance of a fierce, agile predator, like a cheetah. Huadongling covered her mouth, muffling the remainder of her exclamation. She feared she had insulted the seemingly cruel and bad-tempered immortal cultivator, who would surely fly into a rage. However, to her surprise, the cheetah-like immortal cultivator merely sniffed and picked up the food box, appearing to swallow his fury. His companion nearby removed his cape to reveal a common yet warm face. He smiled and said, "Hush, don't be scared, little girl. My brother may look frightening, but he's not a bad guy, and he certainly won't hurt you. Come here, sit next to us, so we can talk." He patted the floor beside him, inviting the girl to sit down. Huh! Huadongling was once again frozen in place. The color that had just returned to her face faded once more. She finally understood what it meant to escape from a lake of dragons only to fall into a cave of tigers. No, please. I am still young. I can't talk. Feeling like crying, Huadongling said weakly. The plain-looking passenger scratched his hair, which was as fluffy as a bird's nest, and seemed to have realized something. He couldn't help but feel amused and extended 4 fingers to swear, "Don't misunderstand me. I promise, no, I swear, that it will just be a chat with no extra activities." Compared to the ferocious-looking mercenaries and the indifferent cheetah nearby, the passenger with messy hair looked like an ordinary person you might see anywhere. His age and appearance were indistinguishable, and he would be immediately forgotten once he blended into a crowd. However, his eyes were filled with joy, as warm and peaceful as winter sunlight, carrying no hint of malice. This slightly comforted Huadongling, who had just been scared. The girl looked back and noticed the mercenaries had retreated to the opposite corner of the cabin, heads buried in their food boxes, too cowardly to meet her gaze. When she turned again, the passenger with the pleasant eyes was raising his hands in a funny gesture and said with a smile, "It's all right. Just sit down. My surname is Lee. You can call me Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee." Perhaps it was because the man's eyes were so gentle and harmless, or perhaps it was because Huadongling had nowhere to hide in such a narrow cabin if he meant her harm, but the girl simply sat down. After a moment, she moved slightly toward the cold cheetah. After all, you can never judge someone by their appearance. These days, the bad guys always smile. Besides, the cheetah had just saved her. The cheetah glanced at her, then went back to his meal without a word. "Your name is Dongling, right? I heard the crew calling you this morning." "You're the shipowner's daughter," the messy-haired passenger said with a smile. Then, remembering something, he offered her a simple silver bracelet. "Dongling, this is a gift for you. Consider it the consultation fee." Huadongling was more frightened than ever. Her heart raced as she wondered if the man was an immortal cultivator. She had never seen an immortal cultivator who was so kind and generous to ordinary people. The best immortal cultivators she had seen in the past were as cold as the nearby cheetah, ignoring everyone else. As she thought, Huadongling felt even more uneasy and waved her hands, not daring to accept the gift. "Take it. The bracelet is a form of protection for you," the messy-haired passenger said. The hyenas were not wrong in saying that the world today is too chaotic for a little girl like you to travel alone. You may encounter all kinds of dangers. See the helical rune array on the inside of the bracelet? Here. Prick your right thumb and make sure your fingerprint is soaked in blood. Press your fingerprint into the helical rune array to confirm, and it will activate the bracelet. If a bad guy tries to molest you, the bracelet will automatically detect the temperature, heartbeat, and adrenal secretion of the assailant and release powerful electric arcs and a unique soul signature when they are out of the alarm range. It can be used 10 times in total. As long as those bad guys are immortal cultivators, they will certainly recognize the cultivation of the owner of the soul signature. Tell those bad guys that the bracelet is a gift from a good friend of your father, no, your grandfather, to ensure your safety. You don't need to say anything else. I believe that 99% of the bad guys will back off. However, if you are with your lover, remember to remove the bracelet first, ha ha ha. It would be awful if your lover gets electrocuted. Hua Dongling lowered her head, embarrassed. She did not have a lover yet. But this Mr. Li had an interesting way of speaking. Did you prepare the food yourself? The messy-haired passenger picked up the food box and took a deep breath. He complimented, "It smells delicious. Dongling, you are a fantastic chef." Hua Dongling was momentarily stunned before she replied awkwardly, "Not really, Mr. Li. This is just typical self-heating convenience food, mass-produced. Look, it's printed on the box." The messy-haired passenger, "All right, let's get to the point. Where did your ship set off from, exactly?" Hua Dongling admitted frankly, "We're from the South Spirit planet in the Scarlet Star Space Zone. I doubt Mr. Li has heard of it. It's a minor planet that has only been developed for 100 years and still doesn't have a stable atmosphere. There are only 4 settlements on the planet, and I was born in one of them. I don't know much about the South Spirit planet, but I do know the Scarlet Star Space Zone. It's not close to the Seven Seas Grand Market, our destination. For a civilian business ship like yours, it will probably take dozens of space jumps and a couple of months to arrive. The journey is also quite dangerous," said the messy-haired passenger. "It's turmoil outside, with battles everywhere. I was told that the authorities declared the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors a rebellious organization, and the Seven Seas Grand Market is about to be attacked. Why are you taking such great risks to conduct business there? Even if your father values money over his life, he doesn't have to bring you with him, does he?" "We don't have a choice," Hua Dongling said, devastated. "How can the high and mighty immortal cultivators understand the life of the poor? The South Spirit planet has only been developed for 100 years. We don't have many powerful connections or rare local specialties. Even now, we can't meet our own demand for life necessities. Without imported food, we'd starve, and without the water cleaning cartridges from the outside world, we'd die of thirst." Before, the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors had a convenient network and enormous free fares. Trade teams visited our planet regularly every month, buying our minerals and selling us food, water, and air. When supplies were low, we could purchase them at the nearest free fare. It only required 2 short distance jumps, and the whole journey took no more than a week. But when the war started, we were in trouble. The 4 families declared the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors a rebellious organization. They disrupted the trade network, destroyed the free fares, and recruited all kinds of space pirates to attack the enemy, leaving no room for survival for the poor. It's been 3 months since any trade team passed through the South Spirit planet. We're running out of food, water, and air, and no one is here to buy the raw minerals piled up at the ports. We can only watch the minerals grow and worry more. We thought about making deals at the nearest free fare, but it was chaos when we got there. The free fare was surrounded by the fleets of the 4 families and completely destroyed. Even our small trade ship nearly got knocked down because we were suspected of associating with the rebels. Later, we encountered several business ships that had come to conduct trade from neighboring space zones. It was then we learned the 4 families' fleets had eliminated all the free fares in the nearby sectors. They had also recruited countless space pirates and mercenaries. These groups patrolled the trade routes like wolves, preventing any business alliance of 10,000 sectors team from passing through. Even if some secret fairs hadn't been destroyed, the prices there were shockingly high. The common minerals from the South Spirit planet couldn't exchange for many of the essential resources we needed to survive. To eat, drink, and maintain the stability of our thin atmosphere, we had to risk going to the Seven Seas Grand Market, which the four families hadn't conquered yet. After all, the goods there were mostly intact, and the prices were relatively low. Moreover, with the protection of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors garrison, it was somewhat safer. We knew it was very risky, but we couldn't predict how long the conflict would last. If we didn't conduct business, we would be stranded alive on the South Spirit planet. My father, the most experienced captain on the South Spirit planet, could not stand by while his homeland was in peril. I asked my dad to take me along. After all, if Little Bear didn't return with the necessary resources, the South Spirit planet wouldn't survive a year. My fate wouldn't have been any better. Perhaps because of the warm look in the man's eyes, Dongling released all the frustration bottled up inside her. Tears streamed down her face as she spoke, mumbling, "Why do the immortal cultivators have to fight? What are they fighting for? They can fight if they want, but why can't they leave a chance of survival for the small folks? We need to do business, have food, and want to survive." After a brief silence, the messy-haired passenger sighed and said, "Are there similar cases in the peripheral worlds of the Imperium?" "Of course, there are a lot of them." Dongling gritted her teeth and said, "There are almost 10 planets just like the South Spirit planet. 100 years ago, the business alliance of 10,000 sectors sold the planets to ordinary people at a low price after preliminary cleanup. A mortgage was optional, too. The down payment and interest rates were almost zero. The properties were almost free. At the time, many ordinary people didn't know it was a trick. They bought a lot of planets from the business alliance of 10,000 sectors with all their savings and moved there, enjoying the freedom of being masters of their own lands. Little did they know that developing and inhabiting a planet wasn't easy. Though the business alliance pegged the planets at a low price, considering the cost of early development, it was a great deal. The subsequent consumables, such as food, water cleaning systems, and atmosphere stabilization units, had to be refilled every month or quarter. Taking advantage of our weakness, the business alliance of 10,000 sectors increased the prices of consumables multiple times. Thanks to their large business teams, they also monopolized our exports and pegged our products at a low price. As a result, all we've been doing in the past 100 years is working for the business alliance of 10,000 sectors. In this way, the business alliance of 10,000 sectors has controlled countless resource planets and planets at the edge of the Imperium, dragging us onto their boat. But we could still make do, however difficult life was. However, now that the four families have declared war on the business alliance of 10,000 sectors, our ways of survival have been entirely cut off. Thousands of settlements like South Spirit Planet are in peril. They will be trapped to death if they do not risk coming out and doing business. Chapter 2509, The Lesser of Two Evils. It's true that people suffer all the time, the messy-haired passenger sighed. No wonder so many civilian business ships risk doing business when space pirates and hostile fleets are on every route. Dongling, you really know a lot. Dongling blushed and said, "I don't know anything. Everything I know comes from my dad's daily complaints. On our business trip, in every port we passed, the valuable assets had been bought out, and the unrefined raw minerals were not wanted at all. Half of our food and fuel have been consumed. There's still no telling what the situation will be in the Seven Seas Grand Market. Dad is so worried that he's almost losing all his hair. He's been moaning in a corner every day. Even if I don't want to hear him, I've remembered all his complaints." Then, the messy-haired passenger pondered for a moment and asked, "Dongling, if you had to choose, do you think the business alliance of 10,000 sectors is better, or the authorities behind the four Kurfürst families?" Would you prefer to live under the governance of the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors or the authorities? The Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors, of course. The Business Alliance is 100 times better than the four families. Hua Dongling blurted out. It's true that the Business Alliance is a bunch of cunning merchants who try to make money from us by any means, but they have boundaries and business rules, and they occasionally help us. Although I described them as sleazy a moment ago, those planets were developed by them first before they half sold and half gave the properties to us. Otherwise, poor folks like us would never dream of having our own homes. After the planets were sold to us, the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors provided us with advanced expedition and mining equipment on credit and taught us the necessary technologies. They even offered very convenient microcredit. Those things had to be repaid, with a rather steep interest rate, but they kept us alive, after all. Later, while the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors monopolized the trade on these planets, they frequently brought us new, strange magical equipment and new business opportunities. Capable young men from the settlements could become employees of the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors, in which case their families would enjoy better interest rates and more technical support, making their lives even better. In summary, Dad told me that the residents on the planets are like hens for the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors, which raises the hens to be fat and strong so they can enjoy the eggs over the long term. The messy-haired passenger nodded, lost in thought. Raising the hens to eat their eggs, interesting strategy. What about the four families? The four families are the most savage wolves, thinking only about killing the hens for the meat. Do they care about our lives at all? Hua Dongling snarled, her eyes burning with hatred. However cunning the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors might be, they at least provide loans, technology, education, and a market for us. But what do the four families and the so-called authorities give us? Nothing but taxes and fines. The immortal cultivators belonging to the four families rarely show up. Whenever we encountered famines, plagues, mine accidents, or high radiation from space storms, there was never any disaster relief from the authorities. However, whenever we had the slightest savings, the wolves of the authorities would swagger around blatantly. The port construction tax, the environmental protection tax, the traffic safety tax, the special tax for national protection, the tax for the renaissance of the Imperium, the tax for the evolution of mankind, you name it. Those taxes were the legitimate taxes collected by the authorities. As for the fees and fines collected by the local immortal cultivators in private, there were simply too many to count. You don't want to submit them? They would not hesitate to kill all the opposition with their sabers and guns. Even if they did not kill openly, they could pose as space pirates and return for a pillage. How could poor settlements like ours expect to resist them? If they gave us a chance to survive after looting our money, like the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors did, it still would have been fine. But the lords of the four families never cared about our status. After all, we were just ants, weeds, and hominoids that deserved whatever became of us. The messy-haired passenger frowned deeper and deeper. As she spoke, Hua Dongling's eyes turned red again. Tears welled in her eyes for a long time before she finally continued. The Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors had an enormous construction plan. According to the plan, the number of settlements on the South Spirit planet should have surpassed 10 decades ago and been connected. We should have had our own stable atmosphere. In that case, the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors could have given us more significant businesses and sold more goods to us. Everybody would have benefited from it. To quote the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors, it would have been a win-win. However, the immortal cultivators from the four families have been exploiting both the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors and the colonized planets greedily every year. They also domesticated a bunch of space pirates for robberies. The small savings we managed to gather were often entirely taken by them. When this happened repeatedly, how could we possibly build our hometown? Let's just talk about this time. The four families declared that the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors was a rebellious organization and forbade us from doing business with it. Whoever traded with the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors would be seen as an accomplice to the rebels. As loyal subjects, we have always been faithful to the Lords and His Majesty. Naturally, we did not want to conspire with the rebels. But if the Lords do not allow us to trade with the rebels, they should provide us with enough food, water, and compressed air to carry us through tough times. Initially, we all stayed home, dutifully following the order. No one dared to trade with the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors, and we all awaited the relief supplies from the fleets of the four families. They wouldn't let us starve and suffocate, would they? Hee hee. An official army did finally arrive. It turned out, the mighty army did not bring a single grain of food or a water-cleaning cartridge. Instead, they damaged many of our own assets, the few we depended on for survival. Then, they simply left, not leaving us anything. South Spirit Planet was among the better cases. I heard that many settlements on other planets were slaughtered and razed to the ground by the Kurfürsten's fleets. It seemed they used the heads of the people as their false accomplishments after suffering setbacks in the attack on the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors. Huadongling shivered and said, "We truly wished to remain loyal to His Majesty and the Kurfürsten, but they did not want our loyalty, they only wanted our lives. So, we couldn't just wait to be killed. We might be aligning with the rebels, but so be it. There might be a chance for survival if we take our chances in the Seven Seas Grand Market." The girl had probably kept these thoughts to herself for a long time, and the fear on her journey had nearly driven her mad. Now, having finally let it all out without restraint, she felt as though every pore on her body had opened, and she was drenched in hot sweat. Only after her lengthy speech did she realize that the passenger with the pretty eyes was likely one of the immortal cultivators she had just berated. She couldn't help but shudder and timidly observed the man's face. There wasn't much to see on the passenger's face, but his attractive eyes suddenly grew particularly deep. From the warm and brilliant, a cold, lethal intent radiated out, frightening Huadongling to her core. "Don't be scared, little Dongling," the passenger declared, each word resonant. His voice was not loud, yet it seemed powerful enough to shake all the stars in the universe. "Trust me, the war will be over very soon. You will have the chance to go home and rebuild. Trust me." "Okay, Mr. Li." For some reason, though his statement sounded absurd, Huadongling couldn't help but believe in him, in a better future, and a better hometown. Right then, Little Bear shivered, and orange lights shone in the cabin. They were about to pass the last stone belt. After passing the stone belt, it would be the largest and heaviest planet of the space zone, along with its two gargantuan satellites. The planet and its satellites formed a rather unique, unstable three-body system, attracting and exchanging materials with each other. As a result, the nearby three-dimensional space was highly unstable, and natural wormholes appeared frequently. Performing space jumps in such an area could save fuel and maintain the starship's integrity as much as possible, which made it a favorite jump point for civilian teams. This place was the last jump point before reaching the Seven Seas Grand Market. Once the jump succeeded, the vehicle would arrive within the Seven Seas Space Zone, where the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors still maintained a powerful garrison and a comprehensive defensive system to protect the safety of the commercial teams passing through. However, before the jump was complete, the area remained a daunting, perilous test. Amid the overwhelming meteoroids and radiations, the hunting warships of the four families might be lurking, ready to ambush the civilian business ships en route to the Seven Seas Grand Market. Even the most experienced captains had to exercise extreme caution when navigating the dangerous stone belt, or they could easily become debris orbiting within it the next second. The dozen or so cargo ships that made up the commercial team entered the stone belt cautiously and in a state of panic. Everyone prayed to every god they knew that they would not encounter the fierce hunting warships. However, the prayers of the humble and the weak seemed too quiet for the gods to hear. What they feared most came to pass. Right as all the starships entered the stone belt, unable to turn around and escape, too narrow, shark-like warships suddenly emerged from behind a few giant meteoroids, lunging aggressively at their prey. Chapter 25:10, Shamelessness. For a moment, ear-splitting alarms were ringing in the 10 or so business ships simultaneously. Although the distance was too great for them to discern the stranger's side, they would have cruised outside the asteroid belt and contacted the ships voluntarily if they were the garrison of the 10,000 Sectors Business Alliance. Instead, these two warships had been lurking behind the meteoroids, concealing their spiritual waves with the dust and radiation. They only emerged when the cargo ships could no longer retreat, making their hostility all too clear. They were likely the hunting warships of the four Kurfürst families. For a moment, all the civilian cargo ships were in a panic. Like a bunch of headless flies, they tried to scatter but were blocked by the rushing meteoroids, which ignited colorful flames on their spiritual shields. Two of the ships nearly collided, unable to calculate their distances in time. It turned out that the two warships had simultaneously sent a message to the cargo ships: retract your spiritual shields, reduce your speed to 1/3, move forward in a straight line, and prepare to be boarded. Meanwhile, the heads of the two warships glowed, launching a barrage that turned the meteoroids ahead of the cargo ships to dust, demonstrating their unmatched destructive power. In terms of size, all the cargo ships were much larger than the warships. They also carried some defensive magical equipment, such as minor cannons. However, in terms of speed, firepower, and the well-trained, ruthless soldiers aboard, the cargo ships could not compare to the warships at all. It was like a fat pig facing a pack of tigers. Stop. Stop and accept inspection, or you will be killed immediately. The high-pitched ultimatum crashed into every cargo ship and everyone's heart like a meteor. Everyone was scared witless. Inside the warehouse of Little Bear, the few mercenaries who claimed to be professional killers were already shouting, "Are you King deaf? Retreat the spiritual shield and prepare to be inspected." That's the most advanced Starry Shark-level hunting warship, designed to block the enemy's sailing routes and supply lines. We are but thin-skinned cans in front of them that will crack after the slightest knock. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and stop. Hardly had they finished speaking when the two hunting warships, impatient for action, took the initiative. Taking advantage of their speed and agility, they moved swiftly through the complicated environment of the asteroid belt, approaching the fleet of cargo ships. They shot at the surroundings of the cargo ships, forcing them to draw closer together. Meanwhile, they spewed out countless dark, massive iron balls from their hulls. These iron balls were equipped with agile mechanical arms, which were not for attacking but for spewing flames, giving them unparalleled mobility. They were like the swiftest octopi. As the mechanical arms opened and closed, the massive iron balls swarmed around the cargo ships. No matter how the cargo ships tried to evade, it was impossible to escape their scourge. Very soon, the hull of each cargo ship had attracted a couple of these massive iron balls. The mechanical arms spewed out gels that did not slow down even in the vacuum, sticking firmly to the cargo ships. Z. 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 High-temperature flames spurted out of the holes on the surfaces of the massive iron balls. Condensed into narrow sabers, they easily cut holes in the shells of the cargo ships, which were the exact size of the iron balls. There wasn't a single gap, so no oxygen leaked out. This way, the battle units inside the giant iron balls could openly invade the cargo ships. Inside each iron ball were 3 to 4 immortal cultivators in crystal suits, along with a dozen crouching battle puppets. This method of invasion closely resembled the usual tactics of the Colossi. It was rare for two warships to control more than 10 cargo ships at once, but once the immortal cultivators boarded the business starships, if everyone didn't unite to resist, they had no choice but to surrender. Beep. 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 Beep! Amid the sound of clashing armors, four immortal cultivators in black crystal suits, looking like fiends, broke into Little Bear's warehouse, preparing to attack the cockpit from there. Ah! Sensing the intense smell of blood from the strangers, many crew members and passengers screamed. Drop your weapons. All of them. You are rebels, heading to reinforce the Seven Seas Grand Market, aren't you? Drop your weapons and blades. No one is to summon their spiritual energy, or you will be killed instantly. Noticing the mercenaries, the attackers suddenly became alarmed. The dozen battle puppets leaped over at the same time, aiming their dark barrels at the mercenaries. The mercenaries, who were talking about what a great time they were having, were all frightened. The first mercenary hurried to explain, "We are all Marquis Yongchuan's people. This is just a misunderstanding." A misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? The lead immortal cultivator grinned cruelly and stepped forward, slashing from bottom to top across the mercenary's left abdomen and right shoulder. Half his body was immediately severed, and the most foul guts spilled onto the floor. Ah! The crew members and passengers cried out even more miserably. The immortal cultivator in the black crystal suit pointed at the second mercenary and said sternly, "Speak now. Why are you going to the Seven Seas Grand Market? You must be spies of the reformists who escaped from the capital, and you are going to contact Jean Yuyan in the Seven Seas Grand Market because there is important intelligence you need to deliver, right?" The second mercenary was stunned, not expecting the soldier to be so shameless as to make such a serious accusation so easily. Seeing the gruesome remains of his big brother, he nearly wet his pants. Knowing he would be killed no matter how he responded, he looked around and spotted Huadongling. Seizing on her as a lifeline, he screamed at the top of his lungs, I'm not a spy of the reformists, but I know who is. That boy. That boy in the black leather coat and black cape over there. Please be careful, he is very strong and doesn't dare to reveal his real face. He must be a spy. A great spy. Huh. The immortal cultivators in the black crystal suits suddenly grew hostile. Turning around with their dozens of battle puppets, they fixed their eyes on the corner where Huadongling stood. Huadongling felt as though she had fallen into an ice cave. She did not expect that the immortal cultivators could be so brutal and shameless, making up such things just for a slim chance of survival. Boy, just admit it, you are a fucking spy of the reformists. Hiding behind the immortal cultivators in black crystal suits, the mercenary grew cocky and declared gloatingly, weren't you very awesome a moment ago? If you are capable, just show your skills in front of these brilliant, invincible, and righteous warriors. Why are you covering yourself so tightly, not even revealing your face? You must have intelligence with you. Very important intelligence. Seeing his shamelessness, Huadongling finally couldn't help but cry. In a feeble voice that only she could hear, she roared, what kind of heroes are you? Don't mind that. It doesn't matter. They didn't intend to keep anyone alive in the first place. The result is the same whether or not the few mercenaries say anything. The voice, as warm as winter sunlight, flowed into Huadongling's mind like a hot stream. The messy-haired passenger said casually, there are 3 types of hunting warships that the 4 families sent out to block the sailing routes. The first type is the space pirates and mercenaries who have joined the 4 families but remain connected with the business alliance of 10,000 sectors. If we had encountered their warships, they probably would have let us go. The business alliance of 10,000 sectors has agreements with those people. As long as they secretly let a business ship through and keep the traffic flowing on the sailing routes, they will gain subsidies from the business alliance of 10,000 sectors, which can be even greater than the benefits they could loot from the business ships themselves. The second type is the local garrisons of the peripheral worlds of the Imperium. They will not kill us immediately after capturing us. Instead, they will enlist us and use us as cannon fodder and human shields. In such a case, we will at least live a bit longer. The third type is the trickiest. They are the central descendants of the four families who have come to the battlefield at the edge of the Imperium to gain experience. These young masters from noble families have nothing but money. They cannot be bribed by the business alliance of 10,000 sectors and do not need cannon fodder. All they want is accomplishments, great accomplishments, like killing the reformist spies who escaped from the capital. If they can't find any, their only option is to kill civilians and pretend the victims are spies. Do you see the insignia on the chests of those crystal suits? A snowy mountain surrounded by clouds, that's the emblem of the Snow God Mountain Descendants, an important branch of the Yuan family. They are determined to kill civilians and call it an accomplishment. They didn't fire at the cargo ships earlier because they were paralyzing us, so we would gather the ships and make their massacre easier. They won't leave anyone alive. It was odd that although it was a long monologue, Dongling felt the man spoke it all in just half a second, and she understood it all in a daze in half a second as well. Understanding what he said, Dongling felt like crying again. She asked in a trembling voice, Mr. Lee, then what are we going to do? It's very simple, the disheveled passenger replied with a casual smile. Leaning close to the girl's ear, he said in a low voice, Little Dongling, all you need to do is to grab my brother's clothes and don't let go of him no matter what happens. Huh? Dongling turned around, her heart in a complete turmoil, only to be dumbfounded. Her back was utterly empty, devoid of any presence. The passenger with the pretty eyes, pleasant voice, and head full of messy hair had vanished from the impenetrable cabin like a ghost. Chapter 25:11, Hold on tightly and don't let go. Lay down your magical equipment, take off your cape. Can you hear me? Just as Dongling was overwhelmed, the immortal cultivator's thunderous voice echoed from behind her. After a brief pause, his voice grew even louder. Where's the last one? There were clearly 3 people on this side. Where is the last person hiding? Come out, come out. So, it wasn't Dongling's illusion, and Mr. Lee had genuinely disappeared. But how was this possible? Mr. Lee had been right behind her. If he had walked away quietly, she might not have noticed. However, the immortal cultivator in the crystal suit and his fierce companions had been watching them closely. How could Mr. Lee have vanished so mysteriously under the watch of so many immortal cultivators? Dongling was thoroughly bewildered, but this was no time to think. She could feel the immortal cultivator's eyes scrutinizing her body like scalpels. The girl was both frustrated and terrified. She almost wanted to curse at the immortal cultivators aloud, but she lacked the courage. Her tears flowed helplessly once more. Was Mr. Lee right? Did those wicked immortal cultivators never intend to spare anyone in the first place? Would she die? Would her father die? Thousands of meteoroids were obliterated into powder simultaneously. Like a special fuel, they intensified the electric arcs, making them 100 times brighter than before. The electric arcs converged into an overwhelming flood of plasma, tearing apart the spiritual shield and the superalloy armor with ease, leaving a striking crack near the bridge. Stepping on lightning and surrounded by thunder, Li Yao stabbed into the heart of the starry shark with blades in both hands. On the warship, the descendants of noble families were terrified upon detecting the powerful surge of spiritual energy. They had no idea how to counterattack, except to don their combat and crystal suits as quickly as possible. However, against the overwhelming strength beyond the divinity transformation stage, the number of crystal suits the nobles wore was utterly meaningless. Li Yao's vitality field was at its peak as he controlled the meteoroid powder enshrouded in plasma, guiding it like a horde of dragons. It swept across the bridge first, then lunged at the cabins along the pathways, and finally exploded between the arsenal and the engine compartment. The rear half of the Starry Shark-class warship was consumed entirely by a crimson ball of light. As the 2 sharks struggled under Li Yao's attacks, the mental devil on the other side accelerated to its highest speed, crawling into one cargo ship after another, leaving exhaust flames stretching for dozens of kilometers. Once inside the ships with sufficient air and stable pressure, the roaring sounds of Neltharion were even more like the whistles of the god of death. While blowing its whistle, it locked onto the exuberant vitality fields of the immortal cultivators and crawled through the most vulnerable crack in the field, reaping the lives of the immortal cultivators mercilessly. Often, the immortal cultivators who invaded the cargo ships lost consciousness before realizing death's approach. They were killed in the most terrifying illusions. Even if they sensed a formidable enemy coming, it was utterly futile to resist or flee. Neltharion simply pierced through their eyebrows, chests, and abdomens again and again. Crew members shuddering in fear on the ground often saw only a dazzling red line flash before their eyes, and the immortal cultivators, who were roaring ferociously and arrogantly moments ago, were now stiff, with holes in their bodies, collapsing to the ground. The mental devil took only a few seconds to settle the invaders on a cargo ship, but traveling between ships and searching for large enough gaps to break into was more time-consuming. However, upon realizing their warship had exploded strangely and hearing screams of comrades in the communication channel, claiming that there were evils in other cargo ships, the descendants of noble families all panicked. They hastily retreated from the cargo ships, hoping to escape to the other, Starry Shark-level warship and flee. This actually saved the mental devil a lot of time. Even in the vacuum where sound waves could not travel, the most beautiful music was still being played with the blood and souls of the immortal cultivators. The mental devil's whistle sounded even more joyful than before. Evils. Monsters. Fiends. Ah. Ah. On Little Bear, the flames from the blades and guns had completely died out, but the cabin, though dark, was not quiet. Sounds were leaking from the broken helmets of the dead immortal cultivators. All were panicked screams, devastated cries, aimless barrages, and miserable moans. The chaotic, frightening noises almost froze Huadongling's heart. She would have passed out if the man in black hadn't been holding her hand and delivering warmth. This is, the girl asked feebly. In truth, she was trying to ask the man in black where Mr. Lee had been hiding, but she was too afraid to ask. It's all right, the man in black sounded as calm as ever, as if he was too familiar with what was happening on the other cargo ships to be surprised. Taking a small ball from his pocket, he tossed it to the center of the cabin, where it cracked open and blossomed like a lotus flower, releasing a gentle light that illuminated the entire cabin once more. Ah! Huadongling was frightened again. The 10 or so battle puppets brought by the invaders stood rigidly and quietly at the center of the cabin, like a group of cold skeletons under the light. However, in the next second, those battle puppets all fractured smoothly and fell apart, reduced to piles of debris. Not entirely at ease, the girl patted her chest and glanced around at the remains of the battle puppets, only to spot thick blood and... The sight made her want to vomit, and she did not dare to look any longer. Overcoming the gory scene, she turned her gaze to the space through the virtual window. What she saw in space, however, left her dumbfounded. She could hardly believe her eyes and, forgetting her fear, she ran forward, almost pressing her nose to the virtual window. Her eyes did not deceive her. The 2 Starry Shark-level hunting warships were indeed suppressed and destroyed by some sort of invisible force, walking irreversibly toward their doom. The first warship was already surrounded by fireballs, large and small. Each time a fireball dissipated, a massive dent appeared on the warship's hull, with significant material loss, as if it had been consumed by some mysterious virus. The second warship, though largely intact, bore several giant cracks across its entire body. However, countless immortal cultivators were spilling out of these cracks, wearing tattered crystal suits that barely covered their faces, if they wore any at all. Huadongling did not witness the struggles of the immortal cultivators who had been ejected. She wondered if they were already dead, but in the cold vacuum, another starship nearby exploded, releasing a tremendous amount of high-speed debris and terrifying radiation that engulfed them. Even if they had survived the initial explosion, they would not last long and would meet a far more miserable end. With all crew members lost, the Starry Shark-level warship turned into a silent, deadly coffin. All the glowing rune arrays and exhaust flames on its surface faded. This is what Dongling was stunned for a long time. She rubbed her swollen eyes, red from crying, and bit the back of her hand to ensure that what she saw was not a nightmare. Even if it were a nightmare, it was not hers but the most terrifying one for the noble descendants who had ventured out to commit evil. Right then, someone patted her shoulder and said, "Hey, little Dongling." What Dongling thought it was the man in black who patted her. Unable to suppress the questions bubbling in her head, she turned around quickly, intending to get to the bottom of everything. However, she was taken aback by the smiling face of Mr. Li. She almost screamed. "Hush, hush, what are you doing?" Li Yao hurried to cover the girl's mouth. Shaking the bottle in his hand, he said, "I'm just here to ask if you'd like any iced juice." "Don't be so nervous." "Iced juice?" Hua Dongling felt her heart was jumping out of her chest. Her lips trembled for a long time before she finally looked at Li Yao's hand, where a clear glass bottle made of fancy materials was held. The emblems of the Imperium and the Yuan family were carved on the bottle's body with the most advanced embossing technologies, indicating it was the best juice specifically provided for the Yuan family's descendants. The juice might not be valuable, but the glass bottle, a piece of art in itself, was already priceless. There was naturally no such luxury on Little Bear. Aside from the juice, there were also a few crystal-like cans next to Mr. Li. Inside the cans were lobsters, raw fruits, and other perishable delicacies, all so fresh as if they had just been fished from the water or picked from the trees. Next to the food, delicate silver chopsticks and gold forks were placed, also adorned with the emblems of the Yuan family. They couldn't have looked more extravagant. Right. There are also lobsters and trepangs. Li Yao picked up a nice, delicate cup and filled it with iced juice for the little girl first. He poured a cup for himself and sipped it with a great mood before taking a piece of trepang with the golden fork. "I like trepang the best. Since the South Spirit planet is short of water, it must be rare for you to enjoy food like trepang. Come on, why don't you give it a try? It doesn't taste bad at all." Hua Dongling's head went completely black. Looking at Li Yao and the mysterious man in black, Li Jiaoling, who seemed unfazed next to Li Yao, she finally realized the problem after a while. It wasn't the juice or the trepang at all. The girl asked in confusion, "Mr. Li, where have you been?" "Nowhere." Blinking, Li Yao said, "I've been crouching in the corner, haven't I?" "Right. It seemed very dangerous when you were fighting, so I hid behind that pile of goods." Hua Dongling looked at the glasses, chopsticks, and glass bottles with the Yuan family emblem in his hands, and then at the Starry Shark-level warships that were falling apart outside the virtual cabin. She was clearly not convinced. "Right. My brother is rather short-tempered and likes fighting best," Li Yao continued with a smile. "He didn't scare you just now, did he?" No, he didn't." Hua Dongling couldn't help but want to say, "But you did." She was about to open her mouth when her eyes widened again. She exclaimed and pointed at Li Yao, saying, "Mr. Li, a red light just flashed and flew into your ear. Is that so?" Li Yao extended his little finger and picked his ear. "I didn't feel anything." "You must have seen it wrong." Hua Dongling narrowed her eyes and pouted her lips, with an "I may be an ordinary person, but you can't insult my wisdom like this" look on her face. Fine, there indeed was. Li Yao surrendered and grimaced at the girl. "However, this is a secret. Little Dongling, will you keep it a secret for me? Come on, calm yourself down with a cup of juice first. Then, you can tell your father that everything is fine now. All the cargo ships are fine and can go to the Starry Shark-level warship that didn't explode to collect the precious fuel. There are no immortal cultivators on that warship now, not any living ones. Chapter 25:13, Money Never Sleeps. This is truly a sign of the gods who have come to rescue us. The gods do have mercy. Before they resumed their journey to the jump point, everyone in the small business team, from passengers to crew, kneeled down and worshipped the profound stars outside, thanking the gods who dwelled beyond the stars for helping them survive the disaster. The uncanny events aboard the cargo ships and the two Starry Shark-level hunting warships seemed like acts of divine intervention. On the 10 or so cargo ships, the unexpected invaders suffered fatal attacks almost simultaneously. The wounds were insignificant, just a tiny hole in the center of their brows or on their chests, yet their entire vitality and souls appeared to have been drained away. The last expression on the faces of the dead was one of shock and horror. According to the experienced doctors on the cargo ships, these individuals did not die from physical injuries but from a mental breakdown. They seemed to have been trapped in an endless vortex of terror that consumed their lives. In simpler terms, they were frightened to death. The incidents aboard the two Starry Shark-level warships were even more bizarre. The first warship experienced a mysterious explosion, while the second lost temperature and pressure due to irreparable damage to its hull. All crew members were sucked out of the warship. During this time, the damage control system, automatic repair mechanisms, and even the alarm systems on the main crystal processor failed to respond, leading to an incomprehensible tragedy. Who else but the gods or demons could have done such a thing? Of course, the businessmen bold enough to thrive during wartime were mostly seasoned travelers who did not easily succumb to superstition. After examining the traces, they naturally knew what had happened. However, someone capable of killing so many immortal cultivators and suppressing two Starry Shark-level hunting warships without a sound was too powerful for them to even imagine. This was not something they should investigate. When out, one should eat more, talk less, and, in particular, not ask questions they shouldn't or meddle in affairs that weren't theirs. Such prudence often led to a longer life in the Imperium. Since the one who did this was unwilling to reveal themselves, they'd be out of their minds to insist on finding the answer. It was certainly most convenient to attribute the deed to the intangible gods. If the gods, who had acted just now, were still hiding among their team, their journey would surely be safe, wouldn't it? It turned out that they encountered no further trouble during the continuation of their journey and reached the jump point smoothly. After a couple of hours of preparation, they executed an accurate and stable space jump, arriving at the edge of the 7 Seas Space Zone, the headquarters of the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors. Wow! After recovering from the dizziness and nausea caused by the space jump, everyone couldn't help but exclaim in awe at the scene outside the virtual window. It was simply too lively. The universe was vast compared to human activities. In most space zones, even the busiest shipping routes were actually vacuums of death and silence, with other travelers rare to come by. However, in the 7 Seas Space Zone, dozens of overwhelming and glittering rivers of light, made of the exhaust flames of countless traveling fleets, were visible to the naked eye. Hundreds of patrollers and barges cruised and commanded the rivers that carried abundant money, goods, and resources in various directions. After zigzagging, they all converged in the glamorous space city, as vast as an asteroid. This was the 7 Seas Grand Market, the center of trade, logistics, and finance at the edge of the Imperium. It had risen rapidly over the past 100 years and could even rival the capital of the Imperium. As the free fares in the peripheral worlds were lost or abandoned, the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors had retreated most of its garrisons back to the nest, preparing to fight a decisive battle with the coalition fleet of the Four Families. At this moment, the 7 Seas Grand Market was more defended than ever. Only half a minute after the inconspicuous business team jumped over, a patroller immediately came to inspect and offer guidance. Many warships of the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors were either second-hand products from the Four Families or the latest and even experimental models that had been smuggled over. Their shapes and coatings were very similar. Even the warship's bows were painted with the lightning trident symbol of the Imperium of true human beings. However, the warships of the four families also featured their family sigils next to the lightning trident, and sometimes even the unique symbols of their bloodlines. The more marks, the more powerful and influential the warship's owner. In comparison, the coatings of the Business Alliance's warships were much simpler. They simply encircled the Imperium's lightning trident emblem with a ring of 18 shiny coins, not stars, but coins. The emblem of lightning with 18 coins was the latest insignia of the Business Alliance of 10,000 sectors, which also symbolized the organization's belief in changing the Imperium with money. As the saying goes, once bitten, twice shy. Since they were nearly killed by the warships of the four families half a day ago, everyone felt a bit uneasy when they saw the patrollers of the Business Alliance of 10,000 sectors approaching them with their daunting turrets. It was the first time the crew of Little Bear, from the distant South Spirit planet, had visited the Seven Seas Grand Market. They had no idea what a vast place they were about to encounter. Now, their hearts were racing, their mouths were dry, and their palms were soaked with sweat. However, in the next moment, the large hologram projected by the two patrollers made everyone exhale a long breath of relief. On the giant light beam, two lines of text read, "Welcome to the Seven Seas Grand Market, the freest place in the entire universe." It would take a full day of inspection, navigation, and distribution to reach the Seven Seas Grand Market from the edge of the space zone. After all, it was a time of war, and a bloody battle was imminent. Allowing strangers to enter the Seven Seas Grand Market for free trade after just one day was already very open and efficient. The freest place in the entire universe, Li Yao and Li Jialing stood on the back deck of Little Bear, which Wu Dongling had specifically cleaned for them. Surrounded by dark minerals, they had a private space to talk. Holding a cup of iced juice, Li Yao observed the ocean of light made up of thousands of business ships outside the window and said with a smile, "I don't know if it's the freest, but this place is definitely one of the wealthiest in the entire Imperium. In terms of financial activity, this place even surpasses the capitals of the four families. I was told that the Seven Seas Grand Market has another name, Sleepless City. It doesn't mean people here don't sleep, but that the money never does. The slogan here is precisely, money never sleeps." Li Jialing remarked in amazement, "Li Lingfeng told me the name. He once described the prosperity of this place and the methods the merchants used to amass their wealth, which left a deep impression on me. But I didn't realize until I came here that Li Lingfeng's description captured only a fraction of the real prosperity. I truly can't fathom what tricks the cunning merchants of the 10,000 Sectors Business Alliance have played to transform a peripheral space zone, far from the affluent center of the cosmos, into such a thriving state." Li Yao asked, "Oh, Li Lingfeng mentioned this place too?" "Yes, Li Lingfeng once told me that the first thing he would do after becoming the leader of the Li family was to conquer the Seven Seas Grand Market." Li Jialing had shaved all the hair from his body and dyed the short hair black. The grandeur of the golden lion was gone, but there was an added air of cunning and brutality. Swallowing, he mumbled, with a hint of greed and wariness in his eyes, "At that time, I didn't understand why Li Lingfeng, who viewed himself as the future Kurfürst, wanted to steal food from a bunch of small merchants. But after seeing the overwhelming tides of business teams here, even I feel somewhat tempted." Having realized the importance of the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors and the Seven Seas Grand Market before the reformists emerged, Li Lingfeng indeed had keen eyes and deserved to be one of the candidates for the future Kurfürst. It was a shame that he died such an untimely death. Li Yao's eyes grew sharp as he said, "However, he did not speak the whole truth to you. Or rather, due to his identity and stance, he couldn't understand the true source of the Business Alliance's power. Money never sleeps is a neat summary. The rise of the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors is precisely the rise of the power of money. It's not all about the cunning merchants." Narrowing his eyes, Li Jialing looked at his fists, which were covered in golden flames, and asked, "I don't understand. No matter how powerful money is, does it have to bow to absolute violence? Brother Yao, how can you achieve anything with just money? Is the Seven Seas Grand Market really so important that Li Lingfeng, you, and everyone in the four families have to fight for it, regardless of what happens in the capital? Money certainly cannot get you everything, but without money, you cannot get anything. Li Yao said, looking at Li Jialing's fists. Absolute violence is definitely impressive, but if you can't afford your bread, where will you find absolute violence? For ancient cultivators, if they were lucky enough to unearth the secret treasures of the primeval age from a certain mausoleum, they could potentially grasp absolute violence. However, as human civilization advanced, the concept of violence became more organized, systematic, and industrialized, requiring a steady supply of resources. For individuals, it has become impossible to dominate the world with a random treasure they might find. The question of whether violence brings money or money brings violence is moot. Money and violence are two sides of the same coin, depending on and supporting each other. It is a shame that when one of two trees growing next to each other becomes too luxuriant, it can take away the nutrients of the other. When violence becomes too strong, the importance of money is often underestimated and even ignored, leading to an irrecoverable decline. This is precisely what happened in the Imperium over the past few hundred years, and it is why the business alliance of 10,000 sectors was formed. Li Yao told Li Jialing that the legal tender of the Imperium of true human beings, established at the center of the cosmos for 1,000 years, was named crystal coin because the currency initially depended on high-purity crystals. At first, there were 500 million ultimate quality crystals to support the Imperium's crystal coins. Each crystal coin could be exchanged for 0.1 grams of ultimate crystals unconditionally. Ultimate was not an exaggerated term but had a very strict standard. Only crystals with a purity of over 95% could be marked as ultimate. The only things purer than ultimate crystals were the rarely seen marrow crystals. This guarantee endowed the crystal coins with high credibility and vitality, helping Great Blackstar to dismantle the vulnerable economic and financial system of the outdated Star Ocean Republic. Crystals were the essence of high-purity energy essential for daily training, combat, the lives of ordinary people, and colonization on foreign planets. Therefore, they were a hard currency, 100 times more valuable than gold and silver. Since crystal coins could be directly exchanged for ultimate crystals, the common people naturally preferred this currency. Choosing crystal coins meant choosing the Imperium. As a result, the corrupt and inflated old Star Ocean Republic was relegated to the sidelines, well, not exactly the gutter, but the Star Glory Federation at the edge of the cosmos. To be honest, despite the evil nature of Wu Yingqi and his offspring, the purchasing power of the crystal coins was quite solid during the first 500 years of the Imperium's rise. On one hand, the stock of ultimate crystals plundered across the entire Imperium grew from 500 million tons to 5 billion tons, ensuring the solemn promise that crystal coins of the Imperium could be exchanged for ultimate crystals anywhere and at any time. If money was deposited in a bank, it earned interest, but it would not appreciate if it was converted to crystals. In the early days of the Imperium, the prices of crystals were strictly regulated. Any who dared to cause unrest in the crystal market faced execution. Additionally, trading with crystals directly was inconvenient. Naturally, few people maintained large stockpiles of crystals, which reduced the risk of bank runs. On the other hand, the newly conquered worlds brought boundless war benefits and an ever-expanding market. Over the 500 years, all the sects and families within the Imperium experienced a golden, thriving period. Society flourished, and the colorful soap bubble of prosperity grew larger. Although the value of crystal coins slightly decreased, people's incomes increased even more. Even ordinary citizens in the central regions could partake in the war benefits, and their lives were far from difficult. Thus, they had faith in the Imperium, the Emperor, and the Imperium's crystal coins. However, after celebrating its 500th anniversary, the splendid and flourishing Imperium of the true human beings faced internal and external crises. Internally, several court coups weakened the royal family, while the four Kurfürst families seized the opportunity to rise to power, claiming to maintain the stability of the royal family by electing the emperor together. Externally, all prosperous worlds had been incorporated into the Imperium's territory, and the costs and challenges of further conquests and governance had significantly increased. Also, the protracted war of attrition against the Covenant alliance led to continuous bloodshed for the Imperium. It had reached the limits of its expansion. A nation of immortal cultivators, like the Imperium of true human beings, thrived on invasions and conquests. The prosperity of the conquerors was built upon the blood and bones of the conquered. Once the conquest ceased, the illusion of stability shattered. The first economic crisis to sweep across the Imperium erupted. Many individuals went bankrupt overnight, their bonds, shares, and futures reduced to worthless paper. Even more people fell into debts they could not repay in a lifetime, turning them from free citizens into slaves. One of the most famous cases at the time involved a powerful and influential immortal cultivator named Pang Qingyun. He claimed to have informants in the court who told him that an expedition of 5 million light-years was imminent to conquer 20 sectors marked on ancient star maps. Pang Qingyun also secured the subsequent colonization and management rights for 3 of these worlds. With convincing details, he made it almost believable. As a fundraising venture, he divided and sold the colonization and management rights, promising high returns, such as double returns in 1 year and tenfold returns in 3 years. Many greedy individuals were lured to invest their life savings in the project. At first, Pang Qingyun honored his promises. He paid the high interest on time and even invited investors to visit various spaceports, claiming that the Imperium's expeditionary forces and his colonization fleets were stationed there. Additionally, he created stunning demo pictures and vivid grand illusionary lands, depicting the promising future of the new colonies. All the investors were delightedly deceived. In the end, not only did the people invest huge amounts of money into the project, but many immortal cultivators and their sects were also convinced by him, and they devoted all their revenues to the intangible colonization project. Yet, due to the economic crisis and the tight budget, the Imperium changed its colonization policy. In principle, massive expedition armies would no longer be sent to explore uncharted lands. Instead, a technology called Star Child, which had been invented, would be used for smaller and more precise explorations in the future. This indicated that the Imperium's grand expedition had ended, perhaps forever. Pang Qingyun's deception was immediately exposed. The indignant people surrounded his development corporation. Only then did they realize that he had been doing nothing except to borrow new money to pay old debts. Countless lives were destroyed because of him. His trick subsequently became known as Pang Scheme. Pang Qingyun's scam was just one of the most inconsequential soap bubbles that burst during the economic crisis. There were even larger and more numerous schemes that devoured the wealth and lives of countless others. The 4 Kurfürst families, with their malevolent intentions, did nothing to assist the court in combating the economic crisis. Instead, they inflamed the situation, allowing the crisis to worsen, significantly eroding the last vestige of authority and vitality of the court. In the process, they profited immensely from the national disaster, growing into monstrous entities that were difficult to dislodge. The result of the economic crisis was that the Imperium's crystal coins were declared independent of the ultimate crystals. Neither commoners nor low-level immortal cultivators could exchange ultimate crystals in banks for a stable price anymore. Instead, they had to buy them at market rates, which had skyrocketed by 30 times in just 1 year. Crystals were the source of productivity. When crystal prices soared, the prices of other goods followed suit, but wages and currency value remained static. In essence, the imperial crystal coins lost 30 times their value following the nation's independence. The wealth of imperial citizens was plundered by the 4 Kurfürst families. These families, having amassed vast fortunes, seized political control and proclaimed their right to mint coins. Though still called imperial crystal coins, the four family-controlled banks held the sole power to issue them. A joint bank meeting assumed the role of the central bank and all its responsibilities, effectively stealing the emperor's financial control. While colluding for mutual benefit, the families also engaged in fierce competition. It was clear that they paid little heed to the stability of the coin's value. As long as their own local economies remained stable, they cared little about external affairs. From that point on, the imperial crystal coins began a rapid descent into devaluation, their worth dwindling. An even more devastating piece of news struck a final blow to the already shaky fiscal system. Initially, the Imperial Central Bank held a reserve of 5 billion tons of ultimate crystals to back the currency. These ultimate crystals acted as a stabilizing force for the Imperium. However, rumors began to circulate that the four families had divided and used these 5 billion tons of ultimate crystals to train high-level immortal cultivators within their own ranks. It's precisely because the four families divided and consumed all the ultimate crystals that they have been able to rapidly cultivate so many experts in the core formation stage, the nascent soul stage, and the divinity transformation stage. Though the Imperium's crystal coins no longer relied on ultimate crystals, the shocking rumor shattered the last vestiges of the people's trust in the Imperium. This rumor, more akin to a plague and a curse than mere hearsay, utterly devastated the Imperium's financial market and economic system. Over the subsequent few hundred years, several economic crises broke out, each one worsening the situation until today, where warlords act independently, the economy is in disarray, and regions are isolated. The root of the problem is that no one, from commoners to divinity transformation stage experts, has any faith in the Imperium's crystal coins. Otherwise, such a vast Imperium wouldn't have sunk into the quagmire of total collapse after only a decade of successful expeditions. More critically, the value and stability of the crystal coins are compromised, with their value subject to malicious devaluation. Today, currency has become virtual and paperless, with no concept of cash. All transactions are conducted through the spiritual nexus, and even the greatest wealth is merely a series of zeros in an account. The authorities of the Imperium do not have the audacity to directly alter the numbers in citizens' accounts. However, all transactions on the spiritual nexus leave traces, making everyone's production and consumption transparent to the authorities, be they local warlords, the four Kurfürst families, or the so-called emperor. Controlling such information means controlling the wealth and status of every individual in the Imperium. Naturally, it was easy for them to exploit and consume the wealthy individuals without leaving anything behind. Chapter 25:15, The Birth of Free Coins. For ordinary people, it meant the Imperium's pervasive taxing system was both highly efficient and cruel. Tax evasion was out of the question, and the relentless taxes could be deducted from one's account without the slightest delay. For immortal cultivators, especially the low-level ones who were ambitious and striving to ascend by any means, it meant their entire training plans were laid bare to scrutiny, or worse yet, to the envy of those who did not wish them to grow strong. Training required resources, and the acquisition of these resources left various traces on the spiritual nexus. By simply monitoring the shopping history and the flow of funds, it became straightforward to deduce an immortal cultivator's level and recent advancements in their training. For the leaders of powerful sects and families now in power, they did not want to see aspiring youths or low-level immortal cultivators of lesser bloodlines rise up. By detecting anomalies in a low-level immortal cultivator's account and tracing the resources recently acquired, they could easily discern that the individual was deep in training or preparing for a significant breakthrough. It was then all too easy to play tricks or lay traps at a critical juncture. Even if low-level immortal cultivators sought to rely on their own strength rather than family support, earning funds for their training by working as mercenaries or assassins, if the money was the Imperium's crystal coins and transferred through the spiritual nexus, the families would still uncover their activities. The heads of families and sects had numerous ways to purchase secret transfer records from the black market, effectively choking the throats of low-level immortal cultivators. In short, under the currency system based on the spiritual nexus, those in power firmly controlled the financial lifeline. Social stratification became even more pronounced, and the pathways for advancement were entirely blocked. Low-level immortal cultivators had no freedom to grow. The only way for them to become stronger was to serve as obedient underlings to high-level immortal cultivators. While many immortal cultivators did not mind serving the experts, even more ambitious and rebellious cultivators who aspired to dominate the world did not want to bend to others and have their necks choked for life. Ordinary people might endure the constant exploitation by immortal cultivators, unable to voice their discontent even if they wished. However, the collective discontent of billions of low-level immortal cultivators would certainly impact the entire Imperium. As immortal cultivators, they were born superior, destined to rule the world and conquer the universe, not to be someone else's underlings. Low-level immortal cultivators had never yearned for strength more, but to attain greater power, they needed genuine wealth, wealth that truly belonged to them, not the worthless, imperial crystal coins that were strictly monitored in every transaction. What they craved was a currency that, above all, maintained a relatively stable value. This did not mean that the currency could never inflate, but there should be limits, allowing for inflation in step with the economy's growth, unlike the rapid devaluation of the Imperium's crystal coins. Due to the tireless efforts of the cash printers from the four families, the amount of money sufficient to purchase a hen today would barely cover the cost of an egg tomorrow. More critically, this currency needed to be untraceable and immune to monitoring. Only with these attributes could they trade resources undetected, swiftly expanding beneath the watchful eyes of the high-level immortal cultivators, ultimately challenging their authority. Where there is oppression, there is resistance. Where there is demand, there will be a corresponding product. In response to the pressing needs of the low-level immortal cultivators, free coin emerged. At first, the free coin was not a conventional currency but a virtual one created for entertainment. It was a decentralized, peer-to-peer trading algorithm that arose from crystal processors and the spiritual nexus. Unlike traditional currencies, which are issued by financial institutions, the free coin was generated through a unique algorithm that harnessed the potential of the supercrystal processors throughout the Imperium. Trade records were logged in distributed databases across the spiritual nexus nodes. The algorithm's design and multiple cryptographic features ensured the currency's absolute security. Li Yao, not an economics student, knew little about virtual currencies and thus did not fully grasp the nature of free coins. To put it another way, the free coin was essentially a virtual, anonymous ledger that documented all transactions made by a user. Every member of the Imperium had such a ledger, and the data could be synchronized across all ledgers. This setup made it impossible for any hacker to alter the transaction data of free coins, ensuring unparalleled security. Also, the free coins were not issued by any bank but mined by tapping into the potential of all the supercrystal processors throughout the Imperium. Within a given period, the potential of the supercrystal processors remained stable, making the number of free coins predictable. This stability helped ensure the value of the currency would remain relatively consistent. If the mining potential of the supercrystal processors significantly increased, it would indicate a larger and more powerful network of supercrystal processors. Modern civilization relied heavily on crystal processors, so their enhancement signaled economic growth. In this context, the increase in free coins would pose no significant issues. The system was nearly perfect. However, for the free coin to become a genuine currency, there was still a significant gap to bridge, a perilous leap that required the wings of credit. Currency is essentially a promise of trust. Without this trust, currency is no different from virtual game money. The free coin was initially a concept devised by a group of crystal processor experts among the space pirates at the Imperium's fringes, who created it out of boredom. Its purpose was to serve as a record for the black market trades among the pirates, allowing them to avoid detection by the authorities. The currency's value was underpinned by the pirates' military strength, which limited its worth to the pirate community. In the Imperium's peripheral worlds, however, space pirates were often synonymous with privateers. Many powerful pirate groups were, in reality, the armed forces of warlords in disguise. As the free coin spread among the pirate gangs, it quickly caught the attention of local warlords and the sector master at the Imperium's edge. The central worlds of the Imperium imposed extremely harsh conditions on the peripheral worlds, leading to widespread exploitation. The dumping of goods and the widening price gap were almost destroying the local dominators. However, their entire economic system had long been based on the Imperium's crystal coins, making it impossible for them to keep anything hidden. The emergence of the free coin brought hope to the local dominators. With their intentional indulgence and even encouragement, the free coin quickly became one of the most important trade methods on the black markets at the periphery of the Imperium. It also gained new credit guaranteed by the local dominators with their weapons. Still, the newly born free coin was like a vulnerable baby in a cradle, easily suffocated. However, a serious economic crisis struck the Imperium 100 years ago. The Imperium suffered an unprecedented defeat on the front line. The Black Wind Fleet, known as the strongest border defense force, was defeated. 5 heavily militarized, industrialized worlds were lost to the Covenant Alliance, which was preparing to march toward the Imperium's heartland. Rumors spread, and panic ensued, as if the world was ending. But the Black Wind Fleet did not stop there. Knowing that the court would not forgive them after their failure, they gathered their defeated troops and roamed the Imperium's heartland, proclaiming they would correct their mistake by conquering the desolate worlds at the Imperium's edge. However, they could not embark on their expedition with empty stomachs, so the court had to provide them with significant compensation and a military budget. Their shameless behavior made it clear that they intended to surrender to the Covenant Alliance, taking everyone down with them. At the time, the Emperor was weak, and the 4 families were not united. In the end, they agreed to the Black Wind Fleet's blackmail, despite their anger, paying a huge amount of money to appease the crushed soldiers. As it turned out, the soldiers, after receiving the substantial fees, were killed by the Star Glory Federation at the edge of the cosmos 100 years later. That was the other part of the story. Focusing on the time of the failure, it was Marquis Liaohai Lei Chenghu who stood out and saved the day, preventing the aggressive attacks of the Covenant Alliance. However, the Imperium suffered another major setback. The military expenses and compensations were astronomical. The loss of 5 sectors also triggered a chain reaction in the financial market. It would be a miracle if an economic crisis didn't occur. The economic crisis led to the collapse of the cabinet of Silver Fox Li Jianda, who was the prime minister of the Imperium at that time. It also eroded the last bit of credit in the Imperium's crystal coins. Now, the free coin's credit was nearly zero, but it had a stable value and could be freely traded without being monitored. The crystal coin's credit, however, was also near zero, but it could wildly depreciate at any moment, and every trade procedure was tightly monitored. Even an idiot would know which one to choose. Merchants are always acutely aware of money. When the Black Wind Fleet was crushed on the front line, the business alliance of 10,000 sectors, which had been secretly developing, already foresaw the impending economic crisis. Don't forget that Di Feiwen, the deputy commander of the Black Wind Fleet, also worked for the business alliance of 10,000 sectors. The Black Wind Fleet's blackmail might have been connected to the business alliance of 10,000 sectors as well. Through Di Feiwen and others, the business alliance of 10,000 sectors helped the Black Wind Fleet to blackmail the court, partly contributing to the onset of the economic crisis. On the other hand, it had also placed its bets on the free coin. Chapter 25:16, Internet of Planets. While the most prosperous worlds of the Imperium of true human beings were engrossed in meaningless power struggles and coups, the seemingly insignificant and harmless business alliance of 10,000 sectors quietly rose in the remote lands at the edge of the Imperium. The situation in the Panga universe at this moment was entirely different from 100,000 years ago. In the first 100,000 years after the birth of mankind, nearly every sector could meet the conditions for self-sufficiency. Each habitable planet had enough water, air, minerals, and a stable ecological system. Even without external trade, these worlds could maintain a basic internal circulation. However, since the end of the ancient cultivators, from the war that consumed the 3,000 sectors to the rise and fall of the demons, and down to the Armageddon rebellion between the Supreme Emperor and the Blood God, the fires of war never truly extinguished in the Panga universe. Many world self-circulating systems were destroyed in these wars. Atmospheres were lost, mines were depleted, waters were contaminated, and docile animals turned into ferocious demon beasts. Technological progress had enabled people to conquer resource planets that were previously inaccessible. In areas absolutely unsuitable for human survival, massive settlements capable of accommodating millions of people were established. As a result, at the edge of the Imperium, where resources were limited, most habitable planets lost their ability to be totally self-sufficient, assuming they ever had it in the first place. They now relied on bustling interstellar trade to provide the necessary resources for survival. Thus, the importance of interstellar trade could not be overstated. Many specialists have pointed out that the future is not just an age of the spiritual nexus but also an age of logistics networks and the Internet of Planets. Whoever controls the trade among habitable planets will control the entire universe. In the traditional, prosperous areas of the Imperium, trade routes are dominated by the four families and the merchants affiliated with them. However, building a complete logistics system from scratch in barren, remote, and unprofitable worlds at the edge of the Imperium, and developing the local market until it becomes profitable, requires tremendous time and effort. The four families, accustomed to earning excessive profits through monopolization and taxes, are too lazy to deal with the hicks and bumpkins of the peripheral worlds. As a result, local trade groups and logistics sects grew wildly on their own. After developing for hundreds of years, they wove a web of trade, logistics, and finance that seemed unattractive but was, in fact, impenetrable. Later, these loose forces gathered and emerged as the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors. The peripheral worlds of the Imperium are a chaotic, lawless area where space pirates, merchants, privateers, and regular armies are often indistinguishable. Having fought their way through this bloody jungle, the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors naturally boasts the most daring sailors and captains, the most cunning businessmen, and the most ruthless space pirates. They monopolize the business routes that are like capillary vessels, bringing a constant flow of resources and talent to a planet, allowing it to rise and thrive quickly. They can also turn into space pirates and completely block a planet's trade routes, forcing it to submit obediently. Other than anything else, as long as the warships under the command of the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors could destroy all the spiritual towers and remote communication bases around a planet, causing a network blackout, it would be sufficient to make the planet's civilization degenerate by decades within a year. With such capabilities, the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors was naturally unwilling to remain at the edge of the Imperium, merely supplying the less advanced areas. Moreover, the leader of the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors was well aware that, in the eyes of the powerful nobles of the Imperium, merchants like them were merely pigs fattened for the slaughter. The fatter they grew, the sooner they would be sent to the slaughterhouse. Previously, the four families did not see the profit in trading at the edge of the Imperium, and therefore ignored them. Now, after the Business Alliance had worked hard to develop a profitable market, would the four families, known as immortal cultivators, refrain from coming to claim their share? It was better to attack than to be attacked. The newly formed Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors realized intuitively that it had to combat the old immortal cultivators, the powerful lords and magnates at the center of the cosmos who brutally and crudely exploited the common people through traditional and non-technical means, until only one side remained. The free coin was precisely the sharpest weapon they had chosen. They were about to launch a war, not with crystal suits, star ships, and colossi, but with money, a bloodless conflict. It was a war of currencies. Taking advantage of the immense military pressure from the Covenant Alliance and the rampant inflation in the Imperium, the business alliance of 10,000 sectors secretly began the monetization of the free coin in the peripheral worlds of the Imperium. At first, naturally, nobody viewed the free coin as real money. Despite the inflation, the crystal coin of the Imperium was still considered real money. The Imperium's regime had not changed, so who would trade real money for those worthless free coins? Naturally, the business alliance of 10,000 sectors could not force the peripheral worlds to use the free coin, nor did they initially aim to replace the crystal coin. Instead, they stipulated that their stores would accept both currencies, offering a discount for transactions made with the free coin. The most in-demand goods were also prioritized for buyers using the free coin. This strategy ultimately kickstarted the monetization process. However, the truly effective moves were sales on account and microcredit. The business alliance of 10,000 sectors excelled at generating long-term profits. The South Spirit planet, Huadongling's hometown, is a perfect example. First, they acquired planets with potential for initial development using their vast wealth and connections. Then, through a combination of sales and offers, they attracted many colonizers to settle on these planets. Once the settlements were established and the colonizers had invested everything, viewing these planets as their new homes with no turning back, the alliance would recoup their investment through various consumables. To develop these egg-laying hens, the business alliance of 10,000 sectors provided technical support, microcredit, and even magical equipment to colonizers under attractive conditions. However, there was one requirement: the loans had to be repaid with free coin in the future. Repaying the loans with free coin would grant a discount on the interest rate, while using crystal coin would incur a punitive transfer fee. The business alliance of 10,000 sectors solemnly promised the stability of the free coin's value, ensuring that its exchange rate with the crystal coin would not fluctuate much. At the time when the crystal coin was most devalued, the alliance even linked the free coin to essential assets like compressed air, water purification tablets, and synthetic food, stipulating that one free coin could be exchanged for a specific amount of water and food. It was then referred to as air coin, water coin, and even meat can coin. The name meat can coin was so rustic that the erudite economists of the Imperium, well versed in theories, would have laughed out loud upon hearing it. For the uneducated commoners at the Imperium's fringes, however, it was a fitting and easily understandable term. The free coin was real money that could be exchanged for air, water, and canned meat, offering hope for survival. These measures attracted the first wave of genuine users and believers of the free coin, apart from the space pirates, and infused it with real credibility. From then on, the free coin's value began to rise and grow unstoppably. By the time the Imperium finally recovered from the economic crisis caused by the failure of the Black Wind Fleet, the free coin had already spread like wildfire at the edge of the Imperium and could not be extinguished. Although the economic crisis had passed, the war with the Covenant Alliance was far from over. For the first 50 years, the army, under Lei Chenghu's leadership, was engaged in active defense. In the second 50 years, they gritted their teeth, preparing for a battle of revenge. As the war machine revved up, unnecessary taxes soared. When the central government intended to levy $1 of special war tax, the lower-level branches boldly collected $20 from both hominoids and low-level immortal cultivators alike. In such times, it was impossible for ordinary people to live well or for low-level immortal cultivators to achieve their primitive accumulation for advancement without evading taxes. The only way to evade taxes was to use the free coin. The multitude of taxes was the greatest boon for the free coin, almost like pouring fuel on the fire. Naturally, it was impossible to entirely abandon the crystal coin. Most transactions in real life still had to be conducted using legal tender. However, the critical, covert deals became the arenas where the free coin infiltrated and corrupted. For 100 years, the free coin acted as a kind-hearted plague that most people and low-level cultivators welcomed, corroding the Imperium's foundation. At first, it spread only on a small scale at the edge of the Imperium. Then, it gradually penetrated the traditional central regions of the Imperium. In the end, even many immortal cultivators within the four Kurfürst families began to use the free coin in secret. Is there any immortal cultivator who has never killed others and looted their belongings? Could they trade with crystal coins when selling items on the black market? That would be asking to be caught. Using the free coin wouldn't leave any trace when they were robbing others of their treasures, working as assassins or bounty hunters, or secretly purchasing tremendous resources to prepare for killing their nemesis in the family after advancing to a new level. It couldn't be more convenient. Chapter 25:17, The Utterly Incompatible Belief. Just like that, the free coin gradually completed the process of monetization after 100 years. In many fields, it was on par with the Imperium's crystal coin, if not surpassing it. This is why the business alliance of 10,000 sectors was capable of supporting the reformists in their call for reform and channeling significant capital to the central worlds right under the nose of the four families, leaving the four families powerless to intervene. On the surface, it appeared as a competition between the reformists and the four families, but in reality, it was a battle between the free coin and the crystal coin. This was the main storyline of the magnificent battles over the past century. Of course, the business alliance of 10,000 sectors would never disclose everything openly. The conclusions mentioned above were derived from piecing together fragmented information, including theories from Di Feiwen, the former deputy commander of the Black Wind Fleet, Li Yao's communications with Jin Yuyan, the former director of magical equipment, Queen Li Linghai's public declarations, Boss Bai's insights into the Imperium space pirates, and the understanding of the free coin by Xiaoming, Wanwan, and the Fist King. It can be said that no one inside the Imperium, except Li Yao, could gather first-hand information from so many angles, making it possible to piece together the bigger picture. The leadership of the four families might have known that the free coin was formidable, but they likely underestimated just how formidable it was. Those who overly worship violence often underestimate the power of money. Even Li Yao realized he had been deceived only after sorting through everything. At the time, Di Feiwen had not told him the full truth. The man's claims, including that the business alliance of 10,000 sectors was just a harmless organization of small merchants struggling to survive at the edge of the Imperium, and that the Imperium had been exploiting and threatening them, were all lies. 100 years ago, the business alliance of 10,000 sectors had already monopolized the logistics and trade network in the peripheral worlds of the Imperium and won the support of billions of people there. They were also preparing to launch a critical strike on the ruling class of the Imperium using free coin. The Black Wind Fleet's rampage through the central area of the Imperium after the debacle, and their expedition for substantial compensation, also had a lot to do with the business alliance of 10,000 sectors, as the organization was in dire need of a new economic crisis. Furthermore, was the collapse of the Black Wind Fleet really inevitable? The five worlds, including the Black Wind Fleet, had been safe for 900 years and were likely heavily guarded. How could they have been so easily broken through by the Covenant Alliance? Was there more to the story? These events, buried in the dust of history, still reminded Li Yao that the immortal cultivators of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors were cunning and sleazy. A simple and dutiful cultivator like Li Yao must be very cautious when dealing with them. One moment of carelessness, and he could be tricked, even counting money for them after being sold out. Li Yao secretly felt lucky that he resisted the temptation when he first arrived in the Imperium and did not reach out to the business alliance of 10,000 sectors during his most difficult times. If he had truly been 100% convinced by Di Feiwen and gone to the business alliance of 10,000 sectors, confessing everything frankly, it was true that the business alliance of 10,000 sectors might have helped him. However, he would also have become a pawn for the organization and a slave to money. Cooperation was certainly an option, but Li Yao must be the leader, and the boundaries of the cultivators must be respected. This was the unshakable, fundamental principle. Overall, this is about the current situation. While the Imperium's 20 years of counterattacks on the Covenant Alliance have secured a glorious triumph, a new economic crisis is brewing and may be triggered by a random spark. At this moment, the credibility of the crystal coin is already entirely gone. The only thing that supports it is violence, the violence that proclaims the invincibility of the four families. Making gestures, Li Yao explained to Li Jialing, "That's why Great Blackstar attacked the capital at great risk. The Imperium's capital today, lackluster as it is, appears far worse than the heart of the Imperium 500 years ago. In terms of military and economy, losing it is not a significant issue. However, from the perspective of economics and morale, the fall of the capital is like an earthquake that shatters the illusion of the four families' invincibility. The only reason the economy in the territories of the four families hasn't collapsed, and people still accept the crystal coin in their transactions, is the absolute power that the four families wield. But now, that absolute power has been greatly challenged, and people's faith in it has been severely shaken. Do you understand? Wu Yingqi doesn't need to attack the territories of the four families at all. All he needs to do is defend the capital and display his strength. The longer the reformists hold the capital, the less credit the four families will have. By the time their credit is completely gone, they won't be able to pay wages. No matter how many experts in the nascent soul stage and the divinity transformation stage they have, it won't make a difference. The immortal cultivators at the bottom will rebel, and social order will collapse. The weight of the four families will crush them. Naturally, the great experts in the four families won't just wait to be killed. However, destruction is always easier than construction. It takes only a few days to ruin the credit of a currency, but it will take forever and many approaches to restore people's faith in the crystal coin. The most direct approach is, of course, to retake the capital and eliminate the illegitimate reform committee of the Council of Elders. However, the four families are not yet ready to take the risk. Jumping from the outside world to attack a dangerous place like the capital is certainly no small matter. If they fail again due to carelessness, losing face before the entire universe, the rule of the four families would be utterly doomed. Thus, while delaying under the pretense that the new emperor is about to ascend the throne, the four families have gathered their forces to attack the Seven Seas Grand Market, the stronghold of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors and the heart of the free coin. Since it's impossible to quickly restore people's faith in the crystal coin, they might as well render the free coin worthless. Once the trade routes of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors at the edge of the Imperium are destroyed, making it impossible for people to buy air, water, and food with any amount of free coins, countless individuals will die of hunger, thirst, and suffocation, free coins in hand. When the news breaks, will anyone actually use the free coin? This is the entire background of the Battle of the Seven Seas and its strategic significance. So, don't just see the battle as a prelude to conquering the capital, it will truly decide the future of the country. Li Yao finished his iced juice and looked through his glass cup at the twisted universe outside. The shining stars seemed to have turned into glittering coins. Money was truly something far more lovable than divinity transformation stage experts. After all, money could be exchanged for food, water, and everything else people needed to live, while divinity transformation stage experts usually brought only slaughter and destruction. Although Brother Yao's points about the free coin sound appealing, I still feel it's not right, Li Jialing said slowly, frowning for a long time. How should I put it? Intuitively, I still don't like the free coin. I think it's an abnormal monster that can't be considered a real currency. The most crucial issue is that it's completely untraceable and cannot be monitored. Every transaction is entirely invisible. This is terrifying. It's not only easy but almost certain to be exploited by criminals. Even good people could be tempted to turn bad. Brother Yao mentioned that using the free coin can avoid the redundant taxes of the Imperium, but isn't it justified for the country to levy taxes? If no one pays taxes, how can the government function? Who will be responsible for massive public infrastructure, military funding, compulsory education, and public healthcare? When the Covenant Alliance or other alien species attack us, where will the funds come from to defend our civilization? Despite all the bad things the authorities of the Imperium have done, they at least resisted the aggression of the Covenant Alliance for the past 1,000 years. Every cannonball fired at the Covenant Alliance is built with the taxes paid by thousands of people. If everyone uses free coin and doesn't pay taxes, will there be any cannonballs at all? Hee hee. Absolute freedom will only lead to absolute chaos. I don't like untraceable virtual currency at all. You've become much smarter. Li Yao remarked in amazement. Even you can't tolerate the fatal flaw of free coin. How can a great man of the time like Blackstar the Great, who is determined to be an eternal emperor, accept that the foundation of the country is out of his control? Therefore, Wu Yingqi can't be supporting free coin out of goodwill. He is only using it to undermine the four families. On the other hand, Jin Yuyan is the most ardent supporter and advocate of free coin. He was even nominated as the director of the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors due to his efforts in promoting free coin. Free coin is the source of his power and the foundation of his belief. I believe he would rather die than change his stance on free coin. Judging from the development of the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors and free coin over the past 100 years, it's clear that Jin Yuyan is a tough person. When I met him before, he seemed like a plain, friendly businessman. I didn't realize he was such a sophisticated expert. Even Queen Li Linghai is a puppet to him. However, Jin Yuyan couldn't have anticipated that there would be a player as experienced as Blackstar the Great in this dangerous game. Li Linghai appears to be his puppet on the surface, but in fact, she is Wu Yingqi's puppet. However, Wu Yingqi does not want to end on bad terms with Jin Yuyan yet, as he hasn't completed the final preparations. Jin Yuyan is as determined as Blackstar the Great. Their beliefs are highly incompatible, except that they have a mutual enemy, the four families, for now. That's why I'm confident in persuading Jin Yuyan. Chapter 25:18, The Overview of the Seven Seas Grand Market. Li Jialing frowned and asked, if Brother Yao knows that Jin Yuyan is a determined man and that the free coin is so dangerous, why are you still relieved to cooperate with those cunning merchants? Like I said, it's the lesser of two evils. Li Yao opened his hands and said, I wish that all the immortal cultivators at the center of the cosmos somehow had brain damage, turning them into kind-hearted, selfless, and altruistic cultivators like me, so we could build a beautiful tomorrow together. But how is that possible? We can only strike the unpardonable immortal cultivators with the slightly better ones first, and then figure out a way to transform the slightly better cultivators. A real cultivator is a practical realist, not an idealist who just talks about dreams. Even if we are hoping to change the entire universe, we have to change one planet at a time. Besides, I don't think that the free coin is truly untraceable and cannot be monitored. It will still leave abundant and clear information during trades, except that the trades are mostly conducted on the dynamic network, and the parties in the trades are all anonymous. But the dynamic network is not really uncapturable. Even though the veil of the free coin cannot be torn apart for now, I believe that the problem will be solved sooner or later with technological progress. Li Jialing furrowed his eyebrows and fell silent for a long time before suddenly saying, the universe is too large, and there are too many problems. I suddenly understand Great Blackstar's anxiety and tenacity now. If I were Wu Yingqi, I would have gone crazy in less than 3 days, faced with all the troubles, including the Covenant Alliance, the Reformists, the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors, the Cultivators, the Warlords, and the Free Coin, Li Yao said. Are you serious? You're feeling compassionate toward Wu Yingqi now? Li Jialing sniffed and said, Wu Yingqi occupies the Queen's shell and tries to take over my body. We are naturally sworn enemies, and I only wish I could kill him myself. However, even if Wu Yingqi is killed, so what? Will the chaotic universe resume tranquility? Who can govern the Imperium in Wu Yingqi's place? Would it be a cunning merchant who worships absolute freedom like Jin Yuyan, or a cultivator like Brother Yao? Brother Yao, are you capable of it? Huh. Li Yao thought carefully for a moment and replied, in terms of strength, Blackstar the Great is absolutely no match for me, but everyone has their own gifts. When it comes to governing the country, I'm afraid I am slightly worse than him. I probably can't replace him. That's right. What will the future of the Imperium be? The young man was deep in thought, looking at the mysterious stars outside the window. Right then, Little Bear shivered and slowed down. They had passed the inspection, and the ship was pulled to a port at the edge of the Seven Seas Grand Market. All right. As a young man, you shouldn't focus on such things. Li Yao patted Li Jialing's head and said, after all, if the sky falls, those taller than me will be holding it up for you. You are not asked to manage the Imperium. Why do you care about national affairs? It seems to me that you are more mature now. I don't even know how to respond to you. That's not very nice. This is just who I am, Li Jialing sniffed. Li Lingfeng raised me as his heir years ago. During those few years, he implanted a plethora of national affairs into my head. I sealed them away before, not wanting to remember them. But no matter how I sealed them, they kept bubbling up from my mind, especially after absorbing the Imperial Flame Pearl's power. Whenever I encounter a problem, I can't stop analyzing it. What choice do I have? While they spoke, Little Bear had anchored at a port on the edge of the Seven Seas Grand Market. Ripples of spiritual energy surged into the cabin, connecting Little Bear to the dynamic spiritual nexus of the Seven Seas Grand Market. More and more 3D light beams sprang up around them, as if the whole starship were dissolving into the vibrant, splendid market in the vacuum. Li Yao and Li Jialing were both astonished by the enormity and grandeur of the Seven Seas Grand Market. At its core was a planet that had been hollowed out. Since the entire Seven Seas space zone was riddled with spatial rifts, making it one of the most suitable places for space jumps on the edge of the Imperium, the location had been developed into a massive transfer station and military base in the Star Ocean Imperium. The planet itself was a colossal arsenal. After 10,000 years of development, the planet was unrecognizable. Its interior had been hollowed out and constructed into a structure that resembled a beehive or an ant colony. On the surface of the planet, countless circular rails had been constructed, which expanded outward incessantly, branching into vacuum tubes. Adjacent to these vacuum tubes were spherical living cabins, and surrounding these cabins were more vacuum tubes. Further out, these were connected to permanent living quarters modified from abandoned starships, which, in turn, linked to more vacuum tubes, starships, and spherical cabins. Today, no one could count the number of floors in the Seven Seas Grand Market, or the number of zones and inhabitants it contained. It was a haven for space pirates, a resort for wanted criminals, a stage for the unknown to earn their fame with their lives, a paradise for adventurers, and a graveyard for cowards. This was the black market of black markets, the slaughterhouse of slaughterhouses, and the heaven of heavens. This was the freest place in the entire universe. At this moment, the latest catalog of goods and services from the Seven Seas Grand Market, along with the demo system from the Grand Illusionary Land, had synchronized with the mainframe crystal processor of Little Bear, allowing them to be displayed directly. Through the trade system with the Grand Illusionary Land, merchants could browse the commodities vividly. After transactions were completed using free coins on the spiritual nexus, fully automatic barges would load the goods onto starships. Merchants did not need to leave their starships throughout the entire process, making it incredibly convenient. Of course, for unique heavenly materials and earthly treasures that required in-person verification, or when the merchandise involved human resources such as mercenaries, assassins, or regular laborers, merchants still needed to enter the Seven Seas Grand Market to complete the trades. Li Yao was preparing to secretly contact Jin Yuyan. He naturally needed to get off. But before leaving Little Bear, it wouldn't hurt to look around the virtual market and see what was available. Both of them were experts with extraordinary computational abilities. As soon as they made the decision, they were immediately connected to the demo system of the Grand Illusionary Land, and a torrent of product names cascaded from the 3D light beam like a waterfall. The catalog ranged from basic items like water cleaning pills, air circulation chips, and canned synthetic food, to refined industrial minerals and strengthening drugs for experts, to sensitive items like space shuttles, crystal suits, battle puppets, and even modified, half-armed carriers. They felt rather dazzled. Clicking on the latest half-armed carrier to read the introduction, Li Jialing discovered it was based on a new model of carriers co-developed by the four families. But questions remained. Where did the business alliance of 10,000 sectors get so many advanced carriers, and how did they obtain the most confidential technological manuals to complete the modifications? Looking at the product description, which stated it was an original product from a magical equipment base of the four families, Li Jialing couldn't help but feel absurd. The goods provided in the Seven Seas Grand Market are truly numerous. Li Jialing found it hard to understand. The coalition fleet of the four families has clearly blocked most of the sailing routes, trapping the business alliance of 10,000 sectors in the Seven Seas Space Zone, their base. Yet so many goods are still supplied here without restriction, and so many business teams have arrived here, passing through the control of the four families. This is utterly unreasonable. Li Yao told Li Jialing that it was because he did not know the whole story. The business alliance of 10,000 sectors did not produce any goods. Instead, they released shares of many shipping groups, inviting interested individuals to join their great cause. They simply provided a platform where trades were free and anonymous. The corporations that traded and made fortunes on this platform were countless. Who created these corporations, or who secretly controlled them? Of course, it was the immortal cultivators, including those from the four families. An immortal cultivator from a secondary bloodline of the four families might get a minor government job or become an unimportant officer in the fleet. With their salaries and yearly dividends from their family, they would never go hungry, but they would never be fully satisfied either. Faced with a life of insignificance, a certain corporation affiliated with the business alliance of 10,000 sectors offered them shares in secret, asking for nothing in return except their friendship. Who could refuse such an offer? This practice did not start yesterday, it began decades ago, well before the business alliance of 10,000 sectors fully revealed its ambitions. At that time, it was entirely legal. After decades of operations, their shares, if converted into free coins, amounted to a considerable sum of money. From the four families to other noble houses, and from minor officials in the central worlds to warlords in the peripheral worlds, who did not have shares in corporations under the business alliance of 10,000 sectors, who did not have free coins in their secret accounts far exceeding their legitimate income, and who did not receive annual bribes from the business alliance of 10,000 sectors. Their friendship was certainly worth it. Right now, those people were asked to besiege the business alliance of 10,000 sectors, cutting off their means of making money and turning the free coins in their pockets into meaningless numbers. That was certainly not going to happen. Chapter 25:19, When a Country is About to Die. Li Jialing thought for a moment and shook his head solemnly. That's not entirely the case. Take Li Wuji, for example. At first, he seemed determined to annihilate the business alliance of 10,000 sectors, and his conquest of the blue sky market was ruthless. Li Wuji is a hereditary marquis of the Imperium. The privileges the country grants him annually are astronomical. The funds his small family receives from the court each year are enough to cover the expenses of an entire sect. That's just a minor part of his wealth. His main source of income comes from the mines, farmlands, and monopolies under his name, which have been in his family for hundreds of years. Li Yao counted on his fingers and explained to Li Jialing. He owns hundreds of thousands of acres of the best farmland. The rice he grows is natural, unpolluted, and strengthening. He also has vast ranches with millions of livestock. The profits are enormous. No matter how he spends, he can't exhaust all his wealth. Thus, Li Wuji is naturally too proud to accept the business alliance of 10,000 sectors bribes. He doesn't need to conspire with the rebels. He is determined to eliminate all rebels to maintain his position as a marquis of the Imperium, where his greatest interests lie. I almost forgot. You're from the Li family too. You've surely seen a lot of such things. You don't need me to tell you the ratio of lucky dogs like Li Wuji in the Li family, which is already one of the most affluent families in the Imperium. What is life like for most of the people in the Li family? Li Jialing recalled his past and couldn't help but nod. That's quite true. Of 100,000 people in the Li family, not even half have the position and power of Li Wuji. Most members of the Li family are no different from immortal cultivators of other surnames. They are exploited even more because the main bloodline's descendants are highly wary of those from the secondary bloodlines and do everything possible to block their rise, fearing that their privileges will be stolen if the secondary bloodlines advance. Why did I keep a low profile for years? On one hand, it was because I despised Li Lingfeng's ruthlessness, but on the other hand, it was also because I had seen too many distinguished talents in training murdered mysteriously. Exactly, Li Yao said. The upper class, like Li Wuji, who have claimed all the benefits, naturally regard the business alliance of 10,000 sectors as a sworn enemy. But the immortal cultivators at the bottom enjoy nothing and are monitored all the time. When they do not want to accept their fate and seek advancement, they need extra resources. The only way to earn the money for these resources is through the shares offered by the business alliance of 10,000 sectors or the profits from ventures based on the organization's anonymous platform. All shares and profits will eventually be exchanged into the free coin. Even the lower class of the four families has been riddled with holes by the free coin. Not to mention the local warlords and leaders who have been on the business alliance of 10,000 sectors side from the start and have been conducting transactions with free coin for 100 years. They have wagered their life savings on the free coin and the business alliance of 10,000 sectors for a long time. Isn't asking those people to settle the rebels the same as asking thieves to catch thieves? Of course, the four families still possess extremely high combat capabilities. The power of their elite fleets cannot be ignored by anyone. Neither the low-ranking immortal cultivators nor the local warlords will openly challenge them. They all openly declare their loyalty to the Kurfürsten. But when real action is required, they will simply procrastinate or pretend they did not receive the orders. No one is a fool. Often, the routes and intelligence details are sent to the business alliance of 10,000 sectors before the fleet leaves the home port. Some individuals are even using the guise of "settle the rebels" to ship assets to the business alliance of 10,000 sectors, making enormous profits in the process. Tell me, how is a war supposed to be fought under these conditions? So, is it really surprising that the market here is so prosperous, despite the looming war? Li Jialing was stunned for a long moment before he said, "That does make sense." So, in a way, the few great nobles at the top who are determined to fight can't do anything about those under their command? They don't have any solutions to begin with, Li Yao said. Let's say the captain of a warship is a major noble with numerous properties. He may disdain the minor bribes from the business alliance of 10,000 sectors and be a staunch hawk determined to eliminate the rebels. However, below him, the advisors, chief mate, fire control officer, manager of the engine compartment, head of operations, everyone holds shares in the business alliance of 10,000 sectors. They have their own channels to trade intelligence for free coins. During every major festival, they receive gifts from the business alliance of 10,000 sectors. Chances are, they even have a few mistresses and illegitimate children in certain secret markets under the business alliance of 10,000 sectors. Tell me, can such a warship have any combat ability, no matter how magnificent its performance and firepower? No matter how awesome a captain is, he cannot control a starship on his own, can he? The case for the warship is exactly the same for the so-called coalition fleet of the four families. Otherwise, how could they be in a dilemma against a garrison of merchants in the peripheral worlds, even with the toughest fleet at the center of the cosmos? Li Jialing fell silent, looking rather gloomy. While he was not fond of the four families, he felt deeply troubled when he considered how corrupt the once glorious and unstoppable army of the Imperium had become. Browsing through the catalogue of goods of the Seven Seas Grand Market, especially the most sensitive military assets, he felt more and more upset as he read on. He simply clicked on another item and turned a few pages. His eyes widened, and he couldn't help but shout, "Brother Yao, look! What's the meaning of this?" Li Yao craned his head to take a look. "Oh, that's the service of back shooting. What's the problem?" Li Jialing asked. "What is back shooting?" Li Yao said, "It's an agreement between someone in the coalition fleet of the four families and someone in the business alliance of 10,000 sectors. The agreement is for the four families' members to kill their superiors. Typically, they set a precise time and location. The business alliance of 10,000 sectors attracts the enemy's fire, while the others shoot their superiors in the back. With their superiors caught off guard, the chances of success are quite high." Li Jialing asked, "Why would they do that?" Li Yao opened his hands and said, "There are many reasons. For example, as I mentioned, most low-ranking officers on a warship are affiliated with the business alliance of 10,000 sectors. If a stubborn, inconsiderate captain prevents everyone from making money, wouldn't it be natural for them to unite and kill their superior? Or perhaps they simply covet their superior's position. A deputy captain might want to become the captain, and the captain might want to become the fleet commander. Normally, they wouldn't have the chance, but on a constantly changing battlefield, if they conspire with the enemy in advance, it's more than easy to kill their superior." Li Jialing still found it hard to believe. Pointing at the light beam with a trembling finger, he asked, "But why is such a secret matter so openly listed here? Aren't they afraid others might learn it? Even if others learn it, what can they do?" Li Yao said. "Just scroll down. See? There are thousands of inquiries about the back shooting service. Let me tell you a public secret. Almost every deputy captain on the warships of the immortal cultivators wants to kill the captain and replace him, even if the captain is their biological brother. Sometimes, it doesn't help even if the captain is their father." Li Jialing mumbled, "How can this happen? This is exactly what I said before. When a world of the immortal cultivators develops to its peak, it becomes a war of everyone against everyone. It can't be helped. If you accept the advantages of the true path of immortality, you must also accept the disadvantages," Li Yao said casually. "Ever since the immortal cultivators agreed on the principle of survival of the fittest, today's situation has been inevitable." Li Jialing thought for a moment and found it impossible to refute Li Yao. He simply changed the menu and read the war bonds and long-term benefits on sale. The young man's eyes widened as he read on. How is this possible? A level 1 grand pure mine, with an annual yield of 500,000 tons, is only charged 50,000 free coins? This is almost free. Brother Yao, is it really not a scam? Li Yao glanced at it. Of course it's not. The business alliance of 10,000 sectors is quite credible. But look more closely. Where exactly is this mine? Li Jialing read it carefully. It's on the fourth planet of the North P space zone in the North Stone sector. That doesn't sound right. Isn't the North Stone sector in the Lee family's territory? This mine must have an owner. It should belong to someone in the Lee family. Exactly. It is currently owned. The business alliance of 10,000 sectors is known for its honesty, at least on the surface. Look, there are detailed files about the current owner here. Oh, it does belong to an elder of the Lee family, Li Yao said with a smile. However, if the reformists win in the end and completely control the Imperium, and the atrocious elder of the Lee family is killed, to whom do you think the mine will belong? That is exactly what long-term benefit means. It cannot be fulfilled until the comprehensive victory of the reformists. That's why it's being sold at such a low price. Speaking of which, it's just 50,000 free coins, and you will have a chance to be the owner of a major mine. You can't lose anything in the purchase. It's actually worth gambling. Oh, it's stated here that the descendants of the Lee family are entitled to discounts. You seem qualified. Are you interested in it? This is truly a fair deal. Chapter 2520, Jin Yuyan Strategy. Li Jialing thought for a long time and said, rather disturbed, this isn't a bargain, it's a shameless scheme. If I were a low-ranking immortal cultivator in the Li family and received such a long-term benefit, wouldn't I hope my family fails? Only if my family fails and the elder is dead can my long-term benefit be realized. If thousands of low-ranking immortal cultivators secretly purchase such long-term benefits, how can we possibly fight the war? That's the point, Li Yao said. Purchasing such a long-term benefit is like carving flesh from your own family's elder. Plus, the purchase requires your real name, which is like a declaration of loyalty. It's certainly risky. If the 10,000 sectors business alliance fails and the secret agreements fall into the hands of the four families' leaders, none of the low-ranking immortal cultivators would fare well. So, I estimate 99% of them wouldn't dare take the risk. However, among the immortal cultivators, there are always gamblers willing to take their chances. If even 1% of the ambitious and fierce immortal cultivators dare to buy shares that belong to the leaders, they will be tied to the tank of the 10,000 sectors business alliance and the reformists. Do I need to tell you who they will support and how they will perform in the war? What we see now is just the tip of the iceberg. According to Zhou Tianying, the manager of the Blue Sky Market, the truly valuable benefits will not be sold on the public market at all. It would be offered for free to the middle class in the four families, who are quite powerful but have no hope of further promotion. For the business alliance of 10,000 sectors and the reformists, those mines, farmlands, ranches, and factories are not theirs to begin with, so there is no cost. As long as the middle-class people, who have no hope, are bold enough to take it, they will have to work for the business alliance of 10,000 sectors and the reformists, thereby undermining the leading figures in their families. After a brief silence, Li Jialing murmured, how many of the middle class in the four families have accepted such offers? More than you think, Li Yao replied. This isn't the first time that the middle class from the four families have dealt with the business alliance of 10,000 sectors. They have been friends with the organization for decades, and it was due to the gifts from the business alliance of 10,000 sectors that they managed to climb up the ranks within their families. In other words, the business alliance of 10,000 sectors has substantial evidence of their bribery and conspiracies. Under normal circumstances, the business alliance of 10,000 sectors wouldn't kill the goose that lays golden eggs. It's easy to use those pieces of evidence to threaten someone, but who would still cooperate with the business alliance of 10,000 sectors afterward? However, if the business alliance of 10,000 sectors is truly on the brink of death, they won't be so considerate. Some people will have to go down with them. Considering the brutal internal competition in the four families, once someone is proven to be associated with the business alliance of 10,000 sectors, would they have any chance of survival? Since their chances of survival are slim, why would they turn down such prosperous offers when they have the opportunity to accept them? Just like that, from the bottom class to the middle class, too many immortal cultivators from the four families have been dragged into the swamp. By the time they realize what's going on, there is already no turning back. Li Jialing sighed. Do the leaders of the four families know their subordinates are so corrupt? What can they do even if they know? Can they just execute all the subordinates who do the actual work? With war looming, unity is more crucial than ever. Investigating a single case will make everyone worry about themselves, and morale will plummet. How can they fight the war then? Li Yao sneered. You have crystal suits, but I have money. You have starships, but I have options. You have colossi, but I can take down your entire maintenance team with sugar-coated cannonballs. That's exactly the strategy of Jin Yuyan, the director of the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors. Li Jialing thought for a long time, awed by Jin Yuyan's toughness. I didn't know until today that a non-battle type expert in the divinity transformation stage could be so formidable too. The immortal cultivators place so much importance on the principle of survival of the fittest that pure strength is prioritized above all else. The battle-type immortal cultivators often look down on the non-battle type immortal cultivators, Li Yao said. Little do they know that human civilization has long entered the age of teamwork, cooperation, and division of labor. There are many forces more powerful than pure physical strength, but they can barely emerge under the true path of immortality system. But once such forces surface, the simple warriors, who know nothing except their fists and blades, can hardly do anything to deal with them. Let's go. The inspection is all done. We can head to the market now. Li Yao patted Li Jialing's shoulder, hinting that it was time for business. The two of them went to Wudongling to bid her farewell. Naturally, they did not forget to ask about the trades of goods on Little Bear. The raw minerals brought by Little Bear were not very valuable and were not expected to sell much. However, since they were bold enough to cross the blockades and reach the Seven Seas Grand Market during wartime, they had set a good example for others. Therefore, the staff of the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors stated that even though the minerals were not valuable enough to allow them to purchase the assets they needed, a batch of life necessities could be sold to them on credit to help address the crisis on the South Spirit Planet for now. It was a generous offer. The people from the South Spirit Planet were deeply grateful to the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors and the reformists. After thanking the merchants, they promised to spread the news among other colonized planets around the South Spirit Planet, informing everyone of the benevolence of the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors and that it was the four Kurfürst families who had denied them a chance to live. Knowing that Little Bear would return with its cargo full, Li Yao and Li Jialing were both relieved. Saying goodbye to the girl, they left the port and officially entered the Seven Seas Grand Market. The Seven Seas Grand Market was divided into the internal district and the external district. Since absolute freedom was the guiding principle, the examination was not too thorough. No one cared about who they were or why they were there. The guards of the Business Alliance checked their weapons only roughly, ensuring there was no massively destructive magical equipment present. They even turned a blind eye to the travelers' fake names and obvious masks. The two were given cards equipped with dynamic passwords for trade and allowed to pass. Li Yao and Li Jialing found themselves amidst mercenaries, merchants, assassins, and various prisoners, nearly all adorned in dazzling masks and long, hooded robes that concealed their entire bodies. They squeezed into the vast, transparent capsules within the vacuum tube, where a thick fluid bubbled up from the base, enveloping all passengers. With a hum, as everyone was fully submerged in the fluid, they felt a slight vibration in their eardrums. The surroundings turned into a blur of colorful streaks, hurtling them toward the depths of the Seven Seas Grand Market at incredible speed. After a mere dozen minutes, they had already left the port and its surroundings far behind, diving into the luminous belly of the beast of perpetual commerce. When Li Yao and Li Jialing finally emerged from the thick fluid in their transparent capsules, they found their bodies dry and comfortable, their hair untouched by the fluid. Before they could marvel at their state, they were dazzled by the kaleidoscope of colors and the vibrant bustle before them. It was the liveliest market they had ever seen, each square inch filled with elaborate billboards and a cacophony of sounds. Beneath the signs, adventurers from across the Imperium mingled, dressed in the most outlandish fashions and forms. Even Li Jialing, who resembled a cheetah, was no longer remarkable, for there were countless others far more peculiar. All in all, if Fist Dragon City, the establishment outside the Star Glory Federation, were 100 times larger and more chaotic, it would almost resemble the Seven Seas Grand Market. Even as the armies of the four families drew near and the battle for survival loomed, the Seven Seas Grand Market retained a surprising lack of tension. Horse races and balls continued, and the city remained aglow with lights. The occasional public announcement echoing through the enclosed spaces served as the only reminder that the area was at war. Money is freedom, money is life, money is everything. The four Kurfürst families are attempting to steal the wealth we've worked hard to accumulate over a century and to eliminate each and every one of us. Citizens on the Imperium's frontier, gather your courage and defend your wealth. Money is sacred and inviolable. Urgent news. Urgent news. The 9 sector masters of the Southern Sky Sectors have recently signed the Cooperative Protection Agreement of the Southern Sky Sectors, in response to the four Kurfürst families' demand that they march, stating they will not comply with the illegitimate order. All starships from the 9 Southern Sky Sectors have departed the coalition fleet of the four families and will remain neutral in the upcoming conflict. Breaking news. Just now, General Yun Zhengxin, the highest commander of the 4th Battle Zone of the Expeditionary Force, announced that, due to the turmoil within the Imperium and in preparation for the next wave of attacks by the Covenant Alliance, all fleets in the 4th Battle Zone will come under the command of Lei Chenghu, Marquis of Liaohai, moving forward. He will also send the most excellent, patriotic soldiers to the capital to discuss the issues of a joint cabinet with the Reform Committee of the Council of Elders alongside Lei Chenghu's astounding Thunder Fleet. The astonishing news has triggered a chain reaction in other battle areas. In the future Imperium, the real, pure, righteous, and patriotic soldiers will certainly play a larger role. Li Jialing listened attentively for a while. Then he pulled Li Yao's sleeve and said in excitement, "Brother Yao, did you hear that? The situation seems to be in favor of the reformists. Many more forces in the Expedition Army and the peripheral worlds of the Imperium are now inclined toward the reformists. Such fake news is only for entertainment. Don't take it too seriously," Li Yao scoffed. "Merchants are best at bragging. When they have a tiny boat, they dare to pretend it is a main force warship. If you believe half of the 100 sentences they say, you might be sold by them without knowing." Li Jialing was slightly stunned. "Is it fake? It's certainly not entirely true. This is just meant to stabilize the market and boost morale," Li Yao said. "I've heard a few things about the 9 southern sky sectors. They are just 9 barren, developing worlds at the edge of the Imperium. In terms of military forces, resources, or experts, are they even close to the 4 families? Even if the 9 southern sky sectors intend to remain neutral, they will only cheer for others without doing any real work. How would they dare to openly compete with the 4 Kurfürst families? Wouldn't it be like a slap in the face of the 4 Kurfürsten if they claim they won't follow the illegitimate order? Those sector masters are certainly not bold enough to do so. As for the second news, all the fleets in the 4th battle area of the Expedition Army are pledging loyalty to Lei Chenghu, Marquis Liaohai? In terms of prestige, connections, and combat ability of the fleet, Lei Chenghu is indeed the toughest general in the Expedition Army. He deserves to be the highest commander of the Expedition Army. Besides, the Expedition Army's stance is rather ambiguous. Most of the soldiers in the Expedition Army are from the peripheral worlds of the Imperium, although they receive commands from the 4 families. However, the Expedition Army is the real neutral force here, neither aiding the peripheral worlds nor the four families. It is clear that they intend to claim all the advantages in the end. However, I do not believe that the fourth battle area of the expedition army has openly declared loyalty to Lei Chenghu. The critical issue here is resources. The reformists have only occupied the imperial terminus sector. It is impossible to supply the expedition army with resources from the capital alone. The peripheral worlds where the business alliance of 10,000 sectors is based are too far from the newly recovered territory. No matter how abundant the resources of the Seven Seas Grand Market are, it is nearly impossible to transport them to the front lines and meet the expedition army's astronomical daily consumption. The result is that the battle areas of the expedition army still rely on the supplies from the four families to sustain themselves. Their necks have been tied by logistics and supplies. They cannot easily break ties with the four families. Tilting his head, Li Jialing thought for a while and said in disappointment, "It does seem that way. The business alliance of 10,000 sectors is quite shameless to concoct such lies. It might be too hasty to call them lies." "There is more to it," Li Yao said after a moment of thought. "I believe that the warlords of the 9 southern sky sectors and the leaders of the expedition army must have secretly reached out to the business alliance of 10,000 sectors or even reached agreements with them. That is why the business alliance of 10,000 sectors is bold enough to release such fake news first. Whether or not it is true, the morale of the four families will be affected, and their relationship with other forces will be weakened. Speaking of which, God of War Lei Chenghu's movements are rather mysterious. Initially, he was pinned into the heartland of the four families like a nail. Logically, the four families should have removed the nail from their heartland before launching any major military operation. However, I have not heard that the astounding Thunder Fleet encountered any significant battle. Does Lei Chenghu know about Blackstar the Great Secret? If he does, what is his attitude? What is the veteran, who has been fighting wars for 200 years, thinking? Li Yao was deep in thought. His impression of Lei Chenghu was not bad. Though the man was a cold, heartless, model immortal cultivator, he was also a respectable opponent who deserved to be fought with strength, unlike the selfish, false immortal cultivators of the four families, who were scumbags like sticky slugs. The former reminded Li Yao of Iron Commander Zhou Hengdao, the soldier of iron and blood from the Star Glory Federation. He respected the man even in a life-and-death battle. As for the latter, Li Yao would consider it a stain to his boots even if he stepped on them. In Li Yao's plan, Lei Chenghu was as critical a part as Jin Yuyan. However, the stubborn immortal cultivator was certainly not as easily persuaded as Jin Yuyan might be. It was likely that he would even ardently worship and support Blackstar the Great. So, he needed to make thorough plans. Li Jialing jabbed him with her elbow and asked, "Brother Yao, let's leave Lei Chenghu for now. How exactly are we going to approach Jin Yuyan?" Li Yao narrowed his eyes and looked around. Pointing at a splendid and crowded building ahead, he said, "Do you see it? It's the commodity market, the heart of the Seven Seas Grand Market." Li Yao told Li Jialing that the Seven Seas Grand Market was divided into an internal and an external district. The internal district was for the staff of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors and VIPs. Jin Yuyan usually lived and worked in the internal district. With Li Yao and Li Jialing's skills, getting a VIP card wouldn't be difficult. However, entering the internal district required thorough security checks. Not only was large-scale destructive magical equipment forbidden, but even their cosmos rings would be tightly locked. Their identities would also be investigated, which could be quite troublesome. Li Yao estimated that the business alliance of 10,000 sectors must have been deeply infiltrated by Blackstar the Great secret spies, and Wu Yingqi's people must be lurking in the key positions around Jin Yuyan, ready to act on orders to kill Jin Yuyan if anything went wrong. Li Yao didn't want to put Jin Yuyan in unnecessary danger or to let Wu Yingqi know that he had come to the Seven Seas Grand Market. Therefore, he couldn't openly enter the internal district and request a meeting with Jin Yuyan. Zhou Tianying, the manager of the Blue Sky Market, had given Li Yao a way to secretly talk to Jin Yuyan. However, after much thought, Li Yao still abandoned this communication method, as Zhou Tianying was merely a common manager, and it was rather suspicious how secret the channel under his control truly was. One couldn't be too cautious with Blackstar the Great's methods. Chances were that he had monitored every communication channel around Jin Yuyan, and the first syllable that Li Yao spoke to Jin Yuyan would be heard by Wu Yingqi, who was thousands of light-years away. The safest approach was still to sneak to Jin Yuyan's side, so the two of them could have a face-to-face talk after blocking the sound waves with rune arrays. Through Zhou Tianying, Li Yao learned that while Jin Yuyan usually worked in the internal district, he would come to the commodity market in the external district every other day in the last few months. The so-called commodities referred to trades whose total amount was above 50 million free coins. It was the foundation that supported the business alliance of 10,000 sectors. Jin Yuyan would show up every other day to host part of the trades and talk with his old friends. Even if he did nothing, his presence would still hold the confidence of the market, a sign that he would live and die with the Seven Seas Grand Market. With a great war approaching, confidence was more precious than marrow crystals. Unless a very serious crisis occurred, Jin Yuyan would certainly not break the norm. After making this clear, the rest would be very simple. All Li Yao needed to do was sneak into the commodity market and approach Jin Yuyan without alarming anyone. Then, he would have a chance to communicate with the director of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors from close up. That explains a lot. I got it now. Li Jialing stood on tiptoe and vigorously searched around. Li Yao found it odd. Hey, what are you doing? Don't act like a thief, okay? The business alliance of 10,000 sectors is loose on the outside but tense on the inside. The security check just now might have been sloppy, but there are, in fact, many plainclothes policemen on the road and a lot of surveillance cameras that can even see your nose hair. What exactly are you doing? I found them. Li Jialing said excitedly, Brother Yao, 150 meters to the east, there's an entrance to a ventilation shaft. 40 meters to the south of us, there's a manhole leading to a sewer. In the mall on our left, the public toilet is also a valuable point of entry. Let's go without worries. I'll scout for you. Li Yao. You little fool, what are you thinking? Who do you think your brother Yao is? I am now an extraordinary expert beyond the divinity transformation stage, just one step away from the divinity branching stage, magnificent enough to behead a warship with a single strike. Ventilation shaft? I didn't crawl into a ventilation shaft even when I faced Blackstar the Great. Now, in such a modest market with only a couple of combat-type experts at the divinity transformation stage at most, you want me to crawl into a ventilation shaft? That's too humiliating. Li Jialing coughed and lowered his head in embarrassment. I'm sorry, Brother Yao. I thought it was your favorite. Li Yao sniffed heavily. Even if I am fond of crawling into ventilation shafts to eavesdrop and spy, you should know that your brother Yao is now at a different level from before, and it's too undignified to crawl into ventilation shafts physically. In fact, I have mastered the special skill of separating my soul from my body and exploring the ventilation shafts with my soul. Where are the entrances you found just now? Point them out to me again. Huh? Li Jialing was dumbfounded. Are you really going to crawl into the ventilation tubes? Not me. Someone is already there in advance. Li Yao sneered, trust me. All the vulnerable spots around the commodity market have long been infiltrated. There must be at least 5 groups of spies and assassins lying in wait in the most secret places, ready to kill Jin Yuyan. Even if I use the old trick and enter the commodity market through a certain ventilation tube, all I'll see is the backside of one of the assassins. Chapter 25-22, A Game of Assassins. Assassins? Li Jialing asked, surprised. What assassins? The assassins from the four families, of course. Li Yao said, sniffling. After all we discussed while still on board, you should know how deeply the coalition fleet of the four families is compromised, right? A coalition fleet, with everyone harboring their own schemes, has absolutely no, or even negative, combat capability. It's impossible that the leaders of the four families are unaware of the chaos. There are too many uncertain factors until the mess is sorted out. It's likely that some individuals in the coalition fleet will intentionally sabotage the fleet for their own gain. This is why the main forces of the four families haven't appeared in the 7 Seas space zone. But the business alliance of 10,000 sectors has its own vulnerabilities. They are severely short of military resources and are relying on strong confidence. That's why they're boasting about the Southern Sky Sector's independence and the betrayal of the expeditionary forces. The thing about confidence is that it's like a soap bubble. It's just as easy to make it burst as it is to blow it up. As long as a serious incident occurs in the 7 Seas Grand Market, the morale of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors will be significantly damaged. If the free coin cannot be exchanged for a few days, people's confidence in the free coin, the business alliance of 10,000 sectors, and the reformers will vanish, and the magnificent soap bubble will burst. If the coalition fleet of the four families then presses the attack, they will truly be united and unstoppable. How can people's confidence in the business alliance of 10,000 sectors be reduced to the minimum? Isn't assassinating the director of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors the most direct approach? Li Jialing, slightly stunned, quickly nodded and said, "You have a point." Right now, the four families' control over the immortal cultivators at the lower levels is extremely weak. There are even sympathizers of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors and holders of substantial free coins within each fleet. If those people are led into a head-on battle, chaos will easily ensue. However, it is still practical to select a group of central descendants from the four vast families who possess abundant resources and thus will absolutely not be bought over by the business alliance of 10,000 sectors, like Li Wuji. A commando team of 100 or so powerful core descendants will be able to infiltrate the 7 Seas Grand Market and wait for an opportunity to launch a critical strike. If we can take down Jin Yuyan and cause significant damage to the 7 Seas Grand Market, the credibility of the free coin and the business alliance of 10,000 sectors will definitely hit rock bottom. If the free coin is devalued by 20 to 30%, there will be panic selling and bank runs. Once the wave of panic forms, both the business alliance of 10,000 sectors and the reformists will be in trouble. It's a very comprehensive analysis, Li Yao said. The corrupt leaders of the four families, as high-level immortal cultivators, will never trust the people at the lower levels. In their eyes, the lower-level people are as untrustworthy as the lower-level immortal cultivators. Therefore, a commando team of central disciples, few in number but with high combat abilities, will be their best option. Li Wuji also seems to have received some messages from the family. It seems that a batch of descendants from the Li family was selected for a confidential mission. While he did not know the nature of the mission, he saw the list of participants, whose specialties were stealth and assassination. He also learned that the core descendants of the other few families, who had similar talents, were also secretly selected and mobilized. Nobody knew where they were sent. It's not like they snuck into the capital to assassinate the queen, right? That would be too insane and unpromising. So, I dare say that quite a few squads of elite assassins from the four families are ambushing near the commodity market right now. They have taken the most advantageous spots for assassination, like the ventilation tubes or sewers you mentioned. Why should I join them? With my identity today, I won't crawl into a ventilation tube that others have already used. That explains a lot, but it still doesn't make sense, Brother Yao, Li Jialing said after a moment's thought. If the assassins from the four families have long infiltrated the 7 Seas Grand Market or even sneaked into the perfect spots for assassination, as you said, why haven't they done anything so far? The Seven Seas Grand Market has been quiet recently. There's no news that Jin Yuyan has suffered any assassination attempts. This is exactly the tranquility before the storm. The assassins of the four families are waiting for the best opportunity, Li Yao explained. While Jin Yuyan is the director of the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors, he is not an autocratic dictator. The Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors worships absolute freedom and is more like a super conglomerate made up of countless corporations. Too many interest groups are entangled behind it, making the organizational structure very complex. Rather than a leader, it is more appropriate to say that he is the chief executive officer and the largest shareholder of the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors. He might not even be the largest shareholder but merely a spokesperson for many powerful shareholders. To some extent, killing Jin Yuyan will result in chaos, but this chaos will be temporary. The Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors has remarkable self-recovery capabilities. Besides Jin Yuyan as director, there are 5 senior leaders, including the Chief Operating Officer and Chief Financial Officer. They can elect one of them to replace Jin Yuyan and restore faith in the free coin. If the brief window is not seized to launch an assault on the Seven Seas Space Zone, the assassination, which comes at a great cost, will be for nothing. What exactly is this brief window? The best scenario is when the Seven Seas Grand Market is thrown into chaos by Jin Yuyan's sudden death, and all guards, mercenaries, and business teams are in a panic. At that moment, the coalition fleet of the four families will teleport in. Countless starships will appear at the edge of the Seven Seas Space Zone, causing havoc at the heart of the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors. In such a situation, no one in the coalition will dare to slack off or delay. As the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors falters, the free coins in their hands will become worthless. The only way they can recover their losses is by looting the Seven Seas Grand Market. I imagine that this is exactly the purpose of the four families. Currently, the coalition fleet of the four families has not fully assembled. They certainly would not rush into the assassination. However, according to the secret intelligence that Boss Bai sent us the last time, even though the local armed forces in the peripheral worlds were slow and unwilling, they were mostly prepared for the space jump. The four families have also dispatched several tough senior fleets to supervise the attack, with almost 10 lords of the same level as Li Wuji overseeing it. It's clear that they mean business. According to Boss Bai's estimation, the general attack on the Seven Seas Grand Market will begin in a couple of days. The defense system at the edge of the Seven Seas Space Zone may seem indestructible, but when thousands of starships appear at the same time, their cannons glowing, the whole space will be ablaze. Boss Bai sent the message 2 days ago, meaning the assassination could begin at any moment. Chances are that Jin Yuyan's life will end today, which is his inevitable fate, unrelated to my arrival. Li Jialing grew immediately anxious. Then, should we stop the assassins from the four families? We'll wait and see. The defense forces of the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors are not dead. Rumor has it that the Alliance has hired the four greatest assassin groups with the highest success rates at the edge of the Imperium: Black Flag, Bloody Skull, Life Claimer, and Lamp of Death. These are the best in the assassin and killer circles. If they've been hired as the security team for the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors, how could Jin Yuyan be killed so easily? We won't need to do anything. Li Yao lowered his voice. Although it's just a rumor, I believe it's true after my observations. If the strongest groups of assassins in the Imperium were not hired by them, why would the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors be so lax in security checks when a great war is coming? I'm suspicious that they are intentionally easing the alertness of the outsiders. In fact, hundreds of ace assassins from the old days and top bodyguards today may be watching us in secret right now, Li Jialing said, immediately growing anxious. Don't be so nervous. It's true that the situation today is rather complicated, but the more complicated it is, the more convenient it will be for us to take advantage. If the enemy were a united team, how could the two of us expect to compete with them, even though I am one of the top 3 experts in the Imperium in terms of comprehensive capabilities? Li Yao explained. Overall, the key to the Battle of 7 Seas that is about to break out lies not in the vast sea of stars, but right around us. This will be a thrilling battle of assassins involving 4 forces in total: the assassins sent by the 4 families, the assassins hired by the business alliance of 10,000 sectors and loyal to Jin Yuyan, the assassins who are hired by the business alliance of 10,000 sectors on the surface but secretly loyal to Blackstar the Great, and lastly, us. The 4 players in this game of assassins have different goals. Some want to take down Jin Yuyan immediately, some want to keep Jin Yuyan safe at all costs, and some do not want Jin Yuyan to die too soon but will not hesitate to kill him if any anomaly is detected. The key to the final victory is not necessarily about strength, but about who can distinguish friends from foes and trustworthy cooperators from malicious schemers the quickest. Isn't it exciting? It's been a long time since I last played such an interesting game. Let's go. The game is on. Chapter 25-23, The 4 Bands of Assassins. Li Yao and Li Jialing did not head straight to the commodity market. Given that Jin Yuyan frequently appeared there, the market was bound to have the most stringent security measures. It was not surprising that 50% of the people in the market were plainclothes guards. Charging in recklessly and alerting the enemy was certainly not a good idea. Instead, they went to the entrance of the ventilation tube, the manhole, and the public toilet that Li Jialing had just discovered. They secretly set up several cosmos rings, which could automatically retrieve magical equipment, in the blind spots of the surveillance cameras. They then found a few trash cans and inconspicuous corners and quickly placed more cosmos rings. These cosmos rings had been modified by Li Yao, Xiaoming, and Wenwen with tiny, remote control chips. When needed, they could eject all the items stored inside at Li Yao's command. Most of the cosmos rings contained non-lethal crystal bombs, including smoke grenades made from the ink sacs of black jellyfish dragons, stun grenades that could cause intense dizziness and temporary loss of hearing and sight, and shriek bombs that could release supersonic waves to disrupt the nervous system. In case of an emergency, these items would be invaluable for escape or infiltration. It took them 2 hours to find the perfect spots to hide the cosmos rings around the commodity market. After finishing their preparations, Li Yao led Li Jialing to a drab, unassuming shop 3 blocks away. Looking at the patterns of muscular men projected on the shop's ceiling by flickering, colorful lights, Li Yao knew he had come to the right place. According to Zhou Tianying, it was the best store for strengthening and high-energy nutrition drugs in the 7 Seas Grand Market, possibly even in all the peripheral worlds of the Imperium. Such a store naturally wasn't a retailer but focused primarily on bulk sales through the spiritual nexus. They didn't bother with businesses whose transactions were below 1 million free coins. However, when it came to high-end strengthening and nutrition drugs, such as those needed for experts in the core formation stage or the nascent soul stage to advance to higher levels, trading such critical items on the spiritual nexus seemed inappropriate. Therefore, the merchant established a physical store, a kind of experience center for high-end clientele, where VIPs could personally examine the goods. If satisfied, they could make bulk purchases and become stable, long-term clients. Li Yao and Li Jialing pushed the door open and walked in. The interior decoration was as worn as the exterior, resembling a restaurant with little business. The only person inside was an indifferent old man with extremely long eyebrows, sitting behind the counter. Despite the arrival of 2 customers, he remained casual, showing no intent to greet them. Naturally, Li Yao and Li Jialing did not have VIP cards for this place, but they did carry universally applicable Super VIP cards. Li Yao stepped forward and extended his index finger flamboyantly, playing with an extravagant-looking cosmos ring. He then retrieved more than 10 translucent, colorful marrow crystals from his cosmos ring and placed them on the counter. The marrow crystals rolled on the counter, colliding with each other to create a brilliance that was almost tangible. The air seemed to transform into a sea of colors, the light and shadow of the marrow crystals condensing into countless fierce, splendid dragons. The colorful dragons crawled across the old man's face. Even the experienced manager was momentarily taken aback. Although he quickly regained his composure, his slightly trembling eyebrows betrayed the shock within him. Li Yao smiled and extended his finger, one by one retrieving the marrow crystals into the cosmos ring. However, he snapped the last one into the old man's hands. The old man grasped it almost instinctively, a look of greed on his face. Realizing he had lost control again, he couldn't help but feel annoyed. It was unclear whether he was muttering to himself or trying to be friendly to Li Yao. What fine, nine-colored dragon-chasing crystals. It's been years since I've seen such pure, high-quality items. How may I assist you, honored guests? I need to kill someone soon, Li Yao said straightforwardly, without further ado. My enemy is at the middle to high level of the nascent soul stage, equipped with 2 to 3 ultimate crystal suits. I don't intend to ask anyone for help, I want to complete this task on my own. However, I fear I might be heavily wounded in the process. A friend told me that you have all sorts of medications. That's why I'm here. Do you have any drugs that can significantly boost my combat ability and maintain that state for at least 6 hours? The old man examined the 9-colored dragon-chasing crystal repeatedly before storing it in his cosmos ring. His demeanor became more amiable, and he nodded. Yes, we have a new drug called the Tiger Demon Bone Exploding Pill, which can enhance the explosive strength of nascent soul stage experts by over 5% for 8 to 10 hours. There will be some side effects 3 days after the medicine is taken, but there won't be any long-term side effects if it is taken with our neutralizing drugs. Good, Li Yao continued, after the man is taken down, I may face the elites under his command, who could be dozens of experts above average. Naturally, I don't need to take down all of them, but I must be able to escape their siege. Therefore, I need a drug that can quickly recover my spiritual energy and physical strength. I've tried most of the products on the market, but find none of them satisfactory. Side effects don't matter as long as the drugs can help me through the hunt. The old man replied without hesitation, we have what you need. For nascent soul stage experts, our store offers dozens of instant recovery drugs of various types for VIPs to choose from. They are all unique to our store, with formulas and ingredients not found on the market. Li Yao nodded in satisfaction. All right. Give me those 2 drugs and the best high-energy nutrition drugs you have. Is there a place where I can test the drugs? Of course, please follow me, honorable guest. The old man finally warmed up and guided Li Yao and Li Jialing to the back of the store. Though the store might look unassuming, the back was more spacious. It was a private, quiet area with luxurious decor. The old man led Li Yao and Li Jialing to a suite equipped with training facilities and automatic testing equipment, then presented a dozen strengthening drugs and high-energy nutrition drugs for them to examine before leaving. Li Yao told Li Jialing that with a great war looming, the Seven Seas Grand Market was under heavy guard and was not nearly as lax as it seemed. The hotels around the commodity market were especially well guarded. If they checked in and used one as a base, they would likely be discovered. However, in this place, it was quite normal to spend days testing an ultimate strengthening drug. They could stay here with a perfect excuse without arousing suspicion. The owner of the store, being qualified to run the best drug center in the Seven Seas Grand Market, must have had impeccable capabilities. Customer privacy and safety were surely well protected, allowing them to operate without worry. While he was talking, Li Yao scanned the entire suite inside and out with a detection magic device, ensuring there were no crystal cameras or bugs. He then set up his own soundproofing and alarm systems. Feeling secure, he retrieved the items he needed, including a special helmet that could enhance brainwaves. This helmet was a reproduction of the super brainwave magnifier used by Nepenthe worshippers beneath the Imperium's capital, capable of expanding the range of Li Yao's remote control, private communication, and other techniques several times over. He also did not refuse the strengthening drugs the old man offered. After reading the instructions, he took nearly 10 doses to stimulate his brain cells to their maximum potential. "Brother Yao," Li Jialing asked, "what should I do?" "First, read those files. It would be best if you could memorize all the assassination cases," Li Yao said, tossing over a jade chip. "They're all about the 4 greatest assassin groups at the edge of the Imperium, particularly their leaders. I hope you can figure out their operational patterns and the styles of their assassinations to identify the 4 most dangerous individuals from around. For the selfish, dog-eat-dog immortal cultivators, each had numerous enemies, and killing was far from unusual. Every once in a while, everyone needed to make money by working as an assassin or by hiring one to eliminate someone for themselves. This was a fundamental and rigid demand. However, the traditional assassination industry faced significant challenges, such as communication barriers, fraud risks, and a trust crisis between employers and assassins. Finding the right assassins, being convinced of their abilities and promises, ensuring safe payment without being killed, and preventing blackmail afterward were nearly insurmountable issues that became the industry's inherent flaws. These problems prevented the industry from thriving, making it hard for trustworthy employers to find reliable assassins and vice versa. Most critically, transactions using the Imperium's crystal coins invariably left traces. The Imperium's killers had grappled with these issues a century ago. The introduction and proliferation of free coins, which seemed tailor-made for the shadowy realms, spurred the evolution of the Imperium's assassins, who abandoned the traditional, outdated, and inefficient middleman system. Various convenient and discreet assassination deal platforms emerged, such as Daily Killing, Thumb Killing, Thunderous Killing, and Have You Killed Him?, all competing fiercely in the market. Ultimately, Daily Killing, backed by the funding and technological support of the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors, triumphed over its rivals and became the largest and most reliable assassin platform. The 4 greatest assassin groups, who had achieved the unprecedented rank of 9 platinum daggers and were bold enough to kill those at the peak of the nascent soul stage for the right price, were Black Flag, Bloody Skull, Life Claimer, and Lamp of Death. 100 years ago, when the Daily Killing platform was just born, it was a chaotic age of fierce competition. Many unqualified gamblers, mercenaries, space pirates, and desperados joined the trade, requiring little more than courage to enter. Having fought their way through bloody competitions and thrived while thousands of other assassins failed and perished, the 4 assassin groups naturally developed their specialties and undeniable capabilities. The creators and leaders of the 4 groups also became the feared deities of death. They were Black Flag King, leader of Black Flag; Red Lady, leader of Bloody Skull; Hanged Man, leader of Life Claimer; Revenant of the Dead Sea, leader of Lamp of Death. Since deals were made through the spiritual nexus and platforms from the start, no one knew the real identities behind the 4 aliases. The only certainty was that they were already the most skilled super assassins on Daily Killing before they founded their respective groups. Among them, Black Flag King was the first express assassin to promise a 24 hours/7 days/1 month service. Orders from the same planet would be completed in 24 hours. If the target was in the same sector, no matter how remote or obscured their hiding place, they would be eliminated within 7 days. For orders from other parts of the Imperium, with a clear location of the target's hideout, a guarantee of assassination within 1 month was provided. If these guarantees were not met, the payment would be refunded tenfold, along with 3 free assassination services. However, Black Flag King had never failed, and no one had ever received his tenfold refund. Red Lady, leader of Bloody Skull, was the first assassin to bring business from the periphery of the Imperium into the territory of the four families, vowing not to hesitate to kill the descendants of these families. Because of her bold claims, Bloody Skull and Red Lady herself became frequent targets of the four families, facing countless attacks over the years. Despite this, after a century, too many from the four families had fallen to the poison daggers of Bloody Skull's assassins, yet the organization thrived as ever. Life Claimer was a unique group of spectral cultivators who claimed to be a professional team. Their leader, known as Hanged Man, was likely the most skilled spectral cultivator in the Imperium, leveraging the unpredictable nature of ghosts to great advantage. His team was the first group of assassins to receive a venture of over 500 million and initiated the formalization process. When the target was a ghost, choosing Life Claimer was always a wise decision. The mysterious assassin, Revenant of the Dead Sea, founder of Lamp of Death, may have been the strongest and most insane of the four assassin leaders. Starting his career later than Black Flag King, Red Lady, and Hanged Man, who had already carved out their own niches in the market, he sought to rise to prominence quickly and capture the high-end market. To achieve this, he declared that he specialized in eliminating nascent soul stage individuals. Within a year, he successfully completed 62 orders, all targeting nascent soul stage individuals, eliminating one such expert every 6 days. Although not all his targets were combat-oriented, with many being admin, creation, or culture types with lower combat abilities, his achievements were still terrifying. Even though he debuted later, Revenant of the Dead Sea rose to fame quickly and became a powerful competitor to the strongest assassin in the Imperium. Of course, as their assassin groups entered the virtuous cycles of formalization and industrialization, and especially after setting up numerous secret training camps in the harsh and desolate lands at the Imperium's edge to nurture talent, the four gods of death all became managers. It had been decades since they last killed anyone personally, and their disciples typically managed the teams. However, based on their last hands-on cases, Li Yao inferred that the four gods of death were likely all in the divinity transformation stage. Even battle-type divinity transformation experts could vary in style. Some excelled at charging at the enemy on a colossus, defeating thousands single-handedly, while others specialized in stealth, camouflage, poisoning, explosions, assassinations, and all kinds of unpredictable, nefarious methods. The latter was undoubtedly 100 times more cunning than the former. The four gods of death were precisely the top experts in the second category. If they had reached the divinity transformation stage when they vanished decades ago and had continued to refine themselves with their earnings or even mastered new assassination techniques in seclusion, Li Yao would prefer to avoid such troublesome foes. Unfortunately, the likelihood that the four gods of death would appear in the Seven Seas Grand Market was quite high. Initially, they all rose to prominence on the Daily Killing platform. Later, they invested in it, becoming shareholders and making them semi-official assassin groups. The greatest shareholders of Daily Killing, however, were the 10,000 Sectors Business Alliance. Based on the connections, the four gods of death extended their hands into fields relevant to the assassination business, such as underground weapon platforms selling highly destructive magical equipment, and free mercenary platforms dedicated to fighting large-scale wars for others. Even the shipping corporations under the business alliance of 10,000 sectors had shares held by the four gods of death. In this way, they were deeply intertwined through various exchanges of interests. Additionally, the bloody business of the four assassin groups was based on the free coin, making them natural partners of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors. This led Li Yao to infer that the security work of the Seven Seas Grand Market was actually the responsibility of the four assassin groups. Zhou Tianying even speculated that one of the four senior managers of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors was among the four gods of death, though he had no concrete proof. Financially, the four gods of death should be strong supporters of Jin Yuyan, as their enterprises were all on the business alliance of 10,000 sectors platform and based on the free coin. They were even shareholders of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors themselves. However, if the four of them had advanced to the divinity transformation stage decades ago, financial interests might not be their only concern. Position, power, or even advancement in levels could all attract them. If the four Kurfürst families lured them with a resource-rich planet or even a sector, plus an authentic, hereditary knighthood, or if Blackstar the Great offered the cultivation arts he stole from the mausoleum of the Supreme Emperor, promising to help them advance to a higher or even the peak of the divinity transformation stage, would they truly not be tempted at all? If Li Yao were the Kurfürsten or Blackstar the Great and intended to remove Jin Yuyan, he would certainly try to win over the four heads of assassins who controlled lethal combat abilities. As long as they could kill Jin Yuyan, he would agree to any terms they proposed. Therefore, Li Yao was very suspicious that one or two of the four gods had betrayed, either to the four families or to Blackstar the Great in secret. Li Yao's mission was to find the one or two assassin leaders who had rebelled. Protect me. Pay attention to the noises outside and do not let anyone in. Taking a deep breath, Li Yao sat cross-legged and pressed the helmet, which had been refined to a deep purple, onto his head. He reminded Li Jialing, and the strengthening drugs he had just swallowed turned into a hot fire in his stomach. Li Yao enveloped the fire with his spiritual energy carefully and delivered it to his brain, gradually enhancing the activity of his brain cells. Crack. 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 Every brain cell was unleashing powerful electric arcs. It felt as if a thunderstorm were brewing in his brain. Through the enhancement of the super brainwave magnifier, Li Yao's telepathic thoughts spread out as if they had grown wings. For a moment, time seemed to have halted, the walls around him seemed to be melting, and the entire world became transparent. Li Yao could clearly see the complex tube system embedded in the building, the cockroaches and rats multiplying in the tubes, the robust bodyguards in the secret chambers, and even the VIPs testing medicines in the neighboring rooms. He could even sense that, in the fifth suite across the aisle, there were three muscular men with a rather high cultivation. Their heartbeat, breathing, sweat, and adrenaline secretion were very abnormal, suggesting they were highly anxious and excited. There was no telling whether it was a normal reaction to the drug testing, or if it was. Somebody else got the same idea and decided to use the place as their temporary base. They could be assassins from the four families, Li Yao murmured to himself. It seems this place is not as safe as I thought. We need to change locations by tonight. Li Yao's target was not inside the building. He subtly adjusted the frequency of his soul quakes, masking his telepathic thoughts within the omnipresent signals of the spiritual nexus, allowing them to spread through the bustling streets. Instantly, 1,000 faces and myriad laughs coalesced into a tumultuous wave, crashing into his mind. Although Li Yao's brain was at the divinity transformation stage, the overwhelming amount of chaotic information still strained him, making it feel as if his brain would burst. He licked his upper lip, which was slightly sweaty from the exertion, took a deep breath, and filtered out 99% of the irrelevant data, focusing on identifying any dangerous individuals within a 10-kilometer radius of the commodity market who were not ordinary merchants. If I were an assassin, where would I hide while waiting for Jin Yuyan to arrive? Li Yao squinted, muttering to himself, with infinite stars cascading like a waterfall in his eyes. If I were part of Jin Yuyan's bodyguard team, how would I prepare for the assassins who might strike at any moment? Go on, assassins, mercenaries, and bodyguards, reveal yourselves now, and let me see exactly what you're planning and who among you is a traitor. Chapter 25-25, There are almost 10,000 assassins. When Li Yao extended his brainwaves dozens of kilometers with his vitality field beyond the divinity transformation stage, initiating a brainwave scanning storm, everything he saw transformed from what it had been a moment ago. The illusions on the bustling, crowded streets peeled away layer by layer. The big fishes lurking in the deep water began to surface, revealing their true forms to Li Yao. From this vantage point, the Seven Seas Grand Market, especially around the commodity market, resembled the dark clouds before a major storm. Death traps were everywhere. With a casual glance, Li Yao detected 7 groups of unusual individuals. The first group consisted of people in the uniform of the regular guards of the Seven Seas Grand Market. These individuals were like the police of this place, the defenders of order and peace, acting openly. Logically, ordinary policemen wouldn't have a high combat ability. Their primary role was to maintain the peace until the true experts arrived. However, while the 7 policemen were attempting to appear normal, Li Yao could keenly sense their toughness from their gaits, postures, and the constriction of their pores. The intense stench of blood leaking from their pores could only belong to those who had survived mountains of corpses and seas of blood. These people were either elite assassins or mercenary kings. They could dominate any random planet. Why, then, were they working as minor patrollers in this place? Moreover, Li Yao detected hard, ring-shaped objects on the fingers of the policeman. Although these objects were covered with flesh-colored bionic skin and seemed unremarkable at first glance, how could they escape Li Yao's attention? However wealthy the business alliance of 10,000 sectors may be, how could they afford to equip any random policeman on the street with a Cosmos ring? Li Yao sneered inwardly and marked the 7 unattractive policemen. He recorded their heartbeats, breaths, gaits, and body features, combining them into a series of complex information. No matter where these 7 policemen fled, he could easily track them down. Not far from where the 7 policemen were patrolling, a dozen merchants in elaborate attire chatted delightedly, as if they had just closed several major deals. They were plump and greasy, much like all other merchants. However, their acting was somewhat exaggerated. A war loomed, and the business alliance of 10,000 sectors was not a guaranteed victor. One moment of carelessness, and they could lose everything. At this moment, most of the merchants were rather uneasy. Even if they had truly accomplished several significant deals, their joy was restrained. They tried to appear casual and comfortable, but their attempts only betrayed their anxiety. 1 block away, the third group of suspicious individuals were the customers and the owner of a magical equipment store, bickering loudly. Their disguises were flawless, and they were completely immersed in their argument, as if on the verge of a real fight. It was unfortunate that Li Yao had already witnessed their argument inside the store while wandering with Li Jialing a moment ago. So much time had passed, and they were still quarreling. No one was there to intervene. It was too contrived. As for the fourth group of individuals, Li Yao was unsure if they were even real people. It was an open van parked on a dilapidated street, fully loaded with rusted battle puppets and the remnants of artificial bodies. At first glance, it appeared to be picking up abandoned and wasted artificial bodies from the magical equipment stores along the street. The ragged, rusty forms, covered in dust, looked like cold, iron corpses. But were they truly just iron corpses? Li Yao recalled Life Claimer, one of the 4 major assassin groups. The killers in this group were all ghosts, and their leader, Hanged Man, was a formidable rival to the Imperium's strongest spectral cultivator. If the open van contained not outdated artificial bodies but ghost killers, with Hanged Man himself among them, what would happen? The other 3 groups were in similar situations, all lurking around the commodity market under various disguises. Meanwhile, they were certainly not the only death dancers on the stage. They were the weakest rookies, which is why Li Yao noticed them with just a quick look. Li Yao had no doubt that more terrifying, stealthy, and deadly assassins were hiding in places he could not see, holding their breaths and suppressing their brainwaves, becoming cold stones as they waited patiently. This was evident from the violent swirls in the air, caused by the collisions of wireless signals and brainwaves. There were simply too many telepathic thoughts, as if hundreds of experts were releasing their senses to examine the environment. With Li Yao's current abilities, if he were to amplify his brainwaves to the maximum, he could track all the assassins hiding in the dark. However, doing so would also turn his head into the brightest lighthouse, detectable by anyone within a dozen kilometers. Clearly, the risks outweighed the benefits. Therefore, after locking onto the 7 most eye-catching targets and scanning the structures of all the streets, tubes, and buildings around, Li Yao abandoned the idea of boosting his brainwaves and further investigating the environment. He retracted 90% of his senses, leaving only 10% as an extended set of eyes to serve as his first line of alert. Pooh, despite withdrawing most of his telepathic thoughts in time, his brain cells were still severely strained. Li Yao felt dizzy and spat out a mouthful of golden blood. "Brother Yao," Li Jialing asked hurriedly, "are you all right?" "I'm fine. I just increased my metabolic rate tenfold, consuming countless cells. I expelled the dead cells in the blood to make room for the new ones." Li Yao said, "Get me 2 growth hormones to stimulate the development of new cells." Swallowing 3 doses of growth hormones specially designed for core formation stage experts, Li Yao digested the medication, which typically takes days to absorb, in just 10 minutes. The drugs flowed through his body, nurturing his burning brain. With a long, relieved breath, Li Yao finally recovered enough to prepare for the next round of investigation. This time, he did not scan the entire area but adopted a more precise method. Dozens of his telepathic thoughts crept into the cosmos rings he had placed in the street corners, like transparent threads fluttering in the wind. Shwa. 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 The cosmos rings emitted faint tremors. From them, super tiny spiritual puppets, even smaller than mosquitoes, crawled out. These spiritual bugs were crafted using Li Yao's advanced refining techniques, based on Xiaoming and Wenwen's innovative design. They were as good as, if not better than, the cutting-edge products of the same type in the Imperium. The 36 spiritual bugs invaded the commodity market silently. Thanks to their special alloy materials and anti-scanning coating, they did not trigger the market's alarm system at all. 6 of the bugs floated above the bustling crowd, while the other 30 crawled into the ventilation tubes, maintenance tubes, and cable tubes wherever there was a gap. At this moment, Li Yao fully embraced the role of an assassin, analyzing where he would strike if he were one. Very soon, Li Yao made astounding discoveries. 1. 2. 3. He found 3 armed assassins in the commodity market's ventilation tubes. Although the assassins were all wearing stealth camouflage cloaks and clinging to the walls of the ventilation tubes like paper, with their breaths, heartbeats, and temperatures reduced to the minimum through special techniques, Li Yao saw through them immediately. What's wrong with the ventilation tubes these days? Have they become supermarkets? Why are there so many people? Li Yao muttered to himself. Then he vaguely sensed that something was amiss. The 3 assassins had chosen perfect angles for their attacks. In other words, the business alliance of 10,000 sectors was too poorly defended. How could they allow others to occupy such commanding heights so easily? Li Yao recalled the godly might prison, known as the greatest prison in the Imperium. The ventilation tubes there were thick and long, but every 10 to 20 meters, a jailer was stationed. Although the 7 Seas Grand Market couldn't be as thoroughly guarded as the godly might prison, it still seemed unbelievable that someone could break into those places so easily. With this in mind, Li Yao grew even more cautious, scanning the environment with even greater vigilance. As he expected, from the darkness, a few vague auras locked onto the 3 oblivious assassins. That explained a lot. The 3 assassins had long been discovered by the business alliance of 10,000 sectors. They were simply left alone because the business alliance wanted to capture those behind them, right? Li Yao thought to himself. Speaking of which, according to Li Wuji's intelligence, the 4 families had selected at least 100 people for the shocking assassination. The experts mobilized from the Li family alone were nearly 50. But only 3 bumbling assassins, clearly here to get themselves killed, had shown up. So, where were the rest of the assassins? The situation was now complicated. The defenders of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors had clearly learned of the assassination plan and locked onto the 3 rookies who had surfaced, but they intentionally let them continue, hoping to catch those behind them. However, the operation carefully planned by the four families couldn't be so simple. The three rookies were likely to be decoys, intentionally sacrificed to cover the real killers in their operation. Even the real killers could be a diversion. The four families' trump card might be one of the critical defenders of the place, or it might even be one of the four gods. If things were as estimated, Blackstar the Great must have bought one of the four gods as his accomplice, making the murky situation even dirtier and more unpredictable. Chapter 25-26, Shrimps, Small Fish, Big Fish, Shark, and Eel. Jin Yuyan's team had arrived. To demonstrate his approachability and fearlessness, Jin Yuyan was not in a fully armed heavy tank but in what appeared to be a civilian limo, painted gold. He was nearly visible from half of the Seven Seas Grand Market. Only 4 cars of bodyguards circled the gold limo, with no heavily armed exos providing protection. As for whether 1 or 2 of the 4 gods of death were seated in the bodyguard cars or beside him, Li Yao had no idea. "He's come rather early," Li Yao muttered to himself. Today, Jin Yuyan appeared 29 minutes and 37 seconds earlier than usual, accelerating Li Yao's plan. Li Yao noticed that Jin Yuyan's arrival was like a pebble thrown into a seemingly peaceful pond, causing ripples and undercurrents. The surging brainwaves in the air immediately escalated by several levels. The invisible currents ran wild, like unbridled horses. The heartbeats of at least 100 people increased by more than 10%, before they resumed normalcy in 3 to 5 seconds, as if nothing had happened. However, more than a third of them were touching the knuckles of their middle fingers or their index fingers with their thumbs, even though there was nothing on them. Li Yao knew that these individuals were rubbing the Cosmos ring hidden under bionic skin, ready to retrieve powerful magical gear in an emergency. The air was dry and electric, as if the slightest spark could ignite a conflagration. This perilous little pond had its own food chain. The big fish ate the small fish, and the small fish ate the shrimp. In Li Yao's eyes, the smallest shrimp were the rookie assassins who were lurking in the ventilation tubes above the commodity market, armed with blades and guns. They were the bait the 4 assassins had thrown out, and they had been noticed by the defenders. Both sides were fully aware of this, except for the 3 rookies. The small fish, slightly larger than the 3 shrimp, were the 7 groups of people Li Yao detected during his initial scan. Among these 7 groups, there were likely plainclothes soldiers from the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors and elite assassins from the 4 families. They were all waiting for the best opportunity. However, Li Yao did not believe that the 7 groups were the ultimate cards of the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors or the 4 families. Their experience, skills, and capabilities were only mediocre and did not represent the best of either side. The big fish, even larger than the small fish, were the ace assassins who had not taken on a job in decades, like the 4 gods of death. Decades were enough for them to erase all their past traces, adopt new identities, and master a few critical techniques. Both the shrimp and the small fish were random bait, while the big fish were the true players in the assassination game. However, above the big fish, there was an even more mysterious and formidable predator, the one that Great Blackstar might have bought over. Li Yao called him the shark. The shark was Li Yao's greatest concern because he was probably operating outside the game, yet controlling every piece on the board. Killing Jin Yuyan right now was not in Blackstar the Great's interest. He still needed Jin Yuyan to stabilize the confidence of the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors. At the very least, he needed Jin Yuyan to win the Battle of 7 Seas before eliminating him. Therefore, until the Battle of 7 Seas concluded, even if the shark did exist, it would likely remain loyal to Jin Yuyan and protect him from the assassins of the 4 families, regardless of the cost. Those who could be bought by Blackstar the Great were naturally the most intimate people around Jin Yuyan. Until he revealed his true face, Jin Yuyan would have no doubts about him. With such a shark around to deceive him, could Li Yao persuade Jin Yuyan? Once the shark discovered Li Yao, would it change its strategy and attack Jin Yuyan immediately, even accusing Li Yao of being an assassin sent by the four families? After all, according to the official announcement of the reformists, Vulture Li Yao had already defected to the four families' side. Why would Jin Yuyan believe a traitor like Li Yao over his trusted subordinate? It's easy to identify the assassins of the four families, but it's really tricky to catch this shark, Li Yao murmured. Also, the assassins of the four families are gradually surfacing, which means their general attack at the 7 Seas space zone is about to begin. This operation cannot be delayed any longer and must be done today. Li Yao hoped that the few rookie assassins everyone had discovered would attack today, giving him a chance to take advantage of the chaos. However, his wish did not come true. Before, Li Yao had been mired in bloody disasters wherever he went. Of course, these were not his own bloody disasters, but the important people around him often fell victim to uncanny accidents. However, while the undercurrents were raging beneath the surface, today was peaceful and quiet above the water. By the time Jin Yuyan's team stopped outside the commodity market, and the kind, friendly face of the director of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors appeared before everyone, the three rookie assassins remained absolutely still, like 3 blocks of ice. Their breaths, heartbeats, and temperatures did not rise at all, and they showed no intention of preparing the heavy armor-piercing sniper rifle in their arms. Li Yao knew that the 3 rookie assassins were using the heavy anti-equipment gun named Thunder 9. As the model with the best armor-piercing capabilities, it could penetrate 3 to 4 layers of crystal suits. The assassins had chosen this weapon, clearly considering that Jin Yuyan must have carried state-of-the-art defensive magical equipment, which could automatically unleash spiritual shields. However, to empower Thunder 9 with the highest damage, the weapon needed to be preheated for at least half an hour in advance. The 3 assassins did nothing when Jin Yuyan arrived, suggesting that it was not yet the optimal time for the assassination, and they were instructed to remain still. With the 3 rookies motionless, the smaller players, the larger players, and the top predators in the food chain were certainly still as well. Li Yao could only watch as Jin Yuyan greeted the merchants lightheartedly and gave a short speech on the podium outside the commodity market. Jin Yuyan stated his support for the neutrality of the 9 southern sky sectors and promised to increase the number of assets delivered to the expedition army, ensuring the frontline soldiers would not worry about supplies. He spoke for 10 minutes, but none of the assassins disrupted him. Once he finished, Jin Yuyan was about to enter the market. The commodity market had only 2 gates, one at the front and the other at the rear, both heavily guarded. Li Yao did not intend to meet him in such a half-enclosed environment. He was even less interested in playing the game of Guess Who I Am with the shrimps, small fish, big fish, and shark. If they were so fond of playing, Brother Yao would simply kick over their table and see how long they could remain calm. Jialing, have you read the files? Destroy the jade chips after you're done and warm up. Prepare to take action, Li Yao declared assertively. Remember, your mission is not to assassinate or protect anyone, but to observe the overall situation and remember the most eye-catching people in the chaos to come. Then, as a common merchant, you will observe the changes in the 7 Seas Grand Market over the next 1 to 2 days and identify who benefits the most from the chaos. After that, you will report all the information to me via the secret communication channel. Do you understand? Got it. Li Jialing clenched his fists and asked, Brother Yao, what are you planning to do? The 7 Seas Grand Market today is a stagnant pool. The shrimps, small fish, big fish, and shark are too lazy to move. Then, let me be a vigorous eel and stir them to move. With a smile, Li Yao declared, word by word, I'm going to assassinate Jin Yuyan. He blew a whistle, and a streak of red dashed out of the cosmos ring on his finger. It merged with the mental devil that lunged out of his forehead, spun quickly, and aimed at Jin Yuyan, with 37 walls in between. For the heavily modified and mentally enhanced Neltharion, the walls made of ordinary materials were no tougher than paper. At this moment, surrounded by dozens of magnates in luxurious attire, Yuyan was about to step into the commodity market. 7 groups of suspicious assassins and bodyguards wandered aimlessly a couple of blocks away. They all seemed to think they were the main players in the assassination game, believing the enemy hadn't spotted them yet. The big fishes, and the shark, who were better hidden, still hadn't revealed themselves. They might have been among the bodyguards or magnates right next to Yuyan. Meanwhile, the 3 bugs Li Yao controlled with his telepathic thoughts had landed on the backs of the 3 rookie assassins at the end of the ventilation shaft. Narrowing his eyes, Li Yao held up 3 fingers to Li Jialing, then 2, and finally 1. Li Jialing nodded, signaling his readiness. Then, let's begin. With a telepathic command, the 3 bugs viciously stung the earlobes of the 3 rookie assassins. The earlobes are among the most sensitive parts of the human body. Moreover, when the bugs stung the rookies, they also exploded, emitting soul-shattering screams. "We're exposed. Do it now." The 3 rookie assassins jumped to their feet immediately. Meanwhile, from the cosmos rings that Li Yao had tossed into the trash cans on the street earlier, tremendous smoke grenades, stun grenades, and shriek bombs erupted, causing a series of explosions everywhere. Of the bodyguards, the assassins who pretended to be bodyguards, and the traitors among the assassins who pretended to be bodyguards, none foresaw the explosions that erupted almost simultaneously in 5 locations around the commodity market. While the smoke grenades, stun grenades, and shriek bombs Li Yao used caused little actual damage, they were more terrifying than real crystal bombs. In an instant, every piece of regular glass within thousands of meters shattered, and the tempered glass developed spiderweb-like cracks. Countless tubes burst, spewing scorching steam with deafening roars. So many people were so shocked that their hearts nearly stopped. Their ears rang and secreted hot fluid, and their souls drifted like lone boats on a turbulent sea, unable to return to their bodies for a long time. Dense smoke rose to the sky, spreading like dozens of black trees. Soon, the area around the commodity market turned into a dark forest where one could not see their own fingers. Li Yao had added special spices to the smoke grenades, which not only blocked vision and released a stimulating aroma but also disrupted the wireless signals of the spiritual nexus and the telepathic searches of the immortal cultivators, turning everyone into headless flies who could neither see nor hear. Of course, the real experts remained unaffected. While most passers-by and merchants were in chaos, the bodyguards and assassins, who were as calm as ever, if not more formidable, stood out like fireflies in the dark. Initially, the 3 novice assassins jumped to their feet when the explosions detonated in their ears. Having been assigned a mission that was almost suicidal, they were naturally not the brightest individuals. Also, Li Yao's voice was laced with temptation and hypnotism, making it sound like an irresistible and unquestionable order. 2 of the rookie assassins reacted quickly, as if they had been electrocuted. They drew their heavy sniper rifles and prepared to shoot Yuyan, despite the gate in between. The last rookie assassin, smarter than his partners, crouched his body to the size of a cat and retreated toward the exit of the ventilation tube, trying to escape. The 3 shrimps were the crux of the predicament. Now that they had taken action, the defenders who had them locked down had to respond. Boom! The 3 ventilation tubes ruptured abruptly, and the dozen defenders hiding beneath them soared into action. Some positioned themselves between the 2 rookie assassins and Yuyan, others threw their electromagnetic whips, surrounded by electric arcs, at the assassins, and still others blocked the exits of the ventilation tubes. Even if they had grown wings, the assassins could not escape. Cries, screams, and the roars of sniper rifles echoed and died out almost simultaneously. The deafening roar of the heavy sniper rifles signaled the unexpected change. The assassins from the 4 families who were lurking outside had no choice but to act quickly. Although today was not the ideal time to assassinate Jin Yuyan, his security would certainly be upgraded after today's chaos. He would even stay in the safest chambers in the internal district for the next few days. This would undermine the assassination plan they had prepared for a long time. The 7 groups Li Yao had locked onto moments ago all sprang into action. The seemingly fat merchants, who had been chatting delightedly a moment ago, now radiated the most intense killing intent. Their bodies were instantly transformed into brutal wolves, and they lunged at the commodity market like arrows released from a bow. Covered in the most colorful brilliance, they were all equipped with the most advanced crystal suits. The elite bodyguards, disguised as common police, also finished donning their crystal suits in the blink of an eye. The glamorous styles and aggressive flames on their suits alone were enough to prove they were not simple patrollers. The 2 groups of people ran toward each other. Upon seeing each other, they immediately recognized the strangers and attacked simultaneously. Rushing bullets, scorching mystic rays, and ear-splitting chains words and vibration sabers became their only language. They were not the only chess pieces in the game of assassination. More assassins and bodyguards had torn off their disguises, either attacking Jin Yuyan or standing fearlessly before him to allow his retreat. Li Yao even detected at least 5 snipers aiming at Jin Yuyan or each other from the tops of the surrounding skyscrapers. However, none of these people were Li Yao's true targets. They were not capable or experienced enough to be the main players in the game. Black Flag King, Red Lady, Hanged Man, Revenant of the Dead Sea. Where are you hiding, you gods of death? Show up. Show up now. Li Yao narrowed his eyes, observing every detail in the murky, chaotic environment around the market through the 30 spiritual bugs. At that moment, the spiritual waves nearby suddenly became disordered, followed by exclamations and the sounds of fighting. It seems the few assassins who chose the same spot as we did were noticed by the defenders of the 10,000 Sectors Business Alliance. This place is no longer safe. We will be watched, or at least examined. Li Yao said without looking back. Jialing, clean it up and let's go. Li Jialing absorbed the gadgets on the floor into his Cosmos ring, put on his broad black goggles and cape, and nodded. Once we're out, we'll split up. Your mission is to collect as much intelligence as possible, and I'll talk to Jin Yuyan. Li Yao smiled. Let's go. He opened his hands and aimed at the wall in front of him. As brilliance flashed on his palm, colorful ripples appeared on the wall. When his spiritual energy surged, the wall crumbled into powder silently, creating a giant hole. Not just the wall in front of them, but all the walls between them and the outer wall had identical holes. Shwa! Shwa! Li Yao and Li Jialing turned into 2 streaks of light. Before the defenders noticed or blocked them, they had rushed into the smoky street and the chaos. Li Jialing quickly disappeared into the crowd, while Li Yao swam against the current like a loach or an eel, heading toward the commodity market. Meanwhile, every detail in the chaotic world around him, including the temperature, wind, humidity, the micro-expressions on the panicked crowd, the movements of the fighting assassins and bodyguards, the sniper spots on the skyscrapers, and the people near Jin Yuyan far away, was displayed inside his head, leaving no detail overlooked. Brother Yao, I'm ready. Li Jialing's voice came over from the communication chip deep inside Li Yao's ears. However, this place is too messy. There's no telling who are the assassins and who are the bodyguards at all. It's all right. The people fighting passionately right now are just secondary characters who aren't important. Focus on the people around Jin Yuyan. Narrowing his eyes, Li Yao moved toward Jin Yuyan like a ghost, closing the distance to 300 meters, then 200, and finally 100 meters from Jin Yuyan. If my guess is correct, the 4 families must have bought over one of the 4 gods of death, and that God of death is right next to Jin Yuyan, preparing to launch a critical strike in the chaos. Then, Li Jialing gasped hard. Wouldn't Jin Yuyan be in danger? Brother Yao, you're playing with fire by provoking the assassins like this. It doesn't matter. Everything is under control. The assassins don't stand a chance at all." Li Yao smiled. Neltharion, controlled by the mental devil, had already entered the stealth state, hiding in the smoke and observing everyone around Jin Yuyan. "Right now, Jin Yuyan is under my full protection. Not a needle will get close to him," Li Yao told Li Jialing. Just then, as Jin Yuyan was about to return to his bulletproof limousine under the protection of his bodyguards, unexpected changes occurred again. 3 bodyguards next to him and 4 magnates not far away suddenly attacked Jin Yuyan, their eyes blazing with aggression. On a nearby tower, the most unstoppable killing intent poured out like a flood that had burst through a dam. What a remarkable sniper! Li Yao's pupils constricted violently. Just now, he had scanned all the possible locations for snipers in the nearby high buildings dozens of times, but he did not notice such an awesome sniper was hiding there. This person was the most terrifying sniper Li Yao had seen in his life, possibly at the divinity transformation stage. Just sensing the person's presence gave Li Yao a creepy feeling. "Is that so, Red Lady?" Red Lady, the leader of Bloody Skull, was one of the Imperium's best gun experts, especially skilled at long-distance shooting. Aside from her, Li Yao could not think of anyone else who could instill such a sense of horror, as if a viper was staring at him. Just as the 7 assassins hiding around Jin Yuyan revealed their true forms and lunged at him, the super sniper, suspected to be Red Lady, launched a critical strike. The bullet vanished into thin air after sliding out of the barrel, covering 1,000 meters in the blink of an eye, and reappeared only 20 meters from Jin Yuyan's head. Everyone's attention was on the melee assassination from the 7 killers. None of them noticed the silent bullet rushing closer. However, Li Yao had been tracking the bullet's trajectory the entire time. Neltharion transformed into an aggressive streak of bloody light and struck the bullet precisely, blowing it away from Jin Yuyan's body. As long as Vulture Li Yao is here, no one will touch Jin Yuyan today. Li Yao sneered, exuding unparalleled confidence that surpassed the divinity transformation stage. In the next second, Jin Yuyan's head exploded like a watermelon dropped from the 10th floor. Chapter 25-28, All Exposed. The scene was like a whole bucket of red paint being poured on a chaotic canvas. Jin Yuyan's head was completely gone. His blood spurted from his neck, almost reaching 4 stories high, and sprayed everyone around. The headless body convulsed for a moment before collapsing to the ground. The scorching, chaotic atmosphere froze instantly. Everyone stood dumbfounded for 3 seconds, struggling to believe that Jin Yuyan, the business tycoon at the edge of the Imperium and the director of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors, had died so suddenly. Li Yao's eyes almost bulged out as he stared at Jin Yuyan's lifeless body. "Seriously? Is this a joke?" "Brother Yao," Li Jialing's voice echoed from a distance, filled with indescribable shock. Jin Yuyan seemed to have suffered, well, a headshot, didn't he? "It's impossible. It's unreasonable. This must be an illusion. It can't fool me." Li Yao scratched his face, almost leaping. "Jin Yuyan can't have been killed just like that. I've locked onto every inch of space around him. No bullets, mystic rays, or highly compressed venom could have escaped my notice. I guarantee, with my honor. No, I guarantee with my life that absolutely nothing struck Jin Yuyan's head just now. No matter how powerful the sniper's bullet was, no matter what techniques it was imbued with, it couldn't have exploded Jin Yuyan's head after I deflected it so far away. It's impossible. I can say with confidence and without exaggeration that even if Blackstar the Great were here just a moment ago, he couldn't have killed Jin Yuyan secretly without my noticing." Li Yao's head buzzed for a moment. Each brain cell of his felt like an overloaded crystal processor, the heat they emitted distorting the air around. Amid the chaotic market, Li Yao was the first to regain his composure. Something was terribly wrong with Jin Yuyan's death. The game was far from over, in fact, it had only just begun. Schwa. 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 Li Yao's telepathic thoughts shot toward the sniper's vantage point between two tall towers, where the bullet had originated, like invisible electric arcs. He clearly sensed that the sniper of the divinity transformation stage had accelerated to their highest speed the instant the bullet was fired, fleeing to the edge of the market without even checking the result. An excellent sniper always valued self-preservation over the elimination of the target. The assassin, presumed to be the Red Lady, was clearly no fool to linger at the scene. Perhaps she was confident that the shot had surely killed Jin Yuyan. By the time Li Yao's telepathic thoughts reached her, she had already dashed 1,000 meters, like a winged viper, about to vanish from everyone's search range, shielded by the skyscrapers and complex tubes. At that moment, from the two streets at the edge of the commodity market, two more equally formidable presences erupted and began chasing the assassin, likely the Red Lady. Judging by their sudden surge of spiritual energy and agility in the narrow spaces, they were likely combat-type immortal cultivators of the divinity transformation stage as well. 3 gods of death have appeared. Li Yao thought rapidly. Assuming the intelligence is correct that the security of the 7 Seas Grand Market and Jin Yuyan is in the hands of the 4 gods of death, and Red Lady, one of the gods of death, betrayed and ambushed Jin Yuyan a moment ago, the other 2 gods of death must have realized the betrayal and gone after Red Lady. Then, here comes the crucial problem: where is the last god of death? What does he want? No matter how chaotic the situation, one could always find clear traces as long as the most crucial problem was grasped. The key right now was that the 3 super assassins, possibly 3 gods of death, had left the place, some running and some chasing, while the last super assassin of the divinity transformation stage hadn't revealed his identity and was likely lurking next to Jin Yuyan's body. In that case, Li Yao took a deep breath and scanned around Jin Yuyan's body, his eyes as cold as ice. He suddenly noticed 2 very strange things, or rather, 2 very strange people. First, it was a tall, strong, wild-looking female bodyguard. She had been with Jin Yuyan in the luxury limo from the start. After Jin Yuyan got off, she had stayed close to her master, implying that she must have been one of Jin Yuyan's most trusted bodyguards. However, the woman, who looked like a chimpanzee, hardly seemed qualified to be a bodyguard. For one, she was rather weak compared to other bodyguards. From the spiritual waves and vitality field, her spiritual energy was abundant, but she was obviously lacking in long-term, high-intensity combat training. Her spiritual energy output was continuous but lacked the explosive strength needed for a critical moment. It was not suitable for fighting but more apt for management or creative jobs that counted on brain cells. Perhaps she had practiced some secret technique to alter and disguise her real form with spiritual energy. Even Li Yao was deceived by her at first. But now that everyone was on high alert, she subconsciously exposed her habitual way of releasing spiritual energy. Li Yao, an expert above the divinity transformation stage, saw through it immediately. Secondly, bodyguarding was a very special profession that required placing the employer's life above one's own. As Jin Yuyan's personal bodyguards, even if they might not have been strong enough, their loyalty was certainly unquestionable. After Jin Yuyan was blown up, all the other bodyguards moved forward. Even though they knew it was hopeless, they still protected Jin Yuyan's body. The female bodyguard, however, kept backing off and looking around, as if waiting for someone to save her. Unless Jin Yuyan had been blind, why would he have chosen such a weak and cowardly woman as his personal bodyguard? The second person who caught Li Yao's attention was a bald man nearby, wearing a white leather coat and colorful cosmos rings on his fingers, making him look like a wealthy, arrogant tycoon. When everything was peaceful just now, he had been talking with Jin Yuyan. He should be one of Jin Yuyan's old friends and an influential magnate in the Imperium's peripheral worlds. At this moment, all the other merchants were escaping, fearing they might be accidentally killed by the assassin who murdered Jin Yuyan. The bald tycoon was the only exception. He seemed to be escaping, but he was actually approaching the female bodyguard, who looked like a chimpanzee, under the cover of the crowd. The fleeing and chasing figures of death were already beyond Li Yao's perception, likely more than 10 kilometers away. The bodyguards were either around Jin Yuyan's headless body or hunting the exposed assassins from the four families. They had no time to bother with the chimpanzee-like female bodyguard. The female bodyguard discovered the bald tycoon's intention but did not back off. Instead, as if grasping a lifebuoy, she moved toward him. Li Yao, however, sensed that the muscles in the bald tycoon's legs had tightened and his pores constricted, signs of an animal ready to attack. Crack! 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 Countless sparks burst in Li Yao's eyes as all the clues connected, leading to an astonishing conclusion. Before he could fully react, Neltharion, controlled by the mental devil, broke free from stealth, transforming into a streak of bloody brilliance aimed at the back of the bald tycoon's head. As Neltharion rushed forward, the bald tycoon was only 10 meters from the female guard. He extended his hand with a comforting smile, as if assuring her that everything was under control. In the next second, however, the thin, unstoppable brilliance between his fingers darted toward the female bodyguard's neck and heart, like dozens of invisible daggers poised to strike. If everything had gone as planned, the dozens of daggers would have easily cut the female bodyguard's throat, carotid artery, and cervical vertebrae, then minced her internal organs into pieces. They could also have pierced her eyes and turned her brain into a tofu-like mess. However, the mental devil's attack was far beyond the bald tycoon's expectations. He was forced to bend and dodge, causing a half-second delay in his attack. Taking advantage of this delay, Li Yao infused his cape with spiritual energy and threw it at the bald tycoon, no longer concerned with maintaining his disguise. He then leaped toward the panicked female bodyguard. Clink! 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 The same shiny, thin daggers flickered from Li Yao's fingers and clashed with the bald tycoon's daggers at breakneck speed. The action was so fast that it could not be seen with the naked eye. All that was visible was Li Yao's cape being torn into thousands of pieces and set aflame by the sparks. Got you! Li Yao stood before the female bodyguard, a cruel smile on his face. The brief 1-second battle had made it clear to him that the bald tycoon was also an expert in the divinity transformation stage. Li Yao had not anticipated that magnates from the Imperium's peripheral worlds could be so strong. This man must be either the Black Flag King, the Red Lady, the Hanged Man, or the Revenant of the Dead Sea. The Red Lady had escaped, and the Hanged Man was a ghost. Therefore, the opponent was either the Black Flag King or the Revenant of the Dead Sea. As one of the top divinity transformation stage assassins at the Imperium's edge, why was he so interested in a female bodyguard after Jin Yuyan had been killed that he resorted to brutally murdering the seemingly insignificant woman? There could only be one answer: the man whose head was blown up moments ago was not Jin Yuyan but a stand-in. The female guard, who appeared unrefined, ugly, and ape-like, was the real Jin Yuyan. Now that you've dropped your disguise, let me see who you really are. Li Yao sniffed. Protecting the female guard behind him with one hand, he reached out with the other to grab the bald tycoon. It was just a casual move, but 3 overlapping giant handprints appeared in the air. The first was infused with spiritual energy, the second was a surge of air, and the third was a vivid red. It almost looked like 3 enormous hands reaching for the man's bald head simultaneously. The bald tycoon never imagined that an unparalleled expert like Li Yao would emerge just as his plan was about to succeed. His face immediately changed. Sensing the strength in Li Yao's attack, he had no courage to face it head-on. Instead, he crouched and wriggled out of his white leather coat, throwing it at Li Yao as a decoy while he quickly retreated like a shadow. In that moment, his skin became as pliable as the softest jelly, changing and transforming continuously. He turned from a tall, strong bald man into a slim, short, unremarkable-looking individual. His facial features were so plain that they left no impression, like a mirror. Neither Li Yao's attack nor Neltharion's mental disturbance stopped the man. He moved like a wisp of smoke, now gathering, now dispersing, as he dashed 100 meters away into the protection of dozens of guards. By this time, it had been 3 minutes since Li Yao detonated some of the grenades. The entire Seven Seas Grand Market was in chaos, with fully armed defenders flooding in from all directions. The mirror-like man, now revealed, stared at Li Yao. His eyes, sharp like scalpels, seemed to have instantly seen through Li Yao's identity. In the next second, he pressed his ears softly and shouted, "Capture the director's personal female guard and the ugly ace assassin. They are the accomplices responsible for the director's death." The mirror-faced man seemed to hold a rather high status in the defense system of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors. At his command, countless pairs of eyes immediately focused on Li Yao and the female guard, accompanied by the aiming lights of too many guns. Li Yao pondered for a moment who the ugly ace assassin was. Fury immediately flashed in his eyes. He was tempted to kill the mirror-faced man, but if the man was an ace assassin in the divinity transformation stage, now protected by so many defenders, he would not be an easy target for Li Yao. Besides, Li Yao's goal was not to kill anyone but to keep Jin Yuyan safe and stabilize the situation in the Seven Seas Grand Market, drawing the entire business alliance of 10,000 sectors to his side. Even if he went on a killing spree and massacred the Seven Seas Grand Market, he would only be aiding the four families, not himself. "Hey!" Li Yao spoke to the chimpanzee-like female guard behind him without turning around. "Miss, you're not actually a woman but Jin Yuyan, right? You have to be Jin Yuyan, or my reputation is ruined. If you are Jin Yuyan, hurry and order your men to cease fire. You saw it just now, the bald guy tried to kill you with dozens of daggers. It was me who saved you without hesitation. He's the bad guy, and I'm the good guy. Order your subordinates to capture him." The chimpanzee-like female guard did not respond at all. When Li Yao looked back, he discovered that she looked devastated, as if something heartbreaking had just happened. It wasn't until Li Yao called her again that she regained her tough demeanor. She said in a low voice, "Let's go." "What?" Li Yao was baffled. The person didn't deny being Jin Yuyan, but if she was Jin Yuyan, the director of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors, couldn't she have instructed all the bodyguards to protect him? Before Li Yao could sort everything out, fierce firepower was already raining down on the two of them like a massive storm. Even though Li Yao was in the divinity transformation stage, he couldn't completely ignore the barrage from hundreds of crystal suits and thousands of battle puppets. Additionally, he needed to protect Jin Yuyan, who was an administrative expert in the divinity transformation stage. In terms of combat ability, Jin Yuyan was only at the nascent soul stage at best and would be killed for sure if bombarded by 1,000 cannons simultaneously. Boom! 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 A series of fireballs exploded outside the spiritual shield that Li Yao had hastily condensed, as if throwing Jin Yuyan and him into an oven to be baked. They were surrounded by walls of fire that were thousands of degrees hot and pressing toward the center. If Li Yao's spiritual energy hadn't been extraordinarily abundant, the barrage just now would have been enough to melt every cell in their bodies. When the fireballs slightly dimmed, Li Yao released telepathic thoughts and searched again, but the mirror-like man had already disappeared. Li Yao cursed under his breath. His telepathic thoughts spread out like a tide, activating all the cosmos rings he had discarded in trash cans and the corners of the street. This triggered the remaining smoke grenades, stun grenades, and shriek bombs. Once again, the Seven Seas Grand Market was shaking as if an earthquake were happening. The entire market was enshrouded in a dense, ink like fog. Telepathic searches and communications were completely blocked. Both the defenders and the assassins from the four families lost their targets. They exclaimed in shock, firing at the sources of these exclamations. Li Yao drew a circle on the floor with his toe, focused his spiritual energy on his feet, and stomped on the ground, immediately leaving a hole. The Seven Seas Grand Market was not built on a solid planet. The planet had already been riddled with holes from mining and excavation 1,000 years ago. Beneath their feet lay layers of tubes and decks. Dragging Jin Yuyan, Li Yao penetrated through 7 layers of decks in quick succession. After each deck, he released more smoke grenades from the cosmos ring he carried, transforming the 7 decks and the surrounding 10 square kilometers into a shadowy forest. "Hey, miss, or should I call you bro?" Behind him was a storm of bullets, and around him were the roars of those seeking to kill. Dissatisfied with Jin Yuyan's speed, he simply hoisted her onto his shoulder and ran at full speed. "If you are really Jin Yuyan, you must know some secret tunnels or chambers, right? Where should we go?" "This way." The chimpanzee-like female bodyguard hesitated for a long time before finally deciding to guide Li Yao. Bam! 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 Li Yao's spiritual energy raged out like a superstorm, destroying all the crystal cameras within 10 kilometers. He then scanned the locations of all the defenders and pursuers and set a route that would perfectly dodge everyone. Pushing forward quickly, it took 6 hours of zigzagging through the dilapidated streets, maintenance tubes, and abandoned living areas, which were as complicated as mazes, before they finally got rid of everyone and arrived at the safe house Jin Yuyan had mentioned. It was an abandoned warehouse with malfunctioning thermostatic rune arrays, making it so cold that a drop of water would freeze instantly. There was no light, making the dark and gloomy place resemble a gigantic iron coffin. Despite Li Yao's immense strength, he was unable to go on a killing spree and had to flee for 6 hours under the storm of bullets. Even with his cultivation above the divinity transformation stage, he was quite tired. Tossing the chimpanzee-like female bodyguard aside, he breathed heavily in a corner and activated the communication with the young lion. "Jialing, what's the situation out there?" "It's quite a mess, but the situation is getting under control," Li Jialing said. "It seems the 4 Kurfürst families hired Red Lady, the former ace assassin and leader of Bloody Skull, to be one of Jin Yuyan's most trusted assistants to kill her. Right now, Red Lady and her assassins from Bloody Skull, along with the other assassins sent by the 4 families, are on the run and putting up a desperate resistance, but I don't think they can get away." "All right," Li Yao scratched his chin. He was very clear that, whether or not the 4 families had hired Red Lady, her previous shot had missed the target. Even Jin Yuyan's stand-in was not killed by her. Then, who is in charge of the 7 Seas Grand Market now? Now that Jin Yuyan has been killed, someone needs to step up and lead, right? "There are 2 people," Li Jialing said. "One is Qi Yuanbao, a senior manager of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors. He has been in charge of mercenary and weapon deals in the black market, and he is also responsible for the security of the 7 Seas Grand Market. With the director shockingly assassinated, he certainly needs to step up and clean up the mess. The other is Jin Yuyan's wife, well, his widow, Wu Yingqinshin. She is a manager in the business alliance of 10,000 sectors herself, with significant connections and influence. After Jin Yuyan's death, all his shares will go to his widow. So, no one has any objections when she steps up to support the situation with Qi Yuanbao." "Jin Yuyan's widow?" Li Yao was stunned for a long time. Looking at the devastated female guard, he somehow felt that the person might have complicated family issues. Pausing for a moment, he complimented, "Job well done. How did you gather so much intelligence in just a few hours?" "It's not a big deal," Li Jialing said casually, though he couldn't hide the pride in his voice. "Just now, 2 assassins from the 4 families passed by me and tried to kill me, but I captured them instead and interrogated them. That's how I got the critical intelligence. Alright. Just stay outside. Whenever anything happens, let me know. Also, take care of yourself. The assassins in the divinity transformation stage, such as the 4 gods of death, may not have the highest levels, but they are certainly adept at the arts of killing. They are not to be toyed with lightly. If you encounter them, run away as quickly as possible. A wise person knows when to yield. You can always settle the score later. Li Yao repeatedly reminded Li Jialing before finally cutting off the communication and turning to look at the sullen female guard. He stared at the 2 mounds on the person's chest, which looked like basketballs, for a long time but still couldn't be sure. He thought about checking the person's pants, but that didn't seem appropriate. He didn't recall being hit by anything when he carried the person away in a mad rush a moment ago. Was the strange woman really Jin Yuyan or not? Chapter 25-30 The Imprisoned Soul. Well, Li Yao and the thick woman, who resembled a chimpanzee, exchanged glances, both feeling a bit strange. Li Yao sensed the need to use his silver tongue once more to break the awkward silence. Are you old Jin Yuyan, the director of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors? You haven't been a woman the whole time, have you? No, I'm not biased against women. I believe that great women can achieve astounding feats. However, you have a wife. Right, according to the latest news, your wife is working with Yuanbao, the senior manager in charge of the black market weapons, the mercenary platform, and security in your conglomerate. They've announced your death and seem to be abandoning you so they can monopolize the business alliance. The chimpanzee-like woman stared at Li Yao. Her eyes seemed veiled by a layer of frosted glass, making it impossible for Li Yao to read her thoughts. If my guess is correct, Yuanbao is the man who pretended to be the bald tycoon in the white leather coat, who later became as unpredictable as smoke in a mirror, right? Li Yao opened his hands in a gesture of sincerity. If you are really Jin Yuyan, even if you are not a battle-type immortal cultivator, you must have felt the hostility and the determination to kill emanating from that man at the critical moment, didn't you? If I hadn't acted in time, you would have been chopped into dozens of pieces. Another thing, your stand-in was not shot remotely. That fatal bullet was deflected by me just in time and grazed past your stand-in. I also assure you that no external force was applied to his head when your stand-in exploded. In other words, some force from within his head must have caused it to break apart. What exactly was that about? I believe you can tell me the answer. The chimpanzee-like woman remained in a trance, like a hideous black statue dwelling in her own world. Even Li Yao was not sure if she had heard him. Are you really a woman who pretended to be a man all this time? Frowning, Li Yao scratched his chin and nodded his head shrewdly. I get it now. The real Jin Yuyan has always been a woman. However, being a female was too inconvenient for you to make a living at the chaotic edge of the Imperium. So, you pretended to be a man. Perhaps it was just a role at first, but as your position rose higher and higher, or for some other reason, it became impossible for you to reveal your true gender. To disguise yourself, you even found a fake wife, Wuying Qinshin. Yet, no matter how much money and power you had, the seemingly unparalleled business magnate was a woman all along. No matter what tools and magical equipment you used, you could not satisfy your fake wife, Wuying Qinshin. We all know that women can be extremely terrible if they are dissatisfied for a long time. Wuying Qinshin was unwilling to live as a widow. Naturally, she had other plans. As for Yuanbao, what role does he play in all this? Is he only your fake wife's lover, or is there a more complicated triangle relationship, where he is also your lover? Otherwise, why did you trust him so much and entrust him with the most important safety work? Could it be that both you and your fake wife, Wuying Qinshin, fell in love with Yuanbao at the same time, and the intense jealousy between the two of you led to this great tragedy? Aya, what a drama, the frosted glass in the chimpanzee-like woman's eyes finally shattered. If her eyes could spurt blood, she would have shot out thousands of arrows and blown Li Yao apart. "Are you done?" The chimpanzee-like woman stared at Li Yao and ground her teeth. "What nonsense are you talking about? Lover, triangle relationship, or unfulfilled desires? Of course I'm a man, an authentic man. Why do you think I'm a woman pretending to be a man? What does falling in love with Yuanbao at the same time have to do with anything? It sounds like a third-rate soap opera." "Aha, you're finally talking." Li Yao chuckled and rubbed his nose. He observed the man carefully and said, "I also feel that the real Jin Yuyan is unlikely to be a woman. Telling such a lie would have no benefit. However, judging from your remarkable body curves, it's hard to believe you're not a woman. Of course, experts in the divinity transformation stage can freely adjust their hormone levels. If you suppress your androgens and stimulate your estrogens, your body could indeed undergo drastic changes. But such changes are too extraordinary. I can't detect any trace of a man in your body at all. You naturally can't see any trace of a man because this body is 100% authentic female," the chimpanzee-like woman said sullenly. "But I, Jin Yuyan, have been a man since birth. A real man. I've never pretended to be a woman or had any gender reassignment surgery." "Huh?" Li Yao blinked rapidly. "What do you mean? Jin Yuyan is a man. You are Jin Yuyan. But your body is a woman's." Could it be? Li Yao thought of an unbelievable possibility, and his face immediately became strange. "That's right. This is not my real body." The chimpanzee-like woman, Jin Yuyan, first smiled bitterly, then heaved a long sigh, and collapsed. She mumbled, "My soul is imprisoned inside the body of a woman, unable to get out." Thinking quickly, Li Yao was stunned for a long time before he replied, "So, it is possession or reincarnation? If you have possessed this body, I must say it's a terrible choice. This is obviously the body of a pure warrior, but not the best of warriors. Also, the structure of the brain is more suited for brief battles, not for steady, long-term thinking. It is utterly unfit for your soul. What happened? How did you get trapped or deceived into such a body? It's not possession or reincarnation. It's a secret art called soul transfer. However, it does have many similarities with possession and reincarnation, except that, staring at Li Yao, Jin Yuyan resembled a wolf with its legs trapped in a snare. A mixture of brutality, desperation, paranoia, anger, and hatred flashed in her eyes. She breathed quickly and demanded, "Who are you? Why did you save me? Why should I trust you?" Li Yao had never intended to hide his identity from Jin Yuyan. Immediately, he rubbed his face with both hands, removing all the potions and artificial skin, and slightly readjusted his facial muscles. Then, he smiled at Jin Yuyan and said, "Old Jin, it's me." "It's you, Vulture Li Yao." Jin Yuyan took a deep breath again. Her wariness was slightly eased, but she was even more confused than before. On the march to the capital, Li Yao and Jin Yuyan were both key subordinates to Queen Li Linghai. Though they were not close, they had encountered each other a few times, so Jin Yuyan recognized Li Yao immediately. However, he was clearly aware of Li Yao's recent actions. Frowning, he muttered, "I don't get it. According to intelligence from the capital, you betrayed the reformists and joined the Four Families. Every assassin group under the business alliance of 10,000 sectors was instructed to hunt you. If you had joined the Four Families, wouldn't the best course of action have been to simply let my stand-in and the real me be killed? Why did you save me, twice? Could it be that you wanted to persuade me to join the Four Families as well?" Jin Yuyan's eyes grew sharp again. Even though his soul was not in his own body, a palpable fury still radiated from him. Closing his eyes, he sighed and said, "When you take a gamble, you must be prepared to lose. I have lost the game that I meticulously planned for 100 years, but I cannot surrender. I am too tired, and I do not wish to change sides and repeat this for another 100 years. Just kill me. Old Jean, I think there's a misunderstanding, Li Yao said with a smile. I was never bought by the four families. Contrary to that, I have always been the staunchest reformist from the start. I am a true immortal cultivator, a righteous immort, and a patriot. It was precisely because I was so pure, righteous, and patriotic that the scoundrels and schemers who infiltrated the reformists found me intolerable and had to banish me. After such a long journey, I have come to the Seven Seas Grand Market because I believe that you, Old Jean, are also a pure, firm, righteous patriot and immortal cultivator. That is why I want to join hands with you and continue the cause to renew the Imperium, thoroughly transforming the decayed, corrupt Imperium of true human beings. What? Jean Yuyan, who had lost all hope, widened his eyes once more. The shocking brilliance in his eyes almost pierced through Li Yao's bones, internal organs, and soul. He asked tentatively, if you are a real reformist, then who are the scoundrels and schemers? Li Linghai? Everyone knows that Li Linghai wants to be the regent of the Imperium or the president of the Council of Elders. It's also part of our deal. That's not critical. You're right. In the reformists' future plans, whether Li Linghai wants to be the regent of the Imperium, the president of the Council of Elders, or even some sort of empress, it won't be a big deal. A title is just a title. The other reformist forces are confident they can contain her and achieve a certain balance of power. Her prestige isn't enough, after all. After she dies, her power will naturally wane, Li Yao said casually. But what if it's not Li Linghai, but Wu Yingqi? What if the person who emerges to claim the ultimate throne, after the reformists and the four families suffer heavy losses in battle, is none other than the great Black Star? Tick-tock. 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 Water dripped non-stop from the broken tubes, adding to the cold, creepy atmosphere in the warehouse. Li Yao spent 10 minutes explaining the backstory and the current situation to Jean Yuyan. Finally, he clenched his fists, looked at Jean Yuyan with innocent eyes, and spoke in his most sincere voice, "Trust me, old Jean. Everything I just said is true. Right now, we are the last hope for the reformists, the Imperium, and the true path of immortality. No matter how depressed and frustrated you are, don't give up hope. Summon your courage and fight for the true path of immortality with me." It took Jean Yuyan another 5 minutes to fully digest what Li Yao said. Closing his eyes, he considered it for a long time. When he opened his eyes again, they were filled with profundity and wisdom. Jean Yuyan extended one finger. "Let me confirm everything with you. You're saying that Black Star the Great, the ancestor of all immortal cultivators, has been reborn and is possessing Queen Li Linghai's body, manipulating everything from behind the scenes to reclaim the ultimate throne from the four families?" Li Yao nodded quickly. "That's right." Jean Yuyan extended another finger. "And because he's alone after his rebirth and fears being exterminated by the four families if his identity is exposed, he's using the strength of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors, the reformists, and even me as his pawns?" Li Yao continued nodding. "Correct. Your comprehension is truly remarkable." Jean Yuyan extended a third finger. "Black Star the Great is merely taking advantage of me, the business alliance of 10,000 sectors, and the reformists. Though the four Kurfürst families are our mutual enemies, he is, in fact, a royalist even more conservative and autocratic than the four families. If he seizes the fruits of the reformists, he will certainly strangle the reformists, destroy the free coin, and crush the business alliance of 10,000 sectors." "That's exactly what I've been saying," Li Yao exclaimed with delight. "Wu Yingqi's beliefs are absolutely incompatible with yours or mine. He can't be a reformist at all. He is a royalist 100 times more conservative than the four Kurfürstens, as he is the greatest living embodiment of royal power. His shadow was clearly behind the riot in the grand market of the Seven Seas. Isn't that enough to suggest the problem? Yuyan extended his fourth finger. Therefore, I can only cooperate with you now to compete with Blackstar the Great and the four Kurfürst families and to implement the idea of renewing the Imperium across the entire Star Sea, based on my wealth, my expertise in the capital market, my connections at the Imperium's periphery, and your unparalleled physical strength. You can't be more correct. Li Yao was almost in tears. He slapped his thigh and said, "That's absolutely the case. Right now, we are the saviors of the reformists. We are the true reformists, the future rulers of the Imperium. You have the wealth, and I have invincible strength. We are naturally the best allies. I have high hopes for you, old Jean." Most people would have been stunned for a long time before they realized what was going on after hearing such terrifying news. I didn't expect that you could sort it out and summarize the key points so soon. Judging from your calmness and wisdom alone, your future is absolutely promising. After our cause succeeds, you will be more than qualified to serve as the Prime Minister of the Imperium, not just the Financial Minister. Yuyan said, "Okay." Li Yao asked, "What do you mean by okay?" Yuyan said casually, "Okay means interesting. Li Yao said, "What do you mean by interesting?" Yuyan said coldly, "Interesting means I don't believe you. With everything coming to this point, you still don't believe me?" Li Yao's eyes widened, his face a mix of shock and frustration. He slammed his fists down hard and said, "Old Jean, just think about it. Even if I wanted to deceive you, I wouldn't tell such an absurd lie that Blackstar the Great has been revived, would I? I even have videos of my fight with Wu Yingqi. That's real. True, that part is real. I don't believe you would make up such a ridiculous lie," Yuyan said. "However, the most brilliant lies are often 90% fact and 10% falsehood. Just because you didn't lie about that doesn't mean everything you said was true." Li Yao said, "Fine, regarding my statement that, you have wealth and I have invincible strength, I might have exaggerated a bit. I truly don't have the ability to kill Blackstar the Great right now. You've seen through it. What keen eyes you have." Yuyan said, "The amount of physical strength is not the key. I know very well what Vulture Li Yao is capable of. Although you might not be invincible, your expertise should be more or less sufficient. What I cannot fathom is something else. I would like you to enlighten me. If you can give me a perfect answer, there won't be a problem no matter how you want me to cooperate. After all, I am a dying man, and I can't be any greater a loser no matter what wild gambles I take again." As he spoke, Yuyan's demeanor became so intimidating that he truly looked like a gambler who had lost everything and was about to wager his life and soul for a comeback. Li Yao declared resolutely, "Feel free to ask anything, Director Jean. I will certainly tell you everything I know." "All right. Since we are about to cooperate sincerely and carry on the banner of the reformists, we shouldn't hide anything from each other. At the very least, we should be aware of each other's backgrounds." Yuyan said, "Everyone knows how I rose to power. I'll explain later why I ended up trapped inside a woman's body. But can you tell me about your origins, your school, and your lineage, fellow cultivator Li? You are in the divinity transformation stage, and not just any divinity transformation stage cultivator. Even an experienced expert like Yuanbao, who was adept at assassination skills, chose to flee after a single head-to-head clash with you, indicating that he was quite wary of you. How strong is your combat ability exactly? An experienced divinity transformation stage expert with extraordinary combat skills doesn't just appear out of nowhere. There must be a powerful force supporting you from behind. In the past 100 years, to expand the business alliance of 10,000 sectors, I've visited almost every planet in every sector at the edge of the Imperium. I know a thing or two about the local magnates and the hermit families, but none of them has a member like you. To deal with the 4 Kurfürst families, I've been paying attention to intelligence from the center of the cosmos, especially information about the nobles experts, none of whom you belong to. This has baffled me for a long time. How did you emerge out of nowhere, beyond everyone's expectations? Faced with Jin Yuyan's question, Li Yao smiled rather lightheartedly. As I've already explained to the fellow reformists earlier, I was a dark warrior that the queen raised in secret to help her carry out the most secretive, dangerous, and clandestine missions. Is it strange that people from the outside world have never heard my name before? Jin Yuyan nodded his head. That's right. In the past, you explained it that way. At the time, although I wasn't entirely convinced, I didn't bother too much with it. But now, thinking about it, something seems greatly wrong. If you were truly a dark warrior the queen carefully trained, you must have followed her for more than 50 years before advancing to the divinity transformation stage. So, why on earth did you betray her and escape from the capital? Because our beliefs are different. Li Yao replied without hesitation. Even though the queen groomed me, I grew into a true reformist through the teachings of reformist ideals. When I discovered the queen was merely using the renewal of the Imperium as a guise to achieve her own ambitions and that the most terrible Blackstar the Great resided inside her, I had to break away from them and even stop them. Old Jean, we are both men with beliefs and true immortal cultivators, unlike the fake immortal cultivators of the 4 families who are cowardly and only care about their own interests. If you are willing to be sacrificed for what you believe in, why can't I? That's exactly what baffles me, Jin Yuyan said. According to what you said just now, you followed Li Linghai for more than 50 years and were her most trusted subordinate, trained by her personally. She invested astronomical resources in you, and you lived up to her expectations, becoming her toughest dark warrior and making great contributions to her. On the other hand, it has been decades, if not longer, since the remaining soul of Great Blackstar attached to Li Linghai. It was Wu Yingqi who first fostered Li Linghai's ambitions. That's why Li Linghai recruited subordinates, expanded her influence, and trained dark warriors like you. From the very beginning, the people who trained you shouldn't have been just Li Linghai, they should have also included Wu Yingqi. Even if it was inconvenient for Wu Yingqi to show up in person, he should have instilled the idea of the supremacy of royal power into your mind. How on earth did you become a reformist? Stop telling me this bull asterisk it about how you remained uncorrupted and somehow came up with the reformist ideas on your own. You were trained by Wu Yingqi and Li Linghai when you were at your weakest. Was the almighty Great Blackstar not capable of creating a most loyal dog after decades of work? If such a dog had random thoughts and even went out of control beyond the master's control, I find it hard to believe that Great Blackstar was authentic. This is exactly my greatest confusion. Please give me a straight answer, fellow cultivator Li. Who are you? Where do you come from? How did you acquire such immense capabilities? What is it that you truly seek? After Jin Yuyan finished his speech coldly, the atmosphere became awkward. Puffing his cheeks like a globefish surfacing in the water, Li Yao thought for a long time and finally surrendered. It's indeed hard to explain. Or rather, I can come up with 10,000 explanations, but each one would be an insult to your wisdom. So, is it possible that we could set aside the unimportant details for now and focus on our mutual enemy in good faith? You tell me, Jin Yuyan said. I've just been betrayed by my wife and my most trusted subordinate, who reduced me to such a ghastly state. How can I cooperate with you if you can't explain your identity and your purpose? Fair enough, Li Yao sighed, taking out a glittering jade chip from his pocket. Handing it to Jin Yuyan, he said, seeing is believing. As for my true identity, please take a look at this, Director Jin. This is, Jin Yuyan narrowed his eyes, his expression turning extremely solemn and strange. Taking the jade chip from Li Yao with both hands, he softly rubbed it in his palm. The more he touched it, the more surprised he became. Sweat dripped from his forehead in large drops. Since Director Jean has managed the business alliance of 10,000 sectors for years, you must have enough knowledge to recognize the background of this item, Li Yao said, closing his eyes and sighing. This item hasn't appeared at the center of the cosmos in 1,000 years. Jin Yuyan glanced at Li Yao in disbelief, then carefully observed the jade chip in his hands. Indeed, he was a knowledgeable businessman. Surprisingly, he knew how to activate the item. Placing his hands into a gesture that resembled a blooming lotus flower, he channeled his vitality field into a special unlocking form, causing the upper half of the jade chip to blossom. In the next moment, a torrent of light, filled with infinite brilliance, flowed out like a glittering spring, enveloping the entire warehouse in a vast sea of stars. From among the countless stars, the most splendid silver lines emerged and intertwined into a complex, magnificent stamp. Though it was just an illusory stamp, it felt as if a whole planet were pressing down. Jin Yuyan was dumbfounded by the display. This is the cosmic stamp. The cosmic stamp that was passed down from the Star Ocean Imperium and taken by Firefly after the collapse of the Star Ocean Republic. Jin Yuyan's voice trembled. The thousands of streams of information within the stamp converged into an overwhelming torrent that flooded his mind, making a grand, solemn voice echo within his head. We hereby appoint Li Yao as the special representative of the Speaker of the Star Ocean Republic. The voice announced nearly 20 powerful and awe-inspiring titles in succession. Essentially, Li Yao represented all the high-ranking officials of the Star Ocean Republic. He was also tasked with full responsibility for diplomacy, trade, or even war between the Star Ocean Republic and the Imperium of true human beings. In summary, endorsed by the cosmic stamp, Li Yao was a living embodiment of the Star Ocean Republic. Are you a cultivator? One of the remnants of the former regime who fled the center of the cosmos 1,000 years ago? Jin Yuyan could hardly believe that Li Yao had such an identity, which truly shocked him. He examined the jade chip again and even released his own soul to investigate the residual power in the signature. He then scanned the soul marks left on the official document dozens of times, yet he still found it hard to believe. Old Jin, you don't need to be so cautious. A remnant of the former regime is not an honorable identity. Is there any need for me to tell such a lie? Li Yao smiled bitterly. In fact, I am a very low-key person and do not want to intimidate others with those things unless it is necessary. I proposed neglecting the details just now, but you were too petty and paranoid. That's why I had to reveal my true identity. Just look at the jade chip with the cosmic stamp signature. Could such a document have been fabricated in advance? Also, I happened to land in the Martial Meritocrat sector when I arrived at the Imperium, and I destroyed that Manjasaka, the city in the sky, by the way. Yes, the mysterious cultivator who wreaked havoc before all the citizens of the Imperium was me. I didn't want to bring up such trivial matters at all. Really, it almost sounds like I'm boasting. But you just didn't trust me. What choice did I have? It was you. Jin Yuyan stood up, his voice trembling. It was you who destroyed Manjasaka, the city in the sky, and annihilated the slaughter stream, all by yourself. Li Yao sighed again. Yes, that was me. Now, my trump cards are fully exposed. Why do you look so awful, Director Jean? You're not the type to kill every cultivator on sight, are you? Not exactly. I don't hate cultivators any more than other immortal cultivators do. Jin Yuyan narrowed his eyes. His face looked somewhat dark and green as he said, word by word, however, Wu Yinglan borrowed more than $3 trillion from the business alliance of 10,000 sectors during the construction of Manjasaka, the city in the sky. It was one of the largest loans that the business alliance of 10,000 sectors ever granted. Li Yao, Jin Yuyan, also, I personally thought highly of Wu Yinglan's slaughter stream and believed it to be an excellent money-making program that could also promote our ideas. So, I invested more than 300 million from my personal venture platform. That was all my own money and had nothing to do with the business alliance of 10,000 sectors. Li Yao, Jin Yuyan, furthermore, some of the talented weapon developers of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors, whom we had been training with extensive resources, were sent to Manjasaka, the city in the sky, to collaborate with Wu Yinglan's team on the cutting-edge magical equipment. They were supposed to help the business alliance of 10,000 sectors with their products in the future. As it turned out, all those weapon developers were killed, resulting in the greatest loss of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors in terms of weapon development. We might not be able to establish a new team for another 20 years. Li Yao, regarding that, old Jean, what if I say that I was just bragging to show off, and the job in Manjasaka, the city in the sky, was not done by me at all? Well, that doesn't sound very convincing, does it? Jin Yuyan nodded his head slowly. It does not. Li Yao said, on the bright side, even if I hadn't destroyed Manjasaka, the city in the sky, and if your investment and your team were still there, wouldn't your wife and her lover be taking all the advantage today? It's better to give it to a cultivator than to your vicious wife and her lover. While I am a cultivator, I have never cheated on you, have I? Look, if you think about it that way, you would feel much better, wouldn't you? Jin Yuyan. I swear to God that if you don't shut your mouth, I will abandon my future, my career, and my beliefs to fight you, you shameless scoundrel. Don't be hasty, old Jin. Let's just talk nicely. It's only about money, all right? Li Yao hurried to surrender. The Star Ocean Republic has nothing except money. Calm down, you need to calm down. Everything is negotiable. I'll double your compensation, all right? Let's talk. Let's just calm down and talk. Money was the best sedative. Jin Yuyan immediately regained his icy tranquility from his fury. Staring at Li Yao for a long time, he finally said, "What is a cultivator and a special representative of the Star Ocean Republic's remnants doing in such a treacherous time in the Imperium?" "We mean no harm and only want to come home." Li Yao raised his hands, his voice full of infinite affection for the hometown. "Since we escaped from the center of the cosmos 1,000 years ago, Firefly has drifted for too long in the vast, dark, and cold universe. Our starship is beyond repair, our resources are running out, and our people are tired of endless fleeing and exploration. There is no hope ahead of us at all. Even the firmest beliefs have been eroded by the disappointment of day after day and year after year. Right now, we only want to come home and find a small sanctuary in our former home. After all, we have been fighting for the Star Ocean Republic for 1,000 years. No matter how loyal our ancestors were to a country that should have died long ago, their descendants have done their best. Is it not a disgrace to surrender after 1,000 years of resistance? However, we did not know the Imperium of true human beings' attitude toward the refugees of the former regime. Were they determined to annihilate all of us, with no room for negotiation, or was there a possibility of negotiation under certain circumstances, allowing us to return to the center of the cosmos? Therefore, as a special representative of the Star Ocean Republic, I sneaked back into the Imperium on my own to investigate the Imperium situation and the authorities' stance. Of course, it would be even better if I could reach out to influential dignitaries first. That explains a lot. After struggling for 1,000 years, you finally realized you had nowhere to go and decided to return and surrender? Jin Yuyan sneered. It seems that the cultivator's beliefs are just fancy disguises used to deceive others. The darkness and cruelty at the edge of the cosmos are far beyond your imagination, Li Yao said quietly. Too many things that I would rather not talk about happened in the 1,000 years after Firefly left the Imperium, which significantly changed our beliefs and even allowed me to view problems from the perspective of the immortal cultivators. No wonder you reached out to Li Linghai. You must have thought that Li Linghai, as a reformist, was more likely to tolerate the cultivators than the four Kurfürst families, and that if the reformists could control the politics of the Imperium, you would have a chance to return home or even play a role in the future Imperium, right? Flashes of lightning were accumulating in Jin Yuyan's eyes. But why did Li Linghai trust you and consider you a trusted subordinate, even keeping it a secret from the other major leaders of the reformists? Chapter 2533, I'm only short of the initial funding. Li Linghai never really trusted me, no more than she ever trusted you. It was just a deal. I made her an offer she couldn't refuse. Li Yao, wrapping his arms around himself, licked his lips and said in an alluring voice, money, glittering coins, astronomical resources, immeasurable heavenly materials and earthly treasures. The government in exile of the Star Ocean Republic lacks many things, but money is certainly not one of them. However, Li Linghai hated the cultivators, but not their money. Whether to overthrow the four families or to re-establish order in the Imperium, it all required money. In the new order of the new Imperium, it would still require money for her to vie for supreme power with allies like you. Was there any reason for her not to cooperate with me? Fair enough. Jin Yuyan, greatly enlightened, nodded and said, if it were me, I would have cooperated with anyone who came to make a deal with me, regardless of whether they were cultivators, extraterrestrial devils, or other bizarre alien lives, as long as they had crystals enough to fill a planet. If the crystals they brought for the deal were enough to fill a sector, I could become a devout cultivator in the next second. There's still one problem, though. Didn't you say you planned to surrender because Firefly was beyond maintenance and short of resources, making it impossible for you to persist? Let me ask you, how did someone as desperate as you get so much money to persuade the Queen of the Imperium? Li Yao broke out in a sweat. Well, about that, Jin Yuyan narrowed his eyes. Huh? Li Yao swallowed. Don't be hasty, and stop looking at me so suspiciously, you're giving me a lot of pressure. Just listen to my explanation. The whole thing is very complicated, really. It can only be explained slowly and gradually. Yes, it's true that Firefly was in such a state of disrepair and destitution that we could no longer live on it, but at the same time, we were also very rich, perhaps the wealthiest in the universe. These things are not contradictory. Director Jean, Aya, you are such a smart and powerful individual, and yet you cannot grasp such self-evident logic? Jin Yuyan shook his head. I do not. Please continue with your slow explanation. We lacked cash, the resources to repair the starship, and the food to sustain everyone, but that didn't mean we didn't have other assets. Li Yao slapped his thigh and exclaimed, we have coordinates. Jin Yuyan's eyes glittered. What coordinates? The coordinates of the sectors. Thinking quickly, Li Yao's brain felt as if his neurons were exploding into a torrent as he continued informally, you know that during the peak of the ancient civilization, humanity occupied a total of 3,000 sectors. However, after the civil war of the ancient cultivators, the rise of the demons, and the establishment and fall of the Star Ocean Republic, the wars grew increasingly intense, and the magical equipment became more destructive. Countless sectors were obliterated in these wars, and their coordinates have been lost to the tides of time. Today, the Imperium of True Men and the Holy Covenant Alliance together control only a little more than 1,000 sectors, those that are closest to the cosmic center. The rest have become dead graves, scattered in the unknown regions at the fringes of the universe. Although they are dead, those worlds once boasted an atmosphere and a highly developed civilization, if not perfect industrial infrastructure or relics containing secret treasures. If found, it will be possible to re-establish an atmosphere and an ecological circle, restoring the former prosperity of those sectors. At the very least, it is much more convenient and cost-efficient than finding a resource planet that is not suitable for human survival and establishing settlements on it despite the unfavorable conditions, isn't it? Since the age of the Star Ocean Imperium, people living at the Cosmos Center have been expanding, trying to recover the glory of the 3,000 sectors of the past. The Star Ocean Republic was certainly no exception during our prime days. We once sent countless exploration fleets, gathering abundant astral data and new sailing routes. That information was later taken away by Firefly, leaving the Imperium of true human beings to start from scratch. It took you 1,000 years and countless resources, but you've only managed to expand the Imperium's borders by a small margin. In the last 100 years or so, due to the high cost of external expeditions and the low efficiency when Star Children were sent to explore planet by planet, the Imperium has in fact dropped external expeditions. But that's only because you didn't have the accurate coordinates. Locating one habitable planet out of 10 billion is certainly difficult. However, with relatively accurate coordinates, and once the vitality in a sector is restored, just think of the profit and business opportunities. And the money that will flood in. Yuyan stared at him again, his eyes as glittering as crystal coins, and his voice sounded like the clinking of coins. How many sectors have you located? Not too many, and not too few. About 100. Li Yao said. The coordinates of those sectors were stored in the database of the Institute of External Exploration of the Star Ocean Republic and brought away by us when we evacuated. Our original thought was to escape to the edge of the cosmos, settle in a few stable sectors, re-establish our country in 1,000 years, and then find a way to counterattack the center of the cosmos. Unfortunately, when we found those sectors according to the coordinates, we realized that they had been ruined in war a long time ago, their civilizations gone. They were all worlds full of rust and deserts, like the land of sins. The resources we carried were too few to modify or re-establish such forsaken worlds. On the other hand, we were also afraid that the hunters of the Imperium might find us if we settled. In that case, we would have been in trouble. In a panic, we searched for those sectors one after another, updated their detailed information, and marked them on the maps. However, we eventually gave up on settling in those places and continued fleeing. When our resources were low, and we wanted to turn back, there was already no time. So, Director Jean, you see where I'm getting at, right? We're like explorers who have found countless treasures but are too hungry to open them. If we can't come up with a solution, we will starve outside of the treasures brimming with milk and honey. Jean Yuyan finally understood. So, you are aware of the locations of 100 abandoned sectors, but you lack the initial resources, or the initial funding, to develop them, right? Exactly. Initial funding is an accurate description. This is why I am just a simple-minded warrior and you are a business genius. Li Yao slapped his thigh in excitement and said with even greater enthusiasm, you should know that those sectors were once very prosperous and developed. Many of them were the famous natural paradises of the ancient cultivators, where countless great seniors and experts used to train. Some sectors served as important production and research bases during the 30,000 years of the Demon Beast Empire. Laboratories and weapon factories were abundant, and relics from the primordial age could be easily found. Unfortunately, we lacked the initial funding to develop them on a large scale, and could only drool at the relics that had been sealed for 10,000 years. After much deliberation, if we didn't want to starve while holding the gold bowl, we had to return to the center of the cosmos and look for a partner. That's when Li Linghai caught my attention. Initially, I thought she was a leader of the reformists, so I was honest with her. I didn't realize that the great fiend Blackstar was lurking behind her. Even if we offered all the sectors that Firefly discovered over 1,000 years to Wu Yingqi, he wouldn't let us go. My only option was to run. It wasn't until I escaped to the peripheral worlds that I realized you, the director of the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors and one of the finest businessmen of the Imperium of true human beings, who started your career in space trade and asteroid development, are a much more suitable partner than Wu Yingqi and Li Linghai. Come on, old Jean, enough with your hesitation. Drop your bias. Both the cultivators and the immortals work for money, right? Think about it, if you discover a new sector, you could establish 100 trade routes. The profits from re-establishing a sector include sales of properties, development of mines and farmlands, immigration fees, and so on. TSK, TSK, TSK. There's too much for me to calculate. Would you like to run an analysis yourself? Yuyan was obviously breathing faster. Though he was trying to suppress his heartbeat, he couldn't fully control his body, and the little details still betrayed him. Is it true? He asked, a meaningless question. I know it's hard to convince others when I make such a claim without evidence. Li Yao opened his hands and spoke calmly. However, if you think from another perspective, why are you not convinced when Li Linghai and Wu Yingqi have believed it? Yuyan was taken aback, deep in thought. Do you think Li Linghai and Wu Yingqi were so foolish as to be easily deceived, without investigating my statement? Li Yao continued. My cooperation with Li Linghai over the last half-year was quite smooth until we fell out after I inadvertently discovered the existence of Wu Yingqi. So, it was their issue, not mine. If I had lied to them, they would have killed me long ago. Yuyan took a deep breath. I still think you're lying, but at least the probability of your lies has dropped from 10% to 1%. My instincts tell me that the trade routes in space you mentioned are real, and it's indeed possible for me to make a great fortune if I cooperate with you. Yuyan held his forehead and said, It's a very strange feeling, but whether or not you're telling the truth, in today's situation, I don't seem to have any choice but to trust you completely. Li Yao smiled brightly. Exactly. Both you and I are left with no choice but to open our minds and cooperate with each other. Then, you will have to help me regain control of the 7 Seas Grand Market and the business alliance of 10,000 sectors first. Yuyan looked at his somewhat cumbersome body and sighed. It's absolutely impossible for me to compete with them in my current state. That's not a problem. Li Yao agreed quickly. As I said before, your wealth plus my strength will make us invincible. Furthermore, despite your poor performance and ridiculous lies just now, I prefer to believe they were part of your disguise. You intentionally pretended to be shameless and incapable to ease my suspicions. Yuyan looked at Li Yao. Didn't you? Li Yao, of course, it was all part of my disguise. You have seen through me after all. You're clearly an unparalleled expert at the divinity transformation stage, yet you've completely hidden your gravitas and dominance. You don't give off the aura of someone superior at all, instead, you come across as a shameless scoundrel. It's evident that your computational ability is very high. Yuyan continued, since your computational ability is so high, you must have calculated that you and I together are still far from enough to challenge Great Blackstar and the 4 Kurfürsten simultaneously. So, may I boldly assume that you have powerful reinforcements and a whole plan for victory out there? Of course, I have reinforcements and plans. Everything is within my calculations. However, the enemy cannot be defeated with calculations alone. I still need your help. I need the business alliance of 10,000 sectors to play a greater role in the renaissance of the Imperium. Li Yao said. However, we need to figure out what has happened to you first. How were you tricked into this body by Yuanbao and your wife? Also, what's the current situation with the business alliance of 10,000 sectors? Which managers have possibly been convinced by Yuanbao and your wife to take Blackstar the Great side, and which ones are too tied to the business alliance to surrender? I believe you must know the answers as the director, right? Yuyan was stunned for a long time. Rubbing his rough face in disgust, he said in a hoarse voice, rising from a small group of merchants to the largest business group in the Imperium today, the business alliance of 10,000 sectors has certainly encountered many storms. We also expanded and protected our business routes with violence, taking down those who jeopardized our business interests countless times. Killers and assassins played an important role in this process. Black Flag, Bloody Skull, Life Claimer, and Lamp of Death, the 4 most powerful groups of assassins in the Imperium, are all deeply associated with the business alliance of 10,000 sectors. The super assassins who lead these groups are also our long-term partners and shareholders of many agencies under the alliance. There is deep trust between us. Of the 4 gods of death, the one I trusted most was Yuanbao, leader of Life Claimer, known as Hanged Man. Wait, Liao asked in surprise. Yuanbao, the senior manager of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors, is Hanged Man one of the 4 gods of death? But I was told that Life Claimer is an assassin group exclusively made of ghosts, and Hanged Man is one of the strongest spectral cultivators in the Imperium. Was the bald man in leather with coal stains who tried to kill you with daggers outside the commodity market not Yuanbao? Yes, he was exactly Yuanbao, one of the strongest ghosts in the Imperium, Yuyan explained. That is why he is so horrifying. While ordinary ghosts, no matter how tough, can only crawl into artificial bodies and control machines, Yuanbao has mastered a bizarre art called body puppet technique. He soaks newly deceased bodies in a mixture of special drugs for polishing. After 81 days, the bodies do not decay but remain fresh, with warmth and breath, as if they were living people. His remaining soul can hide in these bodies, allowing him to treat them as his artificial bodies. This way, he can easily transform into anyone. He is unpredictable and impossible to recognize. Besides me and my wife, few people know his secret. When people are wary of his assassination, they only focus on the rigid mechanical bodies. As a result, he often exploits their oversight and kills his enemies in flesh and blood bodies. Body puppet technique. So, the bald man I fought a moment ago wasn't a living person at all, but a corpse that had been specially refined? Li Yao felt his head spinning. There were indeed countless peculiar tricks in the vast space. He did not know that such a weird technique existed. Yes, that was only one of the body puppets Yuanbao often used. I don't know how many similar body puppets he has secretly refined, Yuyan sighed and said. As one of the 5 senior managers, his position is not much lower than mine in the business alliance of 10,000 sectors. It is impossible for me to monitor his every move. Li Yao, deep in thought, said, the so-called body puppet technique sounds like it involves the combination of the soul and the body. It's rather similar to the soul transfer technique you mentioned earlier. So, it was Yuanbao who suggested you transfer your soul into this strong woman? Exactly, Yuyan said, frustrated. 1.5 months ago, Yuanbao came to me and claimed there was irrefutable proof that the 4 Kurfürst families were planning an assassination against me, and their trump card was one of the closest people to me. They had bribed one of the 4 gods of death, who could stab me in the back at any moment. Yuanbao was a senior manager responsible for security in the business alliance of 10,000 sectors, and my safety was his responsibility. Naturally, I could not ignore his intelligence. Moreover, I confirmed the intelligence through other sources multiple times. There were no issues. All the evidence suggested that the 4 Kurfürst families were trying to assassinate me and had likely bribed one of the 4 gods of death. The problem was that the 4 gods of death were seniors who had worked with me for nearly 100 years. They had extensive connections within the business alliance of 10,000 sectors, and they had raised a group of disciples skilled in assassination. I couldn't accuse any of them without valid proof, doing so would only dishearten the partners and incite dissatisfaction. Wouldn't I be asking to be killed if I pissed off a bunch of assassins for no good reason? However, leaving it alone would always be a hidden problem. I am not a battle-type immortal cultivator, and being the target of one of the Imperium's best assassins is certainly not a good feeling. I almost had a nervous breakdown before the assassin showed up. Seeing that I was upset and panicked, Yuanbao suggested using a stand-in to lure the assassin out. Li Yao nodded. It's quite normal for someone in your position to prepare a couple of stand-ins. Yes. I had 7 stand-ins ready to go at any moment. They had all undergone plastic surgeries to look identical to me. Even their gaits, tones, and habitual movements had been trained. Sometimes, even I couldn't tell them apart from myself. Yuyan continued, however, such stand-ins can only fool regular assassins. The super assassins like Black Flag King, Red Lady, Hanged Man, and Revenant from the Dead Sea have worked with me for 100 years. How could they be deceived? No fake stand-in could trick them unless my own body was transformed into a very special stand-in. It was naturally very risky, but if the betrayed God of Death wasn't found out in time, I would be in equal danger. After weighing the pros and cons, I accepted Yuanbao's proposal and performed the soul transfer technique with a loyal female bodyguard. My soul entered her body, and her soul entered mine, thereby creating the most perfect stand-in. Wait, Li Yao frowned and said, weren't you a bit too trusting? Didn't you sense that this soul transfer technique smelled of deceit? Allowing the soul to leave the body is dangerous. If anything went wrong at such a crucial moment, it could have been fatal. Did you really trust Yuanbao that much? Even if I didn't trust Yuanbao, I at least trusted my wife, Wuying Qinxin, Yuyan said gloomily. The suggestion came from Yuanbao, but the soul transfer technique was performed under my wife's supervision. My wife and Yuanbao are from the same school. She is a distinguished meditation healer, skilled in all the secret techniques of soul training. What was there to be suspicious about if she was personally overseeing every step? What can I say? Li Yao glanced at Yuyan and hesitated for a long time before finally speaking. I'm not blaming you, but aren't you a bit too naive in life, despite being a successful businessman? Your wife and Yuanbao are from the same school. When they suddenly proposed such a suspicious plan, why didn't you grow wary or consider the possibility that they were having an affair and conspiring to kill you? Did you really not notice any odd behavior in your daily life, not realizing they were often sneaking around? What's wrong with you? Have the finest cultivators on Firefly become so degenerate after 1,000 years of darkness? Yuyan burst into fury. Who says that they are from the same school or that they are having an affair? Your imagination is truly remarkable. They did hang around a lot, sometimes even in my own house openly, but wasn't that perfectly normal? By of the same origin, I meant that Yuanbao and my wife, Wuying Qinxin, are biological siblings. They are even twins, born with only a few seconds between them. Yuanbao is my brother-in-law. Who else should I have trusted if not them? Li Yao was stunned for a long time before he finally replied, somewhat embarrassed, so, Yuanbao and your wife are biological siblings. Nobody could have seen that coming. Neither Yuanbao, a senior manager of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors, nor Wuying Qinxin, Yuyan's wife, were insignificant figures. Li Yao had naturally gathered information on them before, but none of the files hinted at the slightest connection between them. Therefore, it was only natural that Li Yao had made some incorrect assumptions. It's their deepest, darkest secret. Outsiders know nothing about it at all, Yuyan sniffed, saying, my father-in-law was named Wuying Yuanshan. 150 years ago, he was the sector master of Spiritual Mountain Sector, a fairly prosperous world on the edge of the true human being's Imperium. He also made many friends and amassed considerable wealth, which led him to become something of a leader of the Wuying group. The Wuying group? Li Yao immediately recalled that there indeed was a Wuying group in the business world of the true human being's Imperium. 500 years ago, when royal power waned and the four families rose to prominence, the royal family's influence had diminished. Some of its members remained in the capital, becoming demoralized and poorly trained imperial guards. Others left the capital, seeking a new life in various parts of the universe with their family's resources. Politically, the four families strictly controlled these members of the royal family, allowing them to be sector masters of peripheral worlds within the Imperium but prohibiting them from regaining power at the center of the cosmos. However, even the thinnest camel was still larger than a horse. The Wuying family had governed the center of the cosmos for 500 years. Neither their wealth nor their power could have thawed in the blink of an eye. Besides, the four families still needed the emperor from the Wuying family to reign over the Imperium. Naturally, they could not push the Wuying family too hard. If they provoked intense resistance from the Wuying family and the two parties got into a huge fight, it would be others who would step in and take advantage. Therefore, the four families and the members of the royal family reached an unspoken deal. The Wuying family was not to reveal their ambition for supreme power, but they could go to the edge of the Imperium and be extravagant merchants, which was even supported by the four families in secret. Every man seeks either power or fortune. Now that the Wuying family had lost hope of rising to power, if they did not want to live the rest of their lives like swine, they could only devote themselves to the pursuit of money. They carried the wealth they had accumulated over the first 500 years. The capital they brought from the center of the cosmos was naturally incomparable to what the small, locally born families at the edge of the Imperium possessed. With the secret support of the four families, they had connections, visions, strategies, and technologies that the bumpkins of the peripheral worlds had never seen or heard of. Very soon, the locals were crushed in competition, and the Wuying family controlled many central industries at the edge of the Imperium, amassing a huge fortune in the process. In the following centuries, the capital with the royal family as the background, managed by those with the Wuying surname, became known as the Wuying Group. My father-in-law was once the leader of the Wuying Group. He was an ambitious and visionary man. In his prime, he even considered consolidating all the resources of the Wuying Group to achieve something unprecedented. Yuyan sighed and said, sadly, he was so determined and confident that he overlooked the reason the four families supported the Wuying Group in the first place. Did they genuinely want him to amass wealth? Of course not. They merely hoped that a small amount of money would suffice to keep the royal family at bay and corrode their will. If the royal family members had stayed at the edge of the Imperium, living a lavish yet obedient life, the four families wouldn't have bothered with them. But my father-in-law planned to centralize all the resources for a greater cause. He was asking for his own downfall. Then, the classic tale of revenge unfolded. My father-in-law, Wuying Yuanshan, was assassinated, and his entire family was wiped out. Even the position of sector master was seized by his subordinates. Naturally, his grand vision was destroyed. However, despite the assassins massacring the entire family, the two youngest children managed to escape. They were my wife and my brother-in-law. My brother-in-law didn't exactly escape, he suffered a vicious blow from the enemy, the corrosive and corrupting power of which haunted him for decades, eventually destroying his physical body and killing him. Yet, those decades of suffering contributed to his transformation into a super-spectral cultivator, in a bizarre way. In the end, after my wife and brother-in-law escaped, they experienced a series of fortuitous events. In case the enemy continued hunting, they decided to hide their names and implement the revenge plan separately. My wife joined the business world with her advantage of inferring what was on people's minds as a meditation healer. This helped her become a rising star in the Wuying Group from another perspective, before she investigated the truth of the accident in the spiritual mountain sector years ago. My brother-in-law, on the other hand, changed his name to Yuanbao, nicknamed Hanged Man. He became a notorious assassin and established his own force, Life Claimer, preparing for their revenge. Later, my wife and I met in business. Li Yaoan nodded quickly. Got it. Your marriage is some sort of political marriage. Yuyan blushed and replied, the marriage of people like us certainly can't be just about love. What caught her attention in me was that I had already become a rather influential person in the business world. She intended to avenge her family with my strength, so she took the risk and confessed the truth to me. After much deliberation, I found the connections and reputation of my deceased father-in-law, Wuying Yuanshan, in the Wuying Group to be irrefutable. I wanted to hold the strength in my hands, so we made a win-win choice. After that, my marriage with Wu Ying was actually rather pleasant. Our cooperation with Qi Yuanbao was quite smooth as well. With the secret support of Wu Ying and myself, Qi Yuanbao's life claimer killed all the murderers who were directly involved in the massacre years ago. Then, naturally, the return of Wu Yuanshan's daughter was announced within the Wu Ying group. In the meantime, with the help of the Wu Ying group and Qi Yuanbao's life claimer, I quickly rose within the business alliance of 10,000 sectors, defeating almost 100 competitors. Finally, I became the director of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors and the business leader at the Imperium's edge. Of course, to avoid unnecessary attention and potential attacks from the four families, Qi Yuanbao never reclaimed his surname of Wu Ying. No one knew he was Wu Ying's biological brother. Otherwise, the combined power of the brother, the sister, and me would have been too formidable. We might have been placed on the four families' blacklist long ago and erased. Do you understand now? Wu Ying and I were acquainted long before we held any real power. Later, we formed the most solid alliance of interests, helping each other to succeed. It's worth noting that the true murderers of her family were the four families. Who would have thought she would betray me before we destroyed them? Li Yao thought for a moment and, after much deliberation, could only nod and say, "That's true." Under normal circumstances, she had no reason to betray you until the four families were destroyed. If I were you, I would certainly trust my wife, who has been with me for over 100 years. However, what you couldn't foresee was that Great Black Star had already been revived. That was the biggest unexpected factor. Wu Ying and Qi Yuanbao both belong to the royal family. They are descendants of Wu Ying. Their relationship offers too many opportunities for exploitation. Wu Ying persuaded them, envisioning the rise of the royal family and tempting them with a title. I probably would have been convinced too. Who wouldn't be? Jin Yuyan's smile grew more bitter. That's why I didn't doubt it for a moment when you said Blackstar the Great had been revived. There was no reason for Wu Ying or Qi Yuanbao to betray me otherwise. By the way, Qi Yuanbao has never reclaimed the surname Wu Ying or publicly revealed his connection to Wu Ying, partly because of you, right? Li Yao looked at Jin Yuyan with a half-smile. I think if Qi Yuanbao reveals his true identity and it becomes known that he is your brother-in-law, it would be impossible for you to be the director of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors and for your brother-in-law to be one of the senior managers at the same time. Other managers and shareholders would certainly be wary of your family. Jin Yuyan coughed and said, "That's true. I'd be lying if I said I didn't try to use Qi Yuanbao to control more shares of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors and suppress the other three assassin groups. You know, the four gods of death are insubordinate with remarkable skills, and they command many unpredictable assassins. I'm not a combat-type immortal cultivator. Without a few trump cards, how could I keep them in check?" "So, you viewed your brother-in-law as your greatest trump card," Li Yao said. "But in the end, the trump card fell into the hands of Blackstar the Great. This setback was so severe that you nearly lost your life. Even if you have luckily escaped, there's still no telling if you can recover your real identity and make other people accept that you are Jin Yuyan." Jin Yuyan was indeed the kindest expert in the divinity transformation stage that Li Yao had ever seen. It seemed that, peace brings fortune, had been deeply ingrained in his blood, bones, and soul. Despite all of Li Yao's mockery, he remained calm and simply sighed, saying, "It's already too late for regrets. We've figured out the general background, but many details about the chaos and the assassination a moment ago still confuse me. We need to sort them out as well." Chapter 2536, On Their Own. That's exactly what I'm planning to do. There are many suspicious points about the whole thing. Once we answer these questions, it might be possible to reverse the outcome, Li Yao said. He activated his portable crystal processor and marked the experts he had sensed earlier on the hologram of the Seven Seas Grand Market, recreating the scene of the assassination. While you were riding here in the bulletproof limo just now, these were the suspicious people near the commodity market. They were all bodyguards and assassins with above-average capabilities. Pointing at the glowing red spots on the hologram, Li Yao continued, Director Jean, please take a look. Which of them were bodyguards, and which ones were assassins from outside? Narrowing his eyes, Jean Yuyan observed for a moment and then pointed quickly. After learning that there might be a traitor among the 4 gods of death, Yuanbao and I didn't let anyone else know. We created a real stand-in through the soul transfer technique and pretended that the defenses were the same as before, hoping the traitor would reveal themselves. Turns out, since 3 days ago, a dozen batches of suspicious people had sneaked into the 7 Seas Grand Market and were discovered by us. However, to avoid alarming the enemy, we simply let them sneak in and infiltrate while closely watching them. Look, here, and the gunner hiding here, they were all assassins sent by the 4 families. They might have received rigorous assassination training from the 4 families, but when it comes to stealth and assassination, who could escape the notice of the Black Flag King, Red Lady, Hanged Man, and Revenant from the Dead Sea? In the end, we planned a heavenly dragnet operation, hoping to catch all the flies, fleas, and mosquitoes that had sneaked into the 7 Seas Grand Market before the final battle with the 4 families' fleets. After quickly analyzing the location of the assassins from the 4 families, Li Yao asked, so, the rest of them were all your people? You had locked onto all the assassins. No wonder you were bold enough to show up in public. Where were the 4 gods of death? Please point them out. Here, and here, Jean Yuyan pointed at the red spots and said, it was part of the plan to show up in public in the commodity market every other day to lure the assassins of the 4 families to attack. Actually, I wasn't afraid of the assassins from the 4 families very much. The key was the god of death, who had been bought over. It was like a thorn in my heart. If I couldn't remove it, I wouldn't be able to sleep. Therefore, the deployment of the 4 gods of death was also intended for them to monitor each other. If one of them attacked me, others would discover him immediately. Even my brother-in-law Yuanbao was no exception. In fact, he volunteered, telling me sincerely that he needed to be exposed to the eyes of the other 3 gods of death to clear his suspicion as much as possible. Of course, Li Yao sniffed and said, even if Wu Yingqi intended to kill you, it shouldn't have been now but after the 7 Seas battle was won and the 4 families' coalition fleet was crushed. So, Yuanbao was naturally free to express his loyalty. After I raised a riot in the commodity market, the super gunner who shot you must have been Red Lady, and she was here, right? Exactly, that was her. Jean Yuyan said, somewhat frustratedly, since decades ago, after deciding that we had to compete with the 4 families until the end, the business alliance of 10,000 sectors realized we had no chance in head-on battles. Therefore, we paid special attention to concepts like special operations, assassination, and sabotage in unrestricted warfare. The elites of the 4 assassin groups were also trained to become special troops. Red Lady, the leader of Bloody Skull, used to be one of the best gunners in the Imperium. She later became the chief firearms tutor in the business alliance of 10,000 sectors, leading a special squad of gunners. She was hiding among the skyscrapers, protecting my safety from a high vantage point. I never expected that she would betray me and the business alliance of 10,000 sectors. So, this is what must have happened, Li Yao said, after I intentionally detonated the smoke grenades and stun grenades near the commodity market. The assassins of the 4 families were exposed. Red Lady couldn't afford to wait any longer and had to assassinate you while the opportunity was still good. The moment she attacked, Black Flag King, Hanged Man, and Revenant from the Dead Sea sensed her. Among them, Black Flag King and Revenant from the Dead Sea immediately reacted, realizing she was a traitor, and pursued her in a hurry. As a result, the 3 death gods escaped from our sight, leaving Hanged Man, the last death god, on the scene next to you. Everybody knew he was responsible for protecting you from nearby, and it was normal that he didn't chase after the traitor. Exactly. Jin Yuyan nodded. That's what happened. However, the bullet the Red Lady fired was disrupted by me and shouldn't have blown up your head, neither yours nor your stand-ins, Li Yao said. So, there would only be one explanation for the uncanny explosion of your stand-in's head. Her brain, well, or should I say your brain, had been planted with certain minor explosive devices earlier, which could be detonated remotely by others. Yes, Jin Yuyan said gloomily. If what you said is true, Great Blackstar must have hoped for me to die at the most appropriate moment without a second's delay. The most convenient way to achieve this would be to plant remotely controlled crystal bombs in my head. However, I was an expert in the divinity transformation stage, not battle type, but with my control and senses over my body at their peak. Any attempt to plant a tiny crystal bomb in my head, mix slow-releasing venom in my food over a long period, or similar tricks would have been easily detected by me. But if my body was controlled by a relatively weak warrior's soul, and with the rejection reaction between the soul and the new body, playing tricks would be much easier. To ensure the safety of the soul transfer technique, and the integrity of my physical body, my personal bodyguard had to receive daily modifications from Qi Yuanbao and Wuying Qinxin. It would be more than easy to play tricks during the procedures. With a great war approaching, I had millions of affairs to attend to every day. Naturally, it was impossible for me to keep an eye on the brother and sister every second, which turned out to be a horrible mistake. Jin Yuyan smashed his fists. Finally, viciousness and sullenness leaked out of his usually peaceful face. Li Yao listened quietly, thinking hard. A moment later, he said cautiously, even if Director Jin's speculation is not entirely accurate, it can't be far from the truth. There's just one thing that baffles me. Even if the enemy did plant microbombs in the head of your physical body, why did they choose to detonate it at such a moment? You had been the director of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors for decades. Your connections, prestige, and control over the business alliance must have been incomparable for Yuanbao and Yuanqin, right? After you died, whether or not the murderer was captured, and regardless of how they stabilized the situation, people's confidence in the business alliance of 10,000 sectors would certainly waver, casting a shadow on the upcoming battle. Blackstar the Great does not seem like an impatient man. Why would he want you dead at such a critical moment? Jin Yuyan was slightly stunned by the question. He thought for a long time. The more he thought, the brighter his eyes became. In the end, he even put on a smile. We have a chance now, Jin Yuyan said delightedly. How so? Li Yao hurried to ask. The reason is simple. If it were Blackstar the Great who gave the order personally, he certainly wouldn't have wanted me to die now, as it would not be in his best interests. As you said just now, it was his purpose to let my strength be drained in the battle at seas before I was killed, Jin Yuyan said. However, are the interests of Wuying Qi, as the decision-maker, and the interests of Qi Yuanbao and Wuying Qinxin, as the two executors, absolutely the same? Wuying Qi does not want me to die right now, but what about Qi Yuanbao and Wuying Qinxin? There are many changeable factors in all this. After a moment's thought, Li Yao asked, what changeable factors? The possibility that I might change my beliefs and surrender to Blackstar the Great, becoming a completely obedient dog at his feet. Jin Yuyan sneered. Qi Yuanbao and Wuying Qinxin betrayed me only because they were greedy for control of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors. Or rather, Wuying Qi bought them over at a high price, believing they could replace me and control the alliance. But what if, after learning the truth that Wuying Qi resides inside Li Linghai's body, I am still willing to cooperate, or even to kneel down and lick Blackstar the Great's toes? Under most circumstances, it's absolutely impossible. I will not trust Wuying Qi, and Wuying Qi can hardly trust me 100%. But it is undetermined. Whoever ultimately masters the Imperium will need a financial minister. If I am willing to surrender to Blackstar the Great completely, there will be no place for Qi Yuanbao and Wuying Qinxin. Or rather, after learning the truth, I might burst into fury and launch a retaliation against them. For the two of them, only my death could have completely eliminated the uncertainty and ensured their control over the business alliance of 10,000 sectors, allowing Wu Yingqi's promises, such as titles and lands, to be fulfilled. Even though my death might have caused the army's instability, the opportunity was too great to miss. That is to say, the assassination was not a direct order from Wu Yingqi, but Qi Yuanbao and Wu Yingqi's own doing without seeking permission. Li Yao rose abruptly, his eyes glittering. It's possible that Great Blackstar is unaware of what has happened in the Seven Seas Grand Market. We still have a chance. Chapter 2537, Another Sneak-In. Yes, Qi Yuanbao and Wu Yingqi must have decided to kill me a long time ago. However, if they attempted it during a peaceful and quiet period, it would not only arouse suspicion among the other managers and shareholders of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors but also anger Great Blackstar. It would have been too risky, Yuyan said calmly. When he mentioned his wife, he spoke as if about a stranger he barely knew. However, Red Lady's assassination gave them the perfect opportunity to blame my death on the four families and justifiably take over everything I left behind. That's why Qi Yuanbao took the risk. If not for the unexpected factor, namely, you, he likely would have succeeded. As long as he could control the situation and lead the business alliance of 10,000 sectors to defeat the coalition fleet of the four families, I don't think Great Blackstar would have complained much later or cared how exactly I died. After all, as the immortal cultivators say, victors enjoy impunity. But Qi Yuanbao's critical attack failed, and you are still alive, Li Yao said, curling his finger and tapping his thigh softly. To be precise, Qi Yuanbao's attack was rather hasty. It's possible he hadn't prepared everything, and he wouldn't have dared to report the incident in the Seven Seas Grand Market to Wu Yingqi. Otherwise, once Wu Yingqi realized Qi was more of a saboteur than a contributor and had exposed his enterprise to unnecessary risk, he would certainly have killed him. Director Jean, what do you think Qi Yuanbao and Wu Yingqi will do next? Qi Yuanbao and Wu Yingqi will likely convene a temporary meeting of managers and shareholders. There, they will attempt to gain the support of the managers and shareholders to temporarily take over the supreme power of the business alliance and the leadership of its garrisons and special squads, Yuyan said. There are 5 senior managers in the business alliance of 10,000 sectors, over 40 managers of various levels, and more than 100 very influential shareholders. Behind these managers and shareholders are the warlords and sector masters from the peripheral worlds of the Imperium. Some are even from the middle ranks of the 4 Kurfürst families who cannot advance any further. Qi Yuanbao and Wu Yingqi must win over the support of these people to succeed. With the coalition fleet of the 4 families poised to launch a devastating strike on the Seven Seas Grand Market in just a few days, the warlords and sector masters, along with the middle and lower ranks within the 4 families, are anxiously deciding which side to take. They are torn between following the Kurfürsten's will and destroying the business alliance of 10,000 sectors, burning their money bags and their hopes for advancement, or rising up with ruthless determination to fight the high-ranking members of their families who have been suppressing them all along. This decision cannot be delayed indefinitely. If the chaos in the Seven Seas Grand Market persists for more than 24 hours, many in the coalition fleet of the 4 families will surely change their stance, abandoning the friendships of over 100 years. Therefore, Qi Yuanbao and Wu Yingqi have to secure all the permissions in one day and become the new leaders of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors. Then, after a moment's thought, Li Yao asked, do you think it's likely they can convince the many managers and shareholders? Also, since they are clearly not acting alone and have made such a risky attempt, how many people do you think are their potential allies or conspirators within the business alliance of 10,000 sectors? Not counting us, the likelihood of Qi Yuanbao being successfully elected as an acting director of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors is very high, Yuyan said. Firstly, the capital of the Wuying group and the big shots backing them will undoubtedly support him and Wuying Qinshin. They might have even formed a secret alliance earlier and been bought over by Blackstar the Great. Secondly, the outside world is unaware of the truth and believes I've been assassinated by the four families. So, the subordinates loyal to me and the resources at my disposal will fall into the hands of Wuying Qinshin and be used to support Yuanbao. Lastly, with war looming, a lack of leadership spells disaster. Since the coalition fleet of the four families is about to flood into the Seven Seas space zone, as long as Yuanbao acts forcefully enough, no one will dare challenge him at such a critical moment. Even the senior managers who are not particularly fond of him will certainly consider the big picture. That is to say, Li Yao said, we have to reveal their scheme within 24 hours, when Yuanbao and Wuying Qinshin convene a temporary meeting of managers and shareholders, in order to stop them? It's a pity that nobody will believe us. Looking at his thick body, Jin Yuyan smiled bitterly again, her voice hoarse with sorrow and helplessness. My body is now that of a woman from inside to outside. Even my soul has slightly mutated due to the soul transfer technique. The soul signature I create is completely different from the past. I can't even open the safes I locked, the checks I signed, or the cosmos rings I sealed before. How can I convince others that I am really Jin Yuyan? As for you, Vulture Li Yao, it's even more impossible for you to be exposed. You are the greatest traitor known to every reformist. All the assassin and mercenary groups under the business alliance of 10,000 sectors are aware of the bounties on your head. Too many people are ready to claim it. The moment you reveal your real identity, you will be drowned in a storm of bullets. Think about it. The news from the capital is that you've been bought by the four families and betrayed the reformists. Now, you suddenly appear in the Seven Seas Grand Market, right after Red Lady betrayed the business alliance of 10,000 sectors and killed me. How are you going to explain everything? Note, means, clumsy, or cumbersome, and is used here to describe the body. If you prefer a different term, let me know. If you were an outsider who knows nothing about the situation, would you believe that the woman next to Vulture Li Yao, who looks like a chimpanzee, is Jin Yuyan, or any of the nonsense about the soul transfer technique? Li Yao scratched his head. It is indeed hard to explain. Explanation means the confession of truth, which brings us to an even more critical problem. It's impossible for you to tell the truth. Jin Yuyan continued, to reveal Yuanbao and Wuying Qinshin's scheme, you would have to confess your real identity and background. Then, you would have to let everyone know that you are a cultivator from Firefly who has fled for 1,000 years. Unfortunately, not all immortal cultivators consider money, capital, and profit as their belief, like I do. As long as there is a 1,000% profit, you can ask me to strike an alliance with cultivators sworn with blood. Most immortal cultivators' disgust, hatred, and wariness of cultivators run deep. Your real identity is even more sensitive than a traitor bought over by the four families. Besides, you destroyed Manjasaka, the city in the sky, causing significant investment losses for many people in the business alliance of 10,000 sectors. Many promising researchers were killed in the incident. Don't blame me for not warning you. The 5 senior managers, dozens of regular managers, and hundreds of shareholders, large and small, had investments in Manjasaka, the city in the sky. Many of them even sponsored slaughter streams personally. After the chaos you caused, they were all spitting blood due to the massive deficits. Even if they do not care that you are a cultivator, you cannot expect them to be fond of you in the slightest. Let me ask you, how are you going to convince them? Li Yao scratched his head. Well. One other thing, Yuanbao knows that I'm not dead and that you are out there. With his cunning nature, it shouldn't be hard for him to guess who you are, Jin Yuyan added, increasing the difficulty. I don't know if Blackstar the Great has told Yuanbao part of your real identity in secret, but I guess he has. There are few places in the vast universe that a cultivator like you can go. Blackstar the Great must have foreseen that you would come to seek my cooperation. Then, it is not entirely impossible that he revealed your identity to Yuanbao in advance, to take precautions. I know Yuanbao's style very well. In terms of head-on combat ability, he is naturally no match for you, but he never engages in direct battles. He wouldn't even let the enemy discover him. If I were him, I would have dispatched a large group to chase the two of us, strictly forbidding them to talk to me. Should you encounter such a squad, would you kill them or not? If you don't, you will be worn out by them. If you kill them, it will be even harder to explain yourself, and it will only prove that you've been bought over by the four families. All the problems boil down to one thing. In order to reveal Yuanbao and Wu Yingqian's scheme, we have to prove that you are the real Jin Yuyan. Frowning, Liao asked, is there no item or way that can prove your identity? There are the surgical records and data about the soul transfer technique, Jin Yuyan said. However, all the data are locked in my office, which is the most heavily guarded place in the Seven Seas Grand Market. Even a wisp of smoke cannot sneak in. Why does this sound so familiar to me? Li Yao picked his ear and said, so, the key for us to reverse the situation is the data about your operation of the soul transfer technique, and all the data are kept in a place defended by the most advanced magical equipment and countless assassins and guards. Exactly, Jin Yuyan said. Many of the highest-level business secrets of the 10,000 Sectors Business Alliance are also stored there. Naturally, it is under the most rigorous protection. Theoretically, it can never be compromised or broken into. Why are you smiling so strangely? Nothing, I'm just curious, Li Yao rubbed his cheeks. Since the data are Yuanbao and Wu Yingqian's greatest weakness, can't they destroy the data in advance? They can't, Jin Yuyan said. To destroy the central data, they must have the highest permission of the director. To get the highest permission, they have to convene a temporary meeting of managers and shareholders and win the votes of more than 2/3 of the participants. Therefore, the data cannot be destroyed by them, at least not in the next 24 hours. While talking, Jin Yuyan drew the structure of the inner district of the Seven Seas Grand Market and the defense map around his office. The defensive measures and the distribution of the guards turned into a waterfall of data and poured down. Li Yao studied it and gasped. Grimacing, he said, isn't your office too rigorously defended? Also, why are the ventilation tubes and sewers so narrow and twisted, with sharp daggers of mystic rays flying all the time? According to the structure, no one can break in without 3 days and 3 nights. But we absolutely don't have 3 days and 3 nights, Jin Yuyan said solemnly. Once the meeting of managers and shareholders ends and Yuanbao wins the approval of the big shots, the result will not change. After he becomes the victor, no one will care about how he made his way to the top or how I died. They won't even care if I died. I will become the past, and Yuanbao will be the future. Is that so? Li Yao narrowed his eyes and continued studying the tubes and gaps that were 100 times more complicated than a maze before asking casually, isn't it too cruel? We are immortal cultivators. Immortal cultivators are always cruel, Jin Yuyan said. You must understand one thing. Other people elected me as the director of the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors not because I was delightful, not because I was dutiful, and certainly not because I was frank and forthright, but because I could bring them more interests and defeat the coalition fleet of the four families. Nothing more. Then, as long as Yuanbao demonstrates an equal amount of capability, proving he can also bring more benefits to the shareholders and the influential figures behind them and defeat the coalition fleet of the four families, that will be enough. No one will care whether his hands are dirty or how many schemes he has carried out. At the end of the day, the people of the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors are not interested in serving justice or distinguishing right from wrong. Their eyes are focused solely on interests. Li Yao's eyes gradually turned cold. Stunned for a long time, he asked, so, even if most directors and shareholders know that you are really Jin Yuyan, as long as they think you cannot bring them enough benefits, they will abandon you and support Yuanbao without hesitation. Jin Yuyan's voice was gloomy. That's only natural. They are all businessmen. As long as the profits are high enough, they will do business with anyone. Li Yao's eyes grew brighter. From another angle, if someone can bring them enough profits and show enough strength to defeat the four families, even if they are neither Jin Yuyan nor Yuanbao, those managers and shareholders will still support this person and do business with them without hesitation? Slightly stunned, Jin Yuyan thought for a moment and replied, theoretically, yes. However, Yuanbao and I have spent 100 years building our credibility with the managers and shareholders. How can someone who suddenly appears convert them? The only solution is for you to reveal your identity and do business with those people as a representative of the government in exile of the Star Ocean Republic. Of course, the profits would be inestimable, and no one could resist such an offer. But as I said just now, not all immortal cultivators are as rational as me. Most immortal cultivators are absolutely incompatible with the cultivators. Besides, you also destroyed Manjasaka, the city in the sky, causing them substantial losses. Furthermore, one tiny firefly is far from enough to resolve the threat of the coalition fleet of the four families at all. Therefore, no matter how great a talker you are, you cannot easily persuade them. I really don't understand what your certain someone is trying to do. What have you come up with? Nothing. I just want to take a gamble, Li Yao said, licking his frozen lips with a cunning and cold smile. First of all, the defense of your office is indeed too rigorous. As you said, it's impossible to sneak in without 3 days and 3 nights. Breaking in openly, on the other hand, will cause a huge mess and kill many subordinates that are loyal to you. The misunderstanding will only deepen. Secondly, after Yuanbao's commotion, the confidence of the Seven Seas Grand Market must have hit rock bottom. Even if we seize control of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors again, the sagging morale will barely be boosted in the upcoming Battle of Seven Seas. Joining the battle in such a state, we are sure to lose. Therefore, I believe that a gamble is highly necessary. We will take back control of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors in the simplest and most straightforward way, and we will make all the warlords and sector masters at the edge of the Imperium, and even most of the lower and middle-class immortal cultivators within the four families, believe that our capabilities will soon soar, allowing us to crush the four families and the false reformists in the capital easily. They will stake everything on us and work with us determinedly, making us the pillars and new leaders of the reformists. How can that be possible? Jin Yuyan looked at Li Yao in disbelief. All the managers and shareholders of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors are the most cunning and paranoid foxes. How can they easily believe your nonsense and even make us replace Li Linghai as the leaders of the reformists? It's very simple, because what I am going to tell them will not be nonsense but the truth, Li Yao said frankly. I always believe that truth is the most powerful of all. False things are always false. A lie needs the disguise of 100 more lies, and it will still be exposed in the end. So, I will speak the truth from the beginning to the end. Now, I only need a chance for me to speak in front of all the managers and shareholders. To get this chance, we will have to. Li Yao elaborated on his plan for 10 minutes. Jin Yuyan looked at him as if he were the most fervent lunatic and the most unscrupulous conman. You truly have the potential to be an excellent businessman. It's been a long time since I last saw such a shameless, sordid man who could deceive himself without changing his face and who was so adept at making a fortune with nothing, Jin Yuyan said with mixed feelings. If you had come to the Imperium 100 years ago, it's possible that the director of the business alliance today would be you instead of me. Thank you for your compliment. In order to accomplish the plan, we will have to contact some people and prepare an ambush. Li Yao accepted the praise without changing his expression. Director Jin, you've been doing business in the business alliance of 10,000 sectors for more than 100 years. You must have made a few good friends who are willing to give you a chance under the most unbelievable circumstances, no matter how suspicious they might be, right? I don't need them to believe that you are you and support you immediately. It will be fine as long as they give me a chance to talk for 5 minutes. There are some. Jin Yuyan sighed. However, Wu Yingqinshin is well aware of my friendships with those people. She must have closely monitored the spiritual nexus, the communication channels, and the residences of those people. No matter how we reach out to them, the messages will be intercepted. It's all right. Li Yao smiled calmly. I've carried a powerful communication transverter with me. Through it, we can send signals to a tiny, super-remote communication base I deployed at the edge of the 7 Seas space zone earlier. Then, we will be able to connect to the spiritual nexus. Not far from the 7 Seas space zone, I have some other contacts in a very advanced center of supercrystal processors. The information we intend to deliver will be encrypted and disguised by the center of supercrystal processors before it is transferred back to the 7 Seas Grand Market. Rest assured, nobody can possibly intercept or interfere with it. While talking, Li Yao knelt down and retrieved numerous components from his cosmos rings, starting to assemble them quickly. As he worked, he activated the secret communication channel between him and Li Jialing. Jialing, what's going on outside? Nothing. I'm just checking up on you. Also, I have a tiny mission for you. In the internal district of the 7 Seas Grand Market, standing on the planet riddled with holes, the headquarters of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors was a splendid and glamorous building, like a gold pyramid. With his hands behind his back, Yuanbao stood on the sightseeing balcony on the top floor of the plaza, surrounded by special glass as clear as water. There was not the slightest trace of a steel structure, as if the glass were embedded in the air without any support. As far as the eye could see, the entire planet resembled a glittering beehive, long deformed by the power of humans and money, brimming with skyscrapers and intricate traffic tubes. Countless people moved about like busy ants or worker bees, struggling to survive. Yuanbao opened all the windows, allowing the rushing wind to cut across his face. The scent of iron and copper in the wind smelled as pleasant as honey to him. He loved the smell, and all the scents, as well as everything that reminded him he was still a living person. Recalling the thrilling, blood-boiling assassination from just half a day ago, he felt his heart still racing wildly, and even his hands shook uncontrollably. These feelings confirmed that he was still a living person, not a ghost haunted by vengeance and lust for power. Soft footsteps echoed from behind him. He didn't need to turn around to know it was his twin sister, Wu Yingqinshin. Over the past 100 years, he had been very envious of his sister, who had lived as a human, unlike him, who had to hide within the shells of others through the body puppet technique, until he could no longer tell who he truly was. However, right now, he had grown used to and even fond of the form, and he considered himself to be some sort of existence above mankind. He was not a human being, nor even an immortal cultivator, but something entirely different and far more superior. Perhaps it was this very arrogance that led him to defy Blackstar the Great and take action prematurely, killing Jin Yuyan at an inopportune time. Unfortunately, something went wrong during the operation. But he was absolutely capable of resolving this minor error named Vulture Li Yao. Chapter 2539, Yuanbao's Ambitions. What's the situation outside? Yuanbao turned back and looked at Wu Yingqinshin. Are the managers and shareholders here? Also, have Red Lady and that guy been caught? Due to the emergency, all the managers and shareholders in the 7 Seas Grand Market have been gathered here. The shareholders who are not in the 7 Seas Grand Market are joining the meeting through representatives. Jin Yuyan's widow, Wu Yingqinshin, looked as perfect as if she were a statue made of marble. She was so flawless that she did not seem real. Even the vague sorrow on her eyes and face resembled a carefully crafted mask. No one could see through what the woman truly desired, not even her biological brother, Yuanbao. Wu Qinxin paused for a moment and continued, Red Lady and the assassins of Bloody Skull have been cornered in a narrow area in the 27th district. We have sealed off all the tubes from the 27th district to the outside world and dispatched 3 crystal suit legions to besiege them. There are also 2 colossi aiming at and suppressing them from space. Even though Red Lady is an expert in the divinity transformation stage, it's impossible for her to escape. However, there are still no updates on that guy. He seems to have vanished into thin air. Ah Bao, I do not feel good about this. You and I both know that it doesn't matter whether Red Lady is killed or escapes. That man is the key. Not that I'm blaming you, but your attack was indeed a bit hasty. Why, sister, do you think I was too reckless? Yuanbao's eyebrows and lips rose simultaneously as he looked at Wu Qinxin with a feigned smile. Or did your heart soften at the critical moment, and did you have true feelings for Jin Yuyan? Wu Qinxin remained silent. Sighing gloomily, she said, I just feel that such risks were unnecessary. We could have taken care of him after the Battle of the Seven Seas. Such risks were unnecessary. Yuanbao's eyes popped out, and he grinned in a way even more hideous than a ghost. With everything coming to this point, have you still not recognized the situation or who you are? 150 years ago, our father, Wu Yuanshan, was a dog domesticated by the 4 families, a chess piece who could not control his own fate. When he was needed, he was praised as the business leader of the Wu group. By the time his value was fully exploited, and he showed the slightest ambitions, those people changed their attitude without hesitation and massacred his entire family. That's exactly the ending for a dog and a chess piece. In the 100 years that followed, you and I struggled in the dark, bloody sea of stars for a slim chance of survival. After all the hard work, we seem to boast minor positions and power today, but we are never the masters of our fate. These things are just candles in the wind and towers on the sand, and they can be obliterated instantly. You should be very clear that Jin Yuyan married you because of the hidden connections behind you. He wanted to make use of, or even absorb, the wealth of the Wu group through you. The only reason why he supported me was that he hoped I could help him suppress the other 3 assassin groups and swallow the entire business alliance of 10,000 sectors. In other words, we are still chess pieces and dogs that will be cooked when there are no more hares to hunt. Nothing has changed after 100 years. Even if Blackstar the Great has been reborn and promises us high positions and hereditary titles, so what? Do you think our ancestor really cares for his descendants? Hee. Don't be silly. We are still just chess pieces and dogs in his eyes. To be the real masters of our own fate, we have to possess irreplaceable value and unparalleled strength. If we wait until the Battle of the Seven Seas is over, as you said, there will be too many unexpected factors. Who knows if Jin Yuyan would suddenly change his mind and surrender to Blackstar the Great? In that case, what could the 2 of us do? Even if Jin Yuyan is determined not to surrender, who knows if Blackstar the Great will send someone from the capital to regroup the business alliance of 10,000 sectors in our place. Don't forget that countless members of the royal family are still lingering in the capital. They belong to the Imperial Guard system and have always been at odds with the Wu descendants at the edge of the Imperium, who focus on business. Wu Qi was rather surprised and asked subconsciously, It's impossible. Why would His Majesty do that? Don't forget who he is. That is Blackstar the Great. Who knows what's on his mind exactly? Yuanbao sneered, after all, you and I have been working in the business alliance of 10,000 sectors for 100 years. What if we have been too corrupted by the air of freedom, to be easily controlled in his eyes? If I were him, chances are that I would play a few tricks to ensure the 2 of us die with Jin Yuyan, before I pick a few trusted subordinates from the capital to take over the business alliance of 10,000 sectors that is in a mess. Is that what you want? Wu Yingqianqian was stunned for a long time, her face gradually turning pale. The struggles of the past 100 years have taught me the most important lesson. When an opportunity comes, seize it. When it's time to take risks, do it without hesitation. Qi Yuanbao said, if we can seize the supreme power of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors and win the battle of the 7 seas, allowing the business alliance of 10,000 sectors to expand into the unquestionable dominator at the edge of the Imperium, then even His Majesty at the capital will have no reason to extend his reach to our place. By then, we will be able to play the game of balance between the capital and the 4 families, rising from pawns to players. Wu Yingqianqian narrowed her eyes, which were turning cold. It seems that my sister has thought it through. Qi Yuanbao smiled and held Wu Yingqianqian's hand, drawing circles in her palm. He said in a low voice, he is just a random man, right? After we seize the business alliance of 10,000 sectors, you can have as many men as you want. Why do you care about a Jin Yuyan? In the past 100 years, he had plenty of affairs, and you certainly weren't idle when you were lonely. Why are you acting like a chaste woman now? Remember, after our cause succeeds, you can have as many men like Jin Yuyan as you want, but you only have one twin brother. The universe is a vast place, but we only have each other now, don't we? You are right. Wu Yingqianqian finally made up her mind and said, however, you still need to track Jin Yuyan and the man who is likely to be Vulture Liao, who rescued him. You've seen the results of his past battles. He is certainly not easy to deal with and may cause serious trouble for our plan. Rest assured. Vulture Liao is indeed tough, but why should I fight him the hard way? With a strange gleam in his eyes, Qi Yuanbao said casually, as a matter of fact, I've already guessed where he is right now. Deep within the complex tubes connecting the inner and outer districts of the 7 Seas Grand Market, a dark shadow, cloaked in a special stealth suit, wriggled through the pipes. The suit was unique, resembling a cluster of clear jelly, allowing the person to squeeze into various gaps without detection. It also secreted a greasy substance that acted like a shell, blocking the dispersion of temperature, breath, heartbeat, or scent. Suddenly. Z. 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 Dozens of green scanning rays shot from the depths of the tubes, piercing the cluster of black jelly precisely. An astonishing thing happened. Just as the mysterious rays were about to hit the target, the jelly turned transparent, and the shape of the person inside vanished. The rays passed through the jelly, emerging from the other side after complex calculations, unaffected and undeviated. The person hidden inside the jelly remained undetected. The green rays crisscrossed and scanned for a long time, finding no anomalies, and gradually dimmed. The jelly turned from transparent to black once more. The invader inside felt somewhat relieved and continued slithering forward, skillfully crawling into the tubes. None of the more than 10 traps and defense lines behind could stop the invader. Despite all the dangers, he sneaked into the internal district of the 7 Seas Grand Market. Taking a brief rest, he continued crawling toward Jin Yuyan's office. Inside Qi Yuanbao's office, 100 3D light beams were displaying every corner of the internal district of the 7 Seas Grand Market, especially the route the invader had broken through. The ventilation tube in which the invader was wriggling forward vigorously was closely monitored. The keenest sensors hidden on the internal wall of the ventilation tubes were recording the slightest shiver. When all the shiver data were analyzed comprehensively, even the most brilliant invader would be immediately exposed. The defense system was designed by Qi Yuanbao, the head of security, personally. As a super assassin for over 100 years, he naturally knew how to handle stealthy invaders best. Thud. 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 From a dozen other 3D light beams, it was evident that countless exos, heavily armed, were quickly surrounding the tube where the enemy was sneaking inside. If the invader was beleaguered and caught, it would prove he had malicious plans. There would be no way for him to prove his innocence. He. So much for Vulture Liao. He's just a pig that walked into the trap on his own. Yuanbao crossed his fingers, looking every bit the player certain of his victory. Getting to the bottom of it, he is just another simple-minded warrior with more brawn than brain, and I will kill him easily. Chapter 2540, A Good Show. Yuanbao rose abruptly and put on his snow-white leather coat once more. Without sparing a glance at the invader on the light beam, who was now entirely surrounded, he strode out of his office. At the door, the floor slightly rose, revealing a round floating disc with arc-shaped ribbons glowing at the edges, revolving slowly. Stepping onto the floating disc, Yuanbao moved swiftly through the headquarters of the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors, soon reaching the lift reserved exclusively for senior managers. After inputting his fingerprint, voiceprint, and iris data, Yuanbao gained access to the lift and descended from the 97th floor to the 33rd. This was the largest and most technologically advanced conference room in the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors, a space rarely used. At this moment, it served as the battlefield where his fate would be decided. Taking a deep breath, Yuanbao opened the lift door and glided out on the floating disc. The vast conference room spanned more than 10 floors, a gigantic room as magnificent as a palace and as deep as a cave, capable of accommodating 10,000 people simultaneously for a meeting. The state-of-the-art remote projection system allowed managers and shareholders from different sectors, even those 100,000 light-years away, to project their encrypted and disguised holograms, gathering representatives of the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors from 100 sectors. At this moment, 1,000 managers and shareholders had gathered in the conference room. To stabilize the market, 1,000 business partners, deeply involved with the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors, were also invited to join the meeting. The participants who joined the meeting via remote projections were 3 times more numerous than the actual attendees. Yuanbao narrowed his eyes and scanned the room with a cold, gloomy gaze. As he had expected, besides the managers and shareholders of the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors, influential warlords and sector masters on the fringes of the Imperium had all sent their spokespersons to investigate the situation. Even many from the middle class of the 4 families were hiding among the holograms. Their real bodies might be en route to the 7 Seas space zone on starships, but their projections or representatives were eager to learn how to protect their interests. If Yuanbao could demonstrate his strength and convince them of the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors' inevitable victory, it was likely that they would change their stance in the impending battle at the 7 Seas. This was precisely Yuanbao's goal. By the time Yuanbao arrived at the conference room, it was as chaotic as a bustling market. Many had learned of Jin Yuyan's death from Yuanbao and Wuying Qinxin. With a major war looming, such news was like an earthquake. The middle class of the 4 families, who had been secretly collaborating with the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors, were as anxious as ants on a hot pan, scratching their heads and unsure of what to do. They wanted to distance themselves from the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors but were hesitant to abandon the resources they had invested. Moreover, they feared that the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors might expose all of them if it were about to fail, dragging them down with it. As for the warlords and sector masters who had devoted everything to the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors and decided to follow the reformists, they had fewer concerns and simply shouted, asking the leadership of the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors to come up with a plan to clean up the mess now that Jin Yuyan had died. Yuanbao intentionally kept those people waiting for another 5 minutes. The moment he showed up, everyone's scorching eyes fell on him, making him the new, albeit unofficial, center of the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors. Yuanbao faced the crowd's eyes confidently and casually, as if he had everything under control. Secretly, however, he looked at Wuying Qinxin and received an affirmative nod. The Wuying Group, which held considerable influence in the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors, would support him. That was enough. Yuanbao smiled and slowly flew to the center of the grand conference room. Pressing his hands together, he declared, "Please don't be anxious, everyone. The sky has not fallen, and as long as we work together, it never will." The crowd was silent for 10 seconds before the noise erupted again. All the investors and stakeholders had too many questions they wanted to ask. "Quiet, everyone. If you could just be a little more patient and listen to me for 3 minutes. Yuanbao infused his voice with spiritual energy, making the entire conference room tremble under its power. Suppressing everyone's suspicion and exclamations for the moment, he continued calmly, "I won't lie to you. Half a day ago, a tragedy occurred outside the commodity market. Director Jean of the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors was assassinated by the assassins of the Shameless 4 families. He is now, unfortunately, dead. Yes, an accident at such a critical moment when a final battle is about to begin is a huge blow to the market and the morale of our armed forces. However, the situation is not so dire that it is beyond rescue. In fact, we already have the situation under control. Everything is in our hands. The Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors is an organization comprised of people who worship freedom more than anything else. We have the most advanced and stable architecture. What propels us forward is the surge of capitalism, which will not dry up because of the fall of one leader. So, what is there to worry about? I believe that if Director Jean were still alive, he would have wished to see us continue believing in free capital and fighting against the brutal, ravenous aristocrats. Everyone, we have preliminarily uncovered the truth of Director Jin's death. The 4 Kurfürst families bought over Bloody Skull, and the act was personally carried out by Red Lady, the leader of Bloody Skull. The relevant files will be sent to your terminals immediately. After examining them, you will be able to tell if it is true. Schwa. 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 Schwa, *. Huge amounts of data were sent to everyone's crystal processors. All the evidence corroborated with each other, creating a convincing case. The managers, shareholders, and investors nodded their heads, unable to find any loopholes. After the assassination, most of the members of Bloody Skull were already suppressed by us. Only the most ferocious members fled with Red Lady. They are still resisting, but there is no need to worry. Nearly a third of the entire 7 Seas Grand Market's armed forces are involved in the hunt. It is impossible for the Red Lady to escape. Yuanbao suddenly changed the topic. You must be very curious. If we have only sent 1/3 of the armed forces to hunt Director Jin's killer, where are the remaining 2/3? It's very simple. Red Lady is not the mastermind behind the entire scheme. We even have reason to believe that Director Jin's assassination was just a disguise for a larger plot. An enemy, 10 times more dreadful than Red Lady, has infiltrated the inner district of the 7 Seas Grand Market, attempting to cause greater damage and mayhem before the arrival of the coalition fleet of the 4 families, leading to our failure. The enemy is none other than Vulture Liao. Schwa. As Yuanbao's anguished voice trailed off, a light beam around him displayed a massive image of Liao, his face contorted in a grimace. It was a public shot taken when Liao was still the #1 warrior of the reformists. The massive image left everyone gasping in disbelief. There's no need to be surprised, everyone. The news that Vulture Liao betrayed the reformists and joined the side of the 4 Kurfürsten comes from the capital. I believe you all have your own intelligence sources, and they have reported the same, haven't they? Yuanbao smiled, hands behind his back. Vulture Liao defected recently. Naturally, he is eager to achieve a great feat to secure his position and earn the approval of his new masters. Assassinating Director Jean alone might not be enough to shake the foundation of the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors, as any of the 5 senior managers, upon authorization from this meeting, can replace Director Jean and assume his responsibilities. However, If most of our defense is distracted by the chaos following Director Jin's death, and he takes this opportunity to infiltrate our central database, destroying all trade data, just think of the consequences that would ensue. Of course, our trade data have backups, and we have more than one center of super crystal processors. However, the destruction of the central data will disrupt our trades for 3 to 5 days. All the information about capitals, logistics, shares, options, and bonds will be messed up and paralyzed. As a result, the whole market will freak out, and all the other forces will lose confidence in us, thinking we can't make ends meet, unable to support such an enormous network of capitals and logistics. If the coalition fleet of the 4 families takes the opportunity to attack us, wouldn't it be our doomsday? The horrifying future Yuanbao described cast all the managers, shareholders, and investors into extreme shock. They looked at each other in bewilderment, finding it hard to believe his alarmism. One of the white-haired, prestigious managers said solemnly, "Manager Qi, this is a very important matter. Do you have any proof for your conclusion?" Yuanbao smiled casually and clapped his hands, saying, "Of course I do. Why else would I have been bold enough to talk about this nonsense in front of so many investors and partners? Allow me to present to you a great show." As he clapped, more light beams turned on. They displayed the complicated tubes and gaps between the internal and external districts not far from the headquarters. Through the combination of the images, it was clear that the ignorant invader was still wriggling wholeheartedly, while the defenders had surrounded him from all directions, pressing toward him silently. "Take action now," Yuanbao said, holding his temples and speaking into his micro-communicator with a sneer. Capture Vulture Li Yao. Chapter 2541, The Battle Hymn Rises Again. After Yuanbao gave the order, all the light beams seemed to display 10 times faster. The defenders covered their bodies with their crystal suits, leaving no gaps. All their cannons and flying sword launchers activated. The machine guns revolved quickly, and the battle puppets rolled out from the projection holes on both sides of the heavy crystal tanks. Colorful lines appeared on their surfaces as they disassembled and reassembled into battle forms. The armed shuttles rushed past from midair, their ear-splitting noises making the entire conference room clatter. Below the cross-shaped wings of every armed shuttle, dozens of crimson rays shot out at a certain point on the artificial sky, illuminating the simulated blue sky and white clouds with redness. Furthermore, accompanied by the deafening explosions, 3 iron giants, each dozens of meters tall, arose and moved toward the artificial sky in a triangle. They were the business alliance of 10,000 sectors' own colossi. The invader, still struggling to move forward, also sensed the gathering of a great army outside. He seemed to be terrified and was intending to escape to the external district the way he came, running toward space. Yet, there was no time. Boom! 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 The exos, battle puppets, crystal tanks, and armed shuttles aimed at the artificial sky around the invader and opened fire simultaneously, almost turning the entire sky into a melted ocean of iron. 1 second later, the entire artificial sky collapsed, and even the invader was falling too. Struggling with all his might, the invader intended to escape through the hole the defenders had blasted out. However, the defenders had anticipated every possible escape route. They blocked his retreat with the most overwhelming firepower. Every attempt to escape made by the invader ended in failure, and he was forced to return to where he started. He was like a fly trapped in a glass jar, only hurting itself wherever it crashed into. Do you see, everyone? After 100 years of construction and training, the 7 Seas Grand Market is no longer a place that anyone can enter or leave freely. Yuanbao smiled. If you wish, you can even go to the window and observe the battlefield on your own. The battlefield is merely 30 kilometers away. You can see the rising smoke and the barrage from the window. No, no, no. There's no need to worry about your safety. For the Battle of the 7 Seas, all the experts from the business alliance of 10,000 sectors and even the edge of the Imperium have gathered at the Seven Seas Grand Market. We have the most skilled killers, the most brutal mercenaries, and the most fearless gladiators. Of course, we also have the most advanced battle puppet system. Even if there is still a gap between our fleet and the four families, the business alliance of 10,000 sectors is invincible in terms of the quality and experience of individuals. We have conducted detailed analyses on Vulture Li Yao's public battle videos. Even a man as crazy as him can't inflict the slightest damage to our headquarters. You are all absolutely safe. This is also a great opportunity to show you the strength we've hidden for 100 years. Vulture Li Yao can't sabotage the Seven Seas Grand Market, and the four families' fleet can't disrupt our business or yours. As long as you stand firmly on our side, your investments will be returned tenfold and 100-fold. On the light beams behind Yuanbao, dozens of glittering fireballs were burning, like a stage made of scorching flames. With this as the backdrop, he opened his arms to all the managers, shareholders, investors, and partners of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors. Thick veins protruded on his forehead, as if he had donned a terrible mask, while he demanded aggressively, "You've seen it with your own eyes. Do you still have any reason to hesitate?" The four families used Vulture Li Yao and resorted to such vicious methods precisely because they knew they were too disorganized and had too low a morale to defeat us in a space battlefield. Unite. As long as we are united, we can conquer all the enemies and seize the radiance of all the stars in the universe in our hands. Now, in light of the unfortunate death of the former director, Yuyan, and the urgent situation, I request the meeting to authorize me with the permissions of the acting director so I can command all the armed forces of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors on the continent and in space to win the upcoming Battle of the Seven Seas. Yuanbao's deafening voice swept across the entire conference room like rumbling thunders. The other four senior managers whispered to each other solemnly. Although they were still rather suspicious of him, they did not object to him or immediately decline his request. The members of the Wuying group among the regular managers and shareholders also started cheering for him, instigating more people to support him. The noises grew louder and louder, gradually conjugating into a flood of shock and exclamation. Yuanbao listened proudly at first, confident of his victory. But the more he listened, the more uneasy he felt. Why did everyone look so odd? Also, the gunshots and explosions behind him were dying down. What was going on? Did Li Yao escape? Yuanbao turned around and watched, only to discover that the intense battle on the surveillance light beams had come to an end. The invader did not escape or resist, instead, he raised his hands and surrendered. It seemed he was scared the defenders would kill him, so he shot out black mystic rays from his backpack, writing 2 words dozens of meters in length and width in the sky, "I surrender." The exclamation mark at the end was thick and long, covering almost 100 square meters. Immortal cultivators, from dozens of kilometers away, could see it clearly. Many managers and shareholders ran to the windows to check, immediately exclaiming in disbelief as they saw the 2 gargantuan words hanging on the artificial sky. Yuanbao's forehead was immediately covered in cold sweat. The truth of Jin Yuyan's assassination was a top secret. He and Wuying Qinxin were virtually the only informants. The armed forces who went to hunt the invader knew nothing of it. It would have been too strange to order the defenders to kill the enemy no matter what. He had thought that Vulture Li Yao would definitely resist hard upon discovery, leading to severe casualties. There would be no chance for communication and exposition at all. Even if they did talk, it would be impossible for Vulture Li Yao to explain his identity and background. Thus, in his deduction, the worst-case scenario was that Vulture Li Yao escaped, which would be better, because everyone could only believe his side of the story then. He did not expect that Vulture Li Yao would play such a move. The guy had surrendered without even activating his Colossus. It must be a plot. However, before he shouted out his conclusion, Yuanbao realized his troubles had only just begun. On the dozens of light beams, the invader still stood with his hands raised high. But the crystal suit on his body suddenly fell apart and was tossed away. His combat suit, too, was ripped apart by spiritual energy, revealing a furry body that looked like a cheetah and a pair of bright golden eyes. It was a hybrid with the genes of demons, a half-demon. Yuanbao was dumbfounded, at a loss for words. Schwa. 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 Countless people looked at him suspiciously, especially the other 4 senior managers who were his equals. Their eyes were filled with curiosity and wariness, as if they were questioning him, is this really Vulture Liao? Vulture Liao was an out-and-out pure human, at least without any apparent demon genes. This was a known fact. Even if he needed a new appearance to sneak into the 7 Seas Grand Market, it seemed unnecessary for him to pretend to be a half-demon. The Imperium was not entirely devoid of half-demons and demons, but those eccentric individuals were very eye-catching and certainly not the best camouflage. So, on what grounds did Yuanbao believe the invader was Vulture Liao? Then, the black words above the head of the half-demon wriggled and changed, delivering a new piece of information: stay away from the windows, and cover your ears with spiritual energy. What did that mean? Everyone in the grand conference room looked at each other in confusion, not knowing to whom the half-demon was speaking. The armed forces surrounding him clearly had no windows nearby. It was actually the managers, shareholders, and investors in the headquarters of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors, dozens of kilometers away, surrounded by transparent windows. Could it be, don't be nervous. Just relax. The black words above the half-demon changed again. I only want to talk with you about that business. 3, 2, 1. Boom. 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 Before anyone realized what was happening, it was as if 10,000 stun bombs had exploded around the headquarters simultaneously. The glass walls around the conference room shattered instantly. The toughest tempered glass turned into sand-like fragments, splashing out. The people closest to the windows were blasted away by the sound waves, some flying over 10 meters. The remotely projected holograms were also torn into distorted ripples, unable to be reformed for a long time. The most intense sound waves surged like a torrent of thunder and flames, blasting the entire conference room and everyone's eardrums and hearts. It was a raw, brutal, and barbaric battle hymn. Each note seemed to flutter out after an axe had sliced into bone. The notes were then mixed and orchestrated, with the bombardment of giant starship cannons in the background, sounding 10 times more terrifying. Everyone's eardrums and hearts felt as though they were being hit repeatedly by highly explosive bombs. They vaguely recognized the battle hymn, as if they had heard it somewhere long ago, but their boiling brains and pounding hearts prevented them from recalling any further. A mad wind, carrying the scent of iron and smoke, flooded the conference room, making everyone's souls shiver. Dumbfounded, they could only watch the burning steel god standing at the center of the sound waves outside the empty window frame, the super colossus named Arsonist, as if they had fallen into a nightmare. Chapter 2542, The Unspeakable Identity. The Colossus, as dark as a swirl, as brutal as a fiend, and as deep as a black hole, was destined to be the most devastating element in the nightmare of the observers. It simply stood between the sky and the earth, not even in a battle stance, yet the most daunting vibe was already flooding out. Countless black flames were rising to the sky, congregating into pillars of smoke that were nearly solid, sprawling in all directions. The blue sky and the white clouds were eclipsed, and the entire headquarters of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors was enshrouded in a hazy mist. A closer look revealed that the mist was actually composed of countless twisted fiends, as if the Dark Colossus was commanding a vast army, surrounding the heart of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors. One person and one colossus had surrounded the business alliance of 10,000 sectors. It wasn't that the managers, shareholders, and investors of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors had never seen a colossus before. In fact, due to its unique advantage, the business alliance of 10,000 sectors had gathered a substantial number of colossi over the century. It was one of the strategies they used to attract great warriors to work for them. However, the colossi of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors were mostly assembled products, which had been severely damaged on the battlefield. Some were even duplicates, with original components replaced by mass-produced parts. Despite the quantity, they were not nearly as formidable as the colossi under the control of the four Kurfürst families in terms of quality. It often took 2 to 3 diverse colossi of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors to compete with an advanced colossus of the four Kurfürst families. On the other hand, the Black Colossus was the ultimate colossus, based on style, air, and the soaring spiritual energy. Even the experts who had traveled through the Imperium for 100 years had never seen such ultimate weapons. It seemed that a single colossus was enough to pierce through the entire Seven Seas Grand Market and dismantle each and every one of them. Even though they knew it was an illusion, their nerve endings still trembled uncontrollably, and they could not calm themselves down. That was the true god of destruction and the unparalleled weapon capable of slaying even Pangu and Nuwa. The Black Colossus floated outside the headquarters of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors, quietly waiting for the defenders to surround him. However, even if the defenders had hastily reinforced, and several colossi had arrived, how could they dare to easily attack the aggressive Super Colossus? Compared to the glamorous, brutal, and powerful Colossus, the colossi of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors were like tattered garbage riddled with holes. The battle hymn resounding the Black Colossus grew even more violent. Finally, someone remembered its name from the resounding rhythm. Their faces immediately turned pale, as if they had just been struck by lightning. Their lips trembling, they stuttered, It's impossible. It's absolutely impossible." Yuanbao was so frightened that his brain cells were all frozen. He perceived two facts in that moment. Firstly, Vulture Li Yao had anticipated his every move. Li Yao didn't break into the ventilation tube in person at all but merely sent an unimportant subordinate, intentionally letting the person be discovered so that all his available forces and his own attention would be distracted. 1/3 of the armed forces under his control were still hunting Red Lady and the assassins of Bloody Skull in the external district, while the other 2/3 were distracted by the decoy. When the place was utterly undefended, Li Yao could have barged in openly. Yuanbao thought Li Yao wanted to steal the critical data stealthily, but as it turned out, Li Yao had made a straightforward move, marching to the headquarters of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors without any concern for subtlety. Moreover, the shameless liar and ferocious fiend, Li Yao, had been hiding his strength all the time. The capability Li Yao was demonstrating at this moment was more than 3 times stronger than when he was a fighter for the reformists in Gold Vulture. Plus, the colossal presence, which could be called the worst nightmare, even without employing any trick of distraction, could have barged in openly. Nobody could have stopped the fiendish Colossus or Vulture Li Yao. At this moment, Yuanbao finally understood why Wu Yingqi and Li Linghai repeatedly reminded him that he must inform the capital the moment he discovered any traces of Vulture Li Yao or even heard anything about the monster, and that he must now act alone against Li Yao. Yuanbao had always been confident in himself. He thought that the dozens of mysterious soul techniques he had practiced and the body puppet technique, which enabled him to assume hundreds of different appearances, were sufficient for him to defeat any enemy in the divinity transformation stage. Ignoring Wu Yingqi and Li Linghai's warnings, he was consumed by the fire of ambition. Little did he expect that the blow would come so soon. He was about to slide into the abyss of doom before he got to taste the feeling of victory. Yuanbao shook hard. His eyes were so red that blood almost dripped. Holding back his burning soul, he looked at Wu Yingqi, only to discover that his sister was equally stunned and lost about what to do. No. Yuanbao's remaining soul roared like a ghost from hell. I haven't lost yet. I still have chances. However strong he is all alone after all. Can he defeat all the soldiers here? Besides, he has a fatal weakness, which is his identity. He daren't expose his real identity at all. Then, nobody will believe what he says. Can he take down each and every person in this place? While he was thinking, the black colossus standing midair finally raised its right leg and made the first step. Boom! The black colossus stepped on the air, and ripples that looked like the fire of Inferno spread out in a circle quickly, sabotaging the skyscrapers within 10 kilometers again. This time, not just the headquarters of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors, but all the plazas nearby had broken glass, which seemed to be a storm of diamonds. Excuse me. Did I scare anyone? Li Yao's gloomy chuckle echoed from the black colossus. Don't be nervous. Just relax. I'm not here to kill you, at least not for now. Stepping in the air, the black colossus walked toward the building. Everyone's heart was almost frozen. While tens of thousands of exos and many times more battle puppets had gathered at the site, everyone, including people and machines, was too deeply awed by Li Yao's vibe to wave their blades or pull their triggers. Don't believe him, everyone. Every word he says is a lie. Yuanbao made up his mind and shouted at the top of his voice, he has betrayed the reformists and is now a dog of the 4 Kurfürst families. Every word he says is a lie to dissolve our unity and morale. As he spoke, the black colossus had already walked to the broken window of the building. Then, Li Yao made an unexpected move. He simply opened the cockpit on the chest of the colossus and drifted to the center of the grand conference room. He was not wearing a crystal suit but only in a half-solid black combat suit. However, thousands of black feathers swirled around him slowly, forming an extremely bizarre tornado. It was not until much later that they condensed behind his back into a black cape more than 10 meters long, dancing in the vilest and most luxurious of ways. Even though the black colossus was still floating outside the building, and the iron tentacles raging unpredictably like black dragons, the pressure at the spot was eased to some extent after he showed up in his real form. Many shareholders and investors joining the meeting by remote projection grew curious too. After all, their real bodies were not present. Even if Li Yao were 10 times stronger and raised the 7 Seas grand market, nothing would happen to them at all. They were merely curious about one thing. Why did Li Yao, the once feared warrior of the reformists, announced to have defected to the 4 families uncannily, show up like this? What exactly did he want? Since the celebrities of the peripheral worlds of the Imperium have gathered here, a lot of my trouble can be saved, Li Yao smiled, his hands on his back. A brutal aura burst forth, making his black feathered cape flutter non-stop. Let me reintroduce myself. I am Vulture Li Yao, and I'm here to discuss a minor business with you. Vulture Li Yao, you have clearly defected to the side of the 4 families. Not only did you kill Director Jean, but you also tried to destroy the central trade data of the 10,000 Sectors Business Alliance. You're bold enough to come here. Yuanbao roared. Everyone knows that decapitation is your favorite. Are you planning to kill all the leaders of the 10,000 Sectors Business Alliance here? Then you can start with me. Quiet. Li Yao glared at him and opened his hands, snatching at Yuanbao casually. A gigantic black hand of spiritual energy immediately materialized out of nowhere in a terrifying wind, forcing Yuanbao to scream and dodge hastily. Li Yao, however, stopped after the snatching. He sniffed and said, killing you is as easy as butchering a dog for me. However, a filthy swine like you is not worthy to soil my hands. Be quiet and back off. Don't be an eyesore. Yuanbao was one of the 5 senior managers of the 10,000 Sectors Business Alliance altogether, and he had never been so humiliated in front of the managers, shareholders, investors, and business partners before. Blushing, he unleashed his fatal move without a care. Raising his voice, he shouted, "Vulture Li Yao, who exactly do you think you are? Nobody in the entire Imperium of true humans has ever heard of your name before. You basically emerged out of nowhere, yet you were so strong and had such a weirdly styled colossus. Which sect and which family did you come from? Where did you advance to the divinity transformation stage? Where did you get your super colossus? I guarantee with my head that there was absolutely never someone like you in the Imperium of true humans before. Are you a super spy that the Alliance of the Holy Covenant carefully trained to sabotage the Imperium? Or do you have other secret and unknown identities that you dare not reveal at all? Speak now. Do you have anything to say for yourself now? Ha ha ha. With such an obscure identity and background, you are not going to convince us of anything you may say." Chapter 2543, Black Storm Born. After hearing this, many of the immortal cultivators quickly nodded their heads. Those present in the conference room were all the most cunning and crafty individuals, capable of devising several schemes in the blink of an eye. How could they not have been suspicious of someone who rose so abruptly and brilliantly like Li Yao? Previously, Li Yao had been endorsed by Queen Li Linghai, and he was simply a fighter. Thus, they could overlook Li Yao's background and origins, accepting whatever Li Linghai claimed. However, with the business alliance of 10,000 sectors and the entire Imperium at a critical juncture, they now found Li Yao's sudden reappearance increasingly dubious. For a moment, many immortal cultivators were eyeing Li Yao cautiously and warily. The immortal cultivators whose holograms were in the Seven Seas Grand Market instead of their real bodies had even fewer reasons to fear Li Yao. They simply whispered to each other. Li Yao narrowed his eyes, his face dark, as if he truly had secrets he preferred not to discuss. Yuanbao grew even more arrogant upon seeing this. He laughed, "Vulture Li Yao, just confess your identity if you can. If you find it impossible to speak, you can kill me and keep my mouth shut instead. But even if you do kill me, you will never bend so many great heroes here." Li Yao rolled his eyes repeatedly before saying coldly, "Yuanbao, you seem very certain that there is something wrong with my identity?" "Of course." Yuanbao shrieked, "All the immortal cultivators here are experts above average. Everybody knows how many resources must be consumed and what powerful force must be relied upon to raise an experienced expert in the divinity transformation stage. It is needless to say that even your colossus is a rarely seen product in the four Kurfürst families. The Imperium in the past 100 years has not raised such an expert like you or witnessed such a colossus. I'm even suspicious that you are not from the Imperium at all. Who are you? Speak. Speak now." That's right, the other four senior managers discussed among themselves for a while before an old senior manager said sternly, "Fellow cultivator Li, the business alliance of 10,000 sectors only wants to do business in peace and does not want to wage war with any force, but you must give us an explanation now that you have barged in recklessly today. How else will the business alliance of 10,000 sectors be respected in the Imperium in the future?" "Exactly," Yuanbao declared brutally, "if you cannot give a satisfactory explanation, we will not let you do as you please even if we have to die with you." The atmosphere grew tense again. The doors around the conference room were suddenly wide open, and countless defenders flooded in like an iron torrent. The sky and ground outside were also brimming with crystal suits, armed shuttles, and all kinds of powerful attack magical equipment. Even several cannons designed for warships had been dragged onto the planet and aimed at the arsonist. Since the business alliance of 10,000 sectors was bold enough to challenge the four families, it certainly had remarkable strength. Not only did it have the four gods of death, assassins in the divinity transformation stage, but it also had plenty of battle-type immortal cultivators in the nascent soul stage. There were thousands of experts in the core formation stage who were also capable of fighting after donning advanced crystal suits. When there were too many ants, they could bite an elephant to death. This truth applied to both cultivators and immortal cultivators. The grand conference room was filled with silence. Everyone held their breath and secretly touched their cosmos rings as they waited for Li Yao's reply. He. He. Ha 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 ha. Li Yao opened his fingers and stabbed them into his messy black hair, letting out a crazy, fearless laugh. In his laughter, the black flames of spiritual energy around him burst forth and turned into visible black air currents. The black tornado that could swallow everything took shape once again. The black storm immediately enveloped the entire conference room, making it difficult for the immortal cultivators to maintain their composure. Yuanbao suffered the worst. Faced with Li Yao's overwhelming and brutal presence, every muscle on his face shook fiercely under the impact. He could barely keep his eyes open. Vulture Li Yao is never a stealthy man, and I despise the ridiculous tricks of pseudonyms and camouflage. Besides, with my power and armed forces today, I can easily whip the galaxy and savage the sea of stars. Why would I fear speaking my name? Just open your eyes, prick your ears, and steady your mind. Listen up. Li Yao's voice rang like a thunderclap in the black storm, bombarding every seat in the grand conference room, which seemed to have shrunk to 1/100th of its original size under the pressure of his spiritual energy. The immortal cultivators in the room found it almost impossible to catch their breath. Even the remote participants, whose real bodies were thousands of light-years away, felt the haunting fear, which stabbed their spines like needles piercing through the light beam. All the immortal cultivators seemed to have fallen into a nightmare. In shock, they watched as Li Yao raised his right hand high in the black storm, where a black cosmos ring glittered and dumped a delicate scepter. The scepter was then grabbed by Li Yao. Shwa. 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 The scepter seemed to entail infinite strength and information. After being grabbed by Li Yao, light, shadow, and information immediately flowed out among his fingers into countless soul marks. It looked like many tiny figures were crawling around Li Yao and worshipping him. They are the soul marks of the captains and experts of the Black Wind Fleet who left the capital for the edge of the cosmos more than 100 years ago. It seems true. They are truly the marks of the experts from the 5 worlds, including the Black Wind sector. I know a few of the experts. So many experts from the 5 worlds have sent soul marks symbolizing their submission to Li Yao. That's impossible. This scepter. Is the scepter in his hands the legendary? A lot of the immortal cultivators jumped to their feet. Years ago, the series of events where the Black Wind Fleet blackmailed the government and escaped from the Imperium after acquiring tremendous resources, leading to a severe economic crisis, was deeply associated with the business alliance of 10,000 sectors, if not planned by it from behind the scenes. Deputy Commander D. Feiwen of the Black Wind Fleet was also one of the high-level managers of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors. Therefore, there were many managers and shareholders in the business alliance of 10,000 sectors who knew the experts of the Black Wind Fleet as well as the scepter. Yuanbao and Wuying Qinshin were awed by the scepter that Li Yao suddenly took out and the soul marks that he activated. It was as though Li Yao had slapped their faces 100 times with his black hands. Even the fire of his soul was almost extinguished. The sister and brother looked at each other in bewilderment. What else could they have done except hold back their tears? Li Yao's show, however, had not ended yet. After a tremendous soul marks flowed out of the scepter, the structures of starships also emerged. For a moment, it seemed 100 golden warships, as magnificent as mountains, surrounded him. The immortal cultivators of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors were all seasoned space warriors who had spent their lives on space voyages. They could tell at first glance that these were the structures of the main force warships of the Black Wind Fleet, including even the flagship, the Black Swirl, from the old days. While these structures were not exactly secrets, the starships of the same model would always be specifically modified according to the commander's requests and the nature of the mission. The modifications that the Black Wind Fleet made before embarking on the expedition were partly done with the help of the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors. Many recognized the unique details that no one except the real controller of the fleet could have fabricated. Has the Black Wind Fleet, which has wandered at the edge of the cosmos for 100 years, fallen into this guy's hands? No wonder he is so blatant and dominating. He is. Before their exclamations died out, a third torrent of information flushed out of Li Yao's scepter. They were the star maps of many sectors at the edge of the cosmos, far away from the Imperium. They were the keys to treasuries that all the immortal cultivators dreamed about. Ah! The eyes of all the immortal cultivators were captivated by the dense star maps. With avarice gleaming on their faces, they couldn't help but moan with thirst. However, the star maps, representing sailing routes, markets, profits, relics, secret treasures, and slaves, only flashed for half a second before they were retracted by Li Yao. Many people subconsciously reached for them, only to catch the broken light and shadow in the end. The overwhelming black storm gradually subsided. The black flames of spiritual energy turned into delicate, splendid feathers that fell onto Li Yao's shoulders and back, covering him in a glamorous black coat. Each feather also bore glittering gold stars at the edges, which decorated the black coat with a complex gold strip, further accentuating Li Yao's mysteriousness and dominance. Now, is there any blind fool who still can't tell who I am? Two tiny red spots still faintly glittered within Li Yao's eyes, as dark as ink, making him look inexplicably cold. Wherever his gloomy eyes glanced, the immortal cultivators lowered their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. He surveyed the grand conference room, and when all the immortal cultivators had bowed their heads under his gaze, he smirked and touched the black scepter, saying lightly, "Exactly. I am the Black Wind King, Black Stormborn, the immortal cultivator of immortal cultivators, the commander of the Black Wind Fleet, the conqueror of the edge of the cosmos, the destroyer of the Star Ocean Republic, the nightmare butcher of the immortal cultivators, the dominator and protector of the Black Wind Sector, the Purple Fire Sector, the Red Spider Sector, the Hard Rock Sector, and the Wild Wolf Sector. Yuanbao, you are quite smart for a pig. It's true that my name has not been heard in the Imperium for the past 100 years. However, I'm back today, with a Black Wind Fleet that is 10 times stronger than it was 100 years ago. 100 years from now, every immortal cultivator in the Imperium of true human beings will bow before me, hear my magnificent feats, and follow my saber to claim more glories." Ha, ha 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 ha. Li Yao laughed crazily. While Li Yao laughed arrogantly, most of the immortal cultivators were still dwelling on what he had just said. They were either considering the consequences now that the Black Wind Fleet had been added to the game as an unexpected factor, or thinking about how to make friends with Li Yao and share the profits at the edge of the cosmos, or whispering to each other while trying to find loopholes in Li Yao's words. Yuanbao and Wuying Qinshin, on the other hand, found it absolutely impossible to laugh. They had lost the ability to think. Like two puppets whose strings had been cut, they were overwhelmed and paralyzed. Li Yao's eyes grew sharper and sharper, darting into Yuanbao's body like hooks. He grinned hideously. "Yuanbao, are you satisfied now that you've learned my identity? I'm rather curious about one thing. Why have you been so hostile to me from the beginning, fabricating non-existent schemes, slandering me, and even mobilizing so many people to surround me? Can you bear the consequences if the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors and the Black Wind Fleet are engaged in a war in the end? Or rather, is it not me but you who have really betrayed the Reformists and the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors, and you are intentionally making the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors fight the Black Wind Fleet through conspiracies?" Everyone was rather shocked after hearing that. All the immortal cultivators couldn't help but picture a total war between the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors and the Black Wind Fleet. The Black Wind Fleet's combat ability was among the most distinguished even in the entire Imperium. Even if it might not be as good as Lei Chenghu's astounding Thunder Fleet, the gap couldn't be huge. Also, since they had been fighting at the borderlands all the time, they were even tougher and more ruthless than Lei Chenghu's troops. The business alliance of 10,000 sectors was now facing enormous military pressure from the Four Families coalition fleet. How could they afford to lose an ally and gain an additional formidable enemy? Whether Qi Yuanbao meant it or not, his recklessness was highly inconsiderate and nearly caused a catastrophe for the business alliance of 10,000 sectors. Fellow cultivator Li, no, Black Wind King, please don't be angry. Sweat pouring down their faces, the other four senior managers shouted in unison, we absolutely do not mean to be hostile to the Black Wind Fleet. As forces that grew up at the edge of the Imperium, we are natural allies and should unite against the Four Families. I thought so too. That's why I came to the Seven Seas Grand Market to talk business with you in good faith, or rather, to lend you a hand. Li Yao sniffed and glanced at Qi Yuanbao from the corner of his eye. However, one of your 5 senior managers does not seem to welcome my presence. He's even afraid of my arrival. Why is that? About that, the other 4 senior managers frowned, looking doubtfully at Qi Yuanbao at the same time. The other managers, shareholders, and investors did not hide their dissatisfaction and suspicion of Qi Yuanbao. His face pale, Qi Yuanbao drifted backward for over 10 meters before he realized all exits had been blocked by crystal suits and battle puppets. Managing to stand steadily, he waved his arms as if fighting not to drown and shouted madly, "It's impossible. You can't be the Black Wind King. Isn't Hai Ming the commander of the Black Wind Fleet? Also, you sent a message not long ago, stating you were handling matters with barbarians at the edge of the cosmos. How did you suddenly march back to the Imperium? Don't be fooled by him. This Vulture Li Yao is best known for his shamelessness and cunningness. You cannot believe a word he says. If you do, we will be cast into the hopeless abyss of doom." Qi Yuanbao felt so wronged, he was nearly cutting his chest open to show his heart to all the immortal cultivators. He. Hai Ming has been history for a long time. Right now, I am the commander of the Black Wind Fleet, and I'm also the Black Wind King, recognized by all the experts of the Black Wind Sector, the Purple Fire Sector, the Red Spider Sector, the Hard Rock Sector, and the Wild Wolf Sector. Hands in his pockets, Li Yao said casually, I know many here know the experts from the 5 sectors but might have never heard my name. It's understandable that you have suspicions like Manager Qi does. It's true that Vulture Li Yao was just a nobody 100 years ago, known to no one. However, after the Black Wind Fleet left the Imperium to explore the Sea of Stars, when most of the experts fell into dormancy, the squad I belonged to was given a vital reconnaissance mission. While exploring a mysterious relic, everyone else in my squad perished, and I was the lone survivor by chance. I also stumbled upon a technique called Star Absolution Art which bestowed me with the power to swallow others' spiritual energy. In the subsequent 100 years, most of the Black Wind Fleet members slept in hibernation capsules. They were like fat, succulent meat, waiting to be feasted upon by me. You don't need to know the specific process. In the end, after I reached the highest level, I took down, our beloved former commander, Hai Ming, died in an accident. Since I was respected and strong enough, everyone elected me to be the new Black Wind King to lead the Black Wind Fleet on our journey. This is everything that happened. How about it? Anyone here not convinced? Li Yao crossed his fingers, his knuckles cracking, as he provocatively eyed all the immortal cultivators in the conference room. All the immortal cultivators swallowed hard, imagining how Vulture Li Yao seized power through schemes and bloody coups. They dared not say or do anything. However, Qi Yuanbao knew he was cornered, and begging for mercy would be useless. He could only shout, what about the barbarians? The messages you sent back stated that you discovered several barbarian worlds at the edge of the cosmos, and it would take at least a couple of years to complete the conquest. It's just a strategic deception to trick the government. You fell for that? How can an immortal cultivator be as naive as you? Li Yao scorned, looking down his nose at Yuanbao. Yes, we did find a few barbarian worlds at the edge of the cosmos. However, with the thunderous might of the Black Wind Fleet, our army was unstoppable and invincible. Among our enemies, the Queen of the Barbarians was the only one who was tough and gave us some minor trouble. But after I joined the battle and fought 300 rounds with her, she was subdued and now follows all my instructions. Now that even their queen has submitted to me, how could the other barbarians resist? In less than a year, the few worlds of the barbarians all surrendered. They were officially included in the Imperium's territory and became my land. As for why we did not tell the truth to the court, it's very simple. If the court had learned that the war was over and the Imperium now had new territory, wouldn't there have been infinite additional trouble? Perhaps other fleets would have been sent to claim the victory, or experts from the 4 Kurfürst families would have infiltrated my land. They might have even asked His Majesty to issue a decree that mobilizes the Black Wind Fleet from the edge of the cosmos to another battlefield, right? You must have been through a lot of such tricks, everybody. The Black Wind Fleet floated in space for 100 years before we finally found a place to live in. How could I have allowed anyone to take it away? Therefore, on one hand, I delayed the court from sending anyone to my place with the excuse that the war was intense. On the other hand, I returned to the center of the cosmos, despite the risks, to investigate the situation in the Imperium after 100 years before making any plans. Before, I was only thinking to bribe the 4 families and the few important ministers in the court with a fortune so they could speak for the Black Wind Fleet and permit us to live and rest at the edge of the cosmos. But after I saw what I saw in the Imperium's homeland, I couldn't help but have new plans. The senior managers looked at each other in bewilderment and asked, "What plans?" Li Yao declared formally, word by word, "Same as everyone here, honor the Majesty, settle the rebels, and renew the Imperium." All right, the immortal cultivators all took a long breath in relief. Whether or not Li Yao was telling the truth, he was at least not on the side of the 4 Kurfürst families, which was the best news. Black Wind King, we just heard you say you were the butcher of the cultivators and the destroyer of the Star Ocean Republic. The leading senior manager continued cautiously, "What do you mean by that? Are they only your honorary titles, or do they have deeper meanings?" Honorary titles? No, I am a serene and practical man, and I detest pretentious honorary titles most. Li Yao declared proudly, "I forgot to tell you that the Black Wind Fleet caught up with Firefly, which had fled 1,000 years ago, 20 years ago, capturing all the cultivators of the government in exile of the Star Ocean Republic. The last cultivator on Firefly was slain by me in person." What? 4 of the 5 senior managers rose to their feet. You really destroyed Firefly? Emotionlessly, Li Yao retrieved plenty of jade chips and various kinds of metals of the rightful government of the Star Ocean Republic, tossing them at the 4 managers. Those jade chips were all the products of the highest standard of the Star Ocean Republic. The way they were polished and their storage structure are entirely different from the generic models of the Imperium. I believe you can certainly tell the difference, right? Inside the jade chips are parts of Firefly's voyage logs and the structures of its critical components. It would be nearly impossible to fabricate such details. As for those metals, they would have been pursued and fought over by all the experts at the center of the cosmos 1,000 years ago. But today, they are just my toys. Perhaps the destruction of Firefly was a great event, but in my eyes, those fleeing cultivators were nothing more than cockroaches and rats. Is it anything to be proud of if you step on a cockroach or a rat and kill them? Do I really need to lie about such trivia? In the Imperium of true human beings, the hierarchy of accomplishments deemed the annihilation of the government in exile of the Star Ocean Republic a remarkable feat, second only to the destruction of the Holy Covenant Alliance. They did not anticipate that Li Yao would speak of it so casually, as if it were of little importance to him. The senior managers, shareholders, and partners of the 10,000 Sectors Business Alliance were all wise and shrewd individuals who had navigated the tumultuous sea of stars for a century, but they found themselves at a loss for words when confronted with someone like Li Yao. The matter was too significant. Without pausing for formalities, the 4 senior managers each took a jade chip, scrutinizing it closely for a considerable duration before glancing at one another and nodding in mutual agreement. The jade chips undoubtedly contained the enchanted gear of the Star Ocean Republic from a millennium past, each bearing the emblem of the so-called legitimate government, a replication beyond the capabilities of others. Moreover, the voyage logs and confidential documents within were convincingly authentic. Had they been fabricated, such precision and detail would have been nigh impossible. Calmly observing, Li Yao withdrew a clutch of jade chips, marrow crystals, and metals from his cosmos ring and cast them to the 4 senior managers. He then stated with a cool demeanor, with a major battle looming, vigilance is indeed paramount. I acknowledge presenting a plethora of enigmas may have stirred your caution, and rightfully so. The jade chips I've shared were in use by the Black Wind Fleet for 100 years, each bearing the signature of a Black Wind Fleet expert. Also, contained within is a secret missive from D. Feiwen, the deputy commander of the Black Wind Fleet. He is also a manager of the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors. I believe there must be tokens in his letter that only you can understand, right? Rest assured, D. Feiwen is not dead. He is now fully in charge of the construction of the new Black Wind Dominion as financial minister. His life is much more comfortable than yours. He should have stated in the letter that I am a friend and partner you can absolutely trust. Whatever secret agreements you reached with Hai Ming 100 years ago, you can negotiate with me as well. A secret letter from D. Feiwen? The 4 senior managers were invigorated. They hurried to study the letter together. D. Feiwen had been away from the Imperium for 100 years. He was, in fact, a senior manager of the older generation. Later arrivals like Qi Yuanbao had filled the vacancies left by people like D. Feiwen. At that time, the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors had not yet expanded to its current size. Helping the Black Wind Fleet with such a major task required significant resolve and risk. Since D. Feiwen was qualified to plan and execute such a significant gamble, his status in the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors was not hard to imagine. Now that Li Yao had returned with news of the Black Wind Fleet, it meant that the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors investment 100 years ago was about to pay off. How could they not take this seriously? The few senior managers spent a long time reviewing D. Feiwen's jade chip. After unlocking it with the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors secret technique, they found that D. Feiwen's letter was rather vague and lacked many details. He only stated that he was safe and his career was thriving. He also asked his fellows in the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors to absolutely trust every word that Vulture Li Yao, the new Black Wind King, said, assuring them they would make a huge fortune from it. The letter was simple, but D. Feiwen had left a hidden mark between the lines, which could only be perceived by the leaders of the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors. This was a very special technique. By touching the hidden mark, one could sense the physical and mental state of the person who left the mark. The 4 senior managers touched the letter one by one and agreed that D. Feiwen was both physically and mentally healthy and steady when he wrote the letter, showing no signs of torture or coercion. When they examined the jade chips, metals, and voyage logs that Li Yao presented, they found that the items were all authentic, with no errors in the details. At this moment, the 4 senior managers finally took a deep breath of relief and were more or less convinced by Li Yao's wild story. They pushed the jade chips and the letter to Qi Yuanbao, apparently hinting that Qi Yuanbao should study them, too. Yuanbao's eyes were bloodshot. He looked at Li Yao's jade chips as if they were a pile of squawking crystal bombs about to explode. No matter what, he was reluctant to extend his hands and simply floated in the air listlessly, like a zombie, making people think he had indeed chosen a great nickname as Hanged Man. Seeing the expressions on the faces of the few senior managers, the surrounding managers, shareholders, investors, and business partners were all shocked, knowing that Li Yao's identity as the Black Wind King had likely been proven. In fact, the more astute among them were already convinced without even looking at the proof, as Li Yao bluntly confessed his secret a moment ago. He claimed that he had been a Mr. Nobody at first and only rose abruptly after picking up a technique called star absorption art, which granted him the ability to swallow other people's spiritual energy to strengthen himself. Such a technique, where one strengthens oneself at the expense of harming others, would significantly undermine the peace and solidarity of the immortal cultivators, making it a taboo for them. Dongfang Wang, the former prime minister of the Imperium, fell precisely due to this. Of course, Dongfang Wang had been dissecting living people and even absorbing them to become desiccated bodies to transplant their spiritual roots or gold cores. These evil arts of cannibal training were not the same as swallowing spiritual energy. There were many techniques similar to star absorption art among the immortal cultivators, some more effective than others. Many had been practicing in secret. Most techniques would not cause the death of the swallower. Nonetheless, few would admit doing such things. Contrary to expectations, Li Yao confessed it boldly, not taking it seriously at all. This left two impressions among the immortal cultivators. First, he must be telling the truth, as no one would willingly demean themselves by confessing such things. Second, the man was just a naive magnate who had suddenly grown rich. He had only succeeded because he had found an extraordinary art in a certain relic and because most of the experts in the Black Wind Fleet were hibernating. Despite his unparalleled combat ability, he had no mental training whatsoever. In summation, their first impression was not wrong. He was just a pure warrior, more brawn than brain. His combat ability might be high, but so what? He would even count money for them if they were to sell him. At the very least, as long as they held back his arrogance on the surface, they did not need to worry about being deceived by him if they were to cooperate with him. As for whether or not the star absorption art was a taboo, the immortal cultivators all wished it was. Should they end on bad terms in the future, it would be an excellent weapon to lambast him. For a moment, the many immortal cultivators wore a mysterious smile. They were all convinced by what Li Yao said, regarding him as the Real Black Wind King, the immortal cultivator of immortal cultivators, and the worst nightmare for the cultivators. Black Wind King, please forgive our prudence. After all, you should know that a great accident just happened in the business alliance of 10,000 sectors today, and we lost our leader. The old senior manager respectfully returned all the jade chips and medals to Li Yao, then he asked carefully. However, we still do not understand what the Black Wind Fleet has been through in the past 100 years, or what has happened between you and the Queen since you came to the Imperium. It's very simple. I meant to cooperate with the Queen sincerely, in the cause to renew the Imperium while we made a business deal in the meantime, Li Yao sniffed angrily. But I did not expect that the Queen's appetite was bigger than I thought. She intended to swallow me whole since I was entirely by myself. Now that I am bold enough to return to the Imperium on my own, I certainly had my own reliance, and how could I succumb so easily? After I escaped from the capital, it occurred to me that the powerful people in the capital were not on the same boat as those who rose from the peripheral worlds of the Imperium. I should have listened to Di Feiwen and come to talk with Jean and the rest of you sooner. The few senior managers exchanged glances and asked, "May we ask what business you have to discuss with Director Jean about?" "I don't want to talk with him, the deal has already been made. It's about the reconstruction of the abandoned worlds at the edge of the cosmos," Li Yao said, we gathered a lot of confidential files from Firefly during the campaign to eliminate the rogue government of the Star Ocean Republic. It turns out Firefly discovered dozens of abandoned sectors over the past 100 years. Now, the coordinates of those worlds are in the hands of the Black Wind Fleet. In fact, most of the inhabitable planets still have undestroyed atmospheres and acceptable industrial infrastructures. They can be rebuilt with just a bit of initial capital and labor. Moreover, according to Firefly's prospecting files, some abandoned worlds even have primitive relics underground. If any of them are found by luck, the cost to build 10 sectors will be covered. Also, as I mentioned earlier, I have just conquered a few remote worlds of barbarians. While those worlds are barren, they do have comfortable sunlight and atmospheres. The aggressive barbarians are qualified warriors, and there are also many mineral lodes deep underground that are beyond the capabilities of the barbarians to excavate, but with the advanced technologies of the Imperium, things will be different. The more the immortal cultivators listened, the more they craned their necks. Li Yao blinked his eyes and sniffed. To be honest, I wasn't going to share the coordinates and the development rights with anyone. After all, the Black Wind Fleet carries tremendous colonization starships and population. In a few hundred years, we can absorb as many barbaric worlds or abandoned worlds as possible. However, after I discovered the subtle situation in the Imperium, I changed my mind and began considering making a deal with some capable partners for parts of the coordinates and development rights. The senior manager's eyes glinted, and he rubbed his mustache to hide his twitching lips. "What sort of deal are we discussing, Black Wind King?" he asked. Glancing at the 4 senior managers, Li Yao smiled nonchalantly. "Do I need to state the obvious, everyone? If you, as the senior managers of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors, can't see what deal I'm trying to negotiate, I'll start to wonder if you are qualified and intelligent enough to pull off this unprecedented deal." The 4 senior managers were taken aback. Then, a younger senior manager hurriedly interjected, "How could we not understand the Black Wind King's intentions? While you have discovered nearly 100 abandoned worlds at the edge of the Imperium, obtaining their coordinates and developing them are 2 entirely different matters. You only have the colonization resources and population of 5 sectors, which may not be enough even for the initial development of these primitive worlds, let alone rebuilding more sectors." "Exactly," the second senior manager chimed in, his face displaying a look of understanding. With a cunning smile, he added, "We are all intelligent people. Why don't we cut to the chase? I assume the Black Wind King never intended to rebuild those abandoned worlds over the next 100 years through hard labor, did you? There are too many uncertainties over such a long period. Besides, the experts of the Black Wind Fleet, known for their toughness and ferocity, are excellent warriors, but they are not diligent and hard-working pioneers. Instead of spending hundreds of years on uncertainties, it might be better to pack up those abandoned planets and sell them at a good price, earning more concrete benefits. The Black Wind King must have snuck back into the Imperium with such intentions, right? Only a critical business like that deserves your personal attention. If you were here just to investigate the latest situation of the Imperium, the mission could have been carried out by any expert. However, the moment the Black Wind King returned to the Imperium, you were caught in chaos and realized that the Imperium today is on the brink of falling apart or complete destruction. Heroes like the Black Wind King are needed more than ever to save the day, the 3rd senior manager said confidently. If I were the Black Wind King, I would be 100 times more ambitious. The abandoned worlds at the edge of the cosmos may be good, but they can't compare to the Black Wind King's homeland. Trading the coordinates and development rights of the abandoned worlds for the 5 worlds, including the Black Wind sector, or even more developed worlds nearby, or taking over the Reformists' banner and becoming the hero who revives the Imperium, to be remembered by all future generations, that's what the Black Wind King and the Black Wind Fleet want. It is a pity, the old senior manager concluded, that the Queen doesn't seem to favor ambitious heroes like the Black Wind King. Or rather, the Reformists have only one banner, which must be carried by one person ahead of all other immortal cultivators. Therefore, a minor misunderstanding occurred between the two of you. Then, the Black Wind King came here to negotiate with the old friends of the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors for cooperation. The 4 senior managers were all the most experienced and intelligent individuals. Although Li Yao said only a few words, they had inferred his intentions in a reasonable and convincing way. The managers, shareholders, and investors around all nodded their heads in agreement. Li Yao's eyes were wide open as he stared at the 4 senior managers without blinking. It was not until the 4 senior managers were almost creeped out that he finally cackled and clapped his hands, raising his thumbs at them. Ha, ha ha ha. Impressive, very impressive. Do you know why I like the smart people of the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors? Because you are all fucking geniuses. Communicating with you doesn't require any effort. I don't even need to open my mouth for you to know what I'm thinking. It's almost like you've all practiced mind reading before. Then, let's cut to the chase. Do you think the business is acceptable? The senior managers looked at each other and then at the other managers and shareholders seated around. Seeing that everyone was fascinated and deep in thought, they knew the participants were already tempted and were simply evaluating the potential profits the Black Wind King had to offer. If I may ask the Black Wind King, the old senior manager asked cautiously, how many abandoned worlds coordinates are stored in Firefly's database? Additionally, what are the specifications of the barbaric worlds you conquered? What are the population, resource, and financial requirements for the first phase of development, and how long will it take for them to be returned? Also, if we are to establish new sailing routes between the homeland and the edge of the cosmos, are there suitable jump points? What about the fuel consumption along the way? We cannot discuss the business without knowing the details first. Also, more importantly, if the Black Wind King is generously offering the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors such a great gift, what do you want from us in return? What I want is very simple. As you just said, what I want first are the 5 worlds, including the Black Wind sector. As the hometown of many experts in the Black Wind Fleet, they are of paramount significance and must not fall into the hands of others. Li Yao said, coldly and demandingly, also, after we crush the 4 Kurfürst families and re-establish the Imperium, I will have the returns due to me. I do not care about being remembered by future generations, but it's not an outrageous request to expand the scale of the Black Wind Fleet a few times, right? The senior managers shook their heads in unison. No, not at all. Satisfied, Li Yao nodded. In exchange, since I'm not interested in the trivia about the reconstruction of the abandoned worlds or the operation and colonization, is it really a problem to entrust all the affairs to the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors? I don't care about the specific details. All in all, I have only one price, for everyone to benefit from this. I have no family or friends after returning to the Imperium after 100 years. Now that we have met each other today by the arrangement of fate, everyone here will be my best friend. Since you are my best friends, we should enjoy meat and make fortunes together without leaving anyone behind, right? Everyone's eyes were glittering like burning holes due to his declaration. Speaking of which, since we are best friends, reciprocity should naturally be honored. Li Yao narrowed his eyes, his voice filled with the most intense sting of blood. The distribution of the duck is for the next step. For now, we have to stick together and defeat the 4 Kurfürst families first. Otherwise, we won't be cutting the duck but will be cut like ducks and split and swallowed by others. I don't worry about it too much. After all, I have my Black Wind Fleet. Even if the 4 Kurfürsten learn about what I did, I'm afraid they'll have to turn a blind eye and show me some respect. But I don't think everyone here can escape the disaster. He. His crazy laughter made everyone look awful again. Since we've joined the cause to renew the Imperium, we've put aside our own fate, and we will certainly fight with our best. Please rest assured, Black Wind King. The old senior manager was still pressing the issue. However, if you could reveal some of the details of the enormous business you mentioned, Black Wind King, I'm sure it will significantly boost morale. Is that so? Li Yao frowned and said, rather impatiently, that's what Jin Yuyan said too. He pestered me for 3 days and nights until my head was spinning before we finalized the details into a secret agreement. You'll know them after you take out the agreement and read it. Well, the old senior manager was stunned for a moment. Then he said with a bitter smile, Black Wind King, you should know that our director Jin has unfortunately perished. Where can we find the secret agreement he signed with you? It's simple. Jin Yuyan had always been paranoid and worried that someone was going to murder him. In case of accidents, he told me the place where the secret agreement was kept, as well as the retrieval code. Li Yao said, he stored the secret agreement in your central trade database, with 4 retrieval codes and 3 other safety measures, namely. Manager Qi, your face is so awful, you almost look like a hanged man. Is there a problem? Qi Yuanbao was so shocked by what Li Yao said that he couldn't control himself. He cried out subconsciously, lies. Lies. You're telling lies. This whole thing is highly illogical. How could our director Jin have told an outsider the place where the signed secret agreement was kept and the way to retrieve it? Why didn't he tell the other directors or his wife? That's simply too weird. Fair enough. Now that you put it that way, it does sound weird and illogical. Li Yao said quickly. Then, to prove my innocence, why don't you retrieve the document I mentioned and see for yourselves? The truth will be clear immediately. Well, Qi Yuanbao was more than angry. How can the secret documents of the 10,000 Sectors Business Alliance be read by any random outsider? It doesn't matter. I'm not interested in your secret documents at all. Li Yao smiled and said, I'm aware that, under normal circumstances, only your director is qualified to open the central trade database. However, in emergencies, 5 senior managers can open it too, if they unlock it together. So, I would like the 5 of you to check whether the document I mentioned earlier is a secret agreement, or something else. Schwa. 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 The other 4 senior managers, along with all the other managers, shareholders, and investors, stared at Qi Yuanbao. Wu Ying Qinshin stood nearby, overwhelmed. The shots that belonged to the Wu Ying group were rendered speechless too. Manager Qi, the old senior manager said, what do you think of the Black Wind King's suggestion? Aye. He's lying. Trust me, he has told the greatest lie. Qi Yuanbao felt more wronged than ever. Bashing his chest, he said, he is not the Black Wind King at all. He's fake. Fake. We have checked the jade chips, metals, warship structures, and star maps that the Black Wind King brought over. Everything is authentic, without the slightest flaw, the old senior manager said calmly. If you think otherwise, you are free to check them yourself. Speaking of which, you yourself said a moment ago that the Black Wind King was too strong and the Colossus was too finely made to be products of the Imperium today, did you not? Well. Lost for words, Qi Yuanbao blushed and said, perhaps it was not the Black Wind Fleet that destroyed Firefly, but Firefly that destroyed the Black Wind Fleet. That's how he got the items. He's not an immortal cultivator but a cultivator. Everybody was amused by what he said. Folding his arms, Li Yao sniffed. Manager Qi, I did not know that you were so imaginative. How strong was the Black Wind Fleet, and how strong was Firefly? Even if the Black Wind Fleet lost most of the ships in a cosmic storm and had only a tiny branch fleet left, Firefly still couldn't resist it. I'm a cultivator. Ha. It's truly the joke of the year. Yes, I'm saying you're a cultivator. Like a lunatic, Qi Yuanbao pointed at Li Yao's nose and demanded, if you want to prove you're not a cultivator, just kill a random person. That's not a problem. Bring your family here, and I'll mince each and every one of them. Li Yao's eyes suddenly became colder than ice. Like a god of slaughter who had just crawled out of the deepest level of hell, he said, word by word, however, why don't you retrieve the document and take a look at it first? I can kill your family after that. You seem very reluctant to let other people see the document. Why? Yes, Manager Qi, it's just a document that only the 5 of us can check. It won't harm anybody. Why are you so nervous? The old manager appeared more and more suspicious as he stared at Qi Yuanbao. I didn't want to talk about it in front of so many managers and shareholders, but you're really acting weird today. Is there anything clandestine about the document? Even if there is, are the 4 of us not qualified to learn about it either? Of course not. Trust me. You have to trust me. Qi Yuanbao was like a desperate dog that had been pushed into a corner. His forehead was covered in beads of sweat, and his body trembled violently as he cried hoarsely, "He's not the Black Wind King at all, nor even an immortal cultivator, but an out-and-out cultivator. Moreover, the incident in Manjasaka, the city in the sky, was his doing. I guarantee it with my head that he was the perpetrator. He's the one who ruined the work of so many investors." Everyone was shocked by his words. Li Yao, however, raised his head and burst into laughter. I've never seen anyone as insane and crazy as you. Now that you're doomed, you're biting like a rabid dog, aren't you? Blaming the destruction of Manjasaka, the city in the sky, on me? Why don't you say that Emperor Shenwu was assassinated by me? I stand by what I said. If you accuse me of being a cultivator or even the culprit who destroyed Manjasaka, the city in the sky, I can defend myself later. But first things first, why do you insist on not retrieving the document? Is the document not the secret agreement between Jin Yuyan and me, but one between you and the 4 Kurfürst families? The charge was like a thunderbolt on a clear day, shocking everyone's soul. The other 4 senior managers immediately turned hostile, signaling their loyal soldiers to scatter and watch over those loyal to Qi Yuanbao. The soldiers loyal to Qi Yuanbao, and even the former members of the assassin group, Life Claimer, were mostly unaware of Qi Yuanbao's scheme. They had no idea what was happening when others took precautions against them. Seeing their leader stammering impassively, as if he had truly done something wrong, how could they have any morale to fight? Manager Qi, the Black Wind King does have a point, the old senior manager said solemnly. It won't take long to condense our soul signatures and retrieve the document. Whatever you want to say, let's wait until we read the document, shall we? Qi Yuanbao looked at everyone, including Wu Yingqinxin who was hiding in a corner, and then at Li Yao hatefully. He nodded his head heavily. All right. I know nothing about any document. Why shouldn't we? However, there are too many people here, and the secret may leak. Let's go to a more confidential room to check it. About that. The old senior manager looked at Li Yao. Li Yao made a "be my guest" gesture. The 5 senior managers discussed for a while and then boarded the same giant floating disc, descending to the space below the grand conference room. Right when a round gate opened on the floor like a blossoming flower, and the 5 senior managers were about to enter, an abrupt change occurred. Qi Yuanbao suddenly roared and turned into a streak of brightness, dashing out of the window as fast as lightning. Even though someone guessed he might do something, they did not expect him to escape so ruthlessly. The defenders of the 7 Seas Grand Market were under Qi Yuanbao's command first. Therefore, the soldiers looked at each other in bewilderment, wondering if they should attack their superior. As a result, Qi Yuanbao dashed out of the window after only a few leaps. Exclamations echoed in the grand conference room. Qi Yuanbao's escape proved his betrayal and Li Yao's identity as the Black Wind King. Li Yao had already predicted Qi Yuanbao's move. With a sniff, he blinked to the window, his body turning into ferocious black smoke, and he snatched Qi Yuanbao from behind. Shua. A gigantic black hand appeared out of nowhere and grabbed Qi Yuanbao, exerting such enormous strength that his entire back seemed to split apart, even revealing the bones. Qi Yuanbao grunted, and his body plummeted from a height of hundreds of meters. However, an invisible force leaked from his pores, forming thousands of streams, and he continued to flee. Even though the headquarters of the 10,000 Sectors Business Alliance were surrounded by thousands of soldiers, few detected the existence of Qi Yuanbao's remaining soul. Even the immortal cultivators with the keenest senses only felt a gentle breeze passing by. Qi Yuanbao was about to escape when Li Yao sniffed and snapped his fingers, remotely controlling the arsonist to turn around and blast deafening sound waves at where Qi Yuanbao fled in panic. Bam! As if 10,000 bells had been struck at once, the sound waves coalesced into visible blasts, raging out like a flood. All the immortal cultivators were dazed, their ears ringing and bleeding. Crystal suits, shuttles, and battle puppets sparked, with many units temporarily malfunctioning. In the overlapping sound waves, Qi Yuanbao's remaining soul let out desperate screams and finally revealed its true form. He struggled in pain, like a clump of hazy, unpredictable mist. Qi Yuanbao, hanged man. Not far away, two enraged roars echoed simultaneously. They were Black Flag King and Revenant from the Dead Sea, the other two super assassins on par with Qi Yuanbao. They locked onto Qi Yuanbao's remaining soul at the same time, one from the left and the other from the right. If Qi Yuanbao still had a heart, it would have been falling apart from fear. Even though his remaining soul had been tempered with secret techniques hundreds of times, making it as solid as possible, it was on the verge of dissolution. Both the Black Flag King and Revenant from the Dead Sea were super assassins in the divinity transformation stage. While they might be slightly weaker than him, the gap was not significant. Additionally, there was the brutal monster Li Yao, who was staring coldly at Qi Yuanbao from behind, occupying most of his senses and computational ability. In a moment of carelessness, his soul felt a sudden pain as a bullet, engraved with special rune arrays designed to combat ghosts, pierced through it. Hiss! 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 Qi Yuanbao completely lost the strength to condense his soul, transforming from a slightly fuzzy human shape into a monster waving its tentacles wildly. The tentacles began breaking and falling apart one by one, and he was about to be completely obliterated. Li Yao waved his hand and released a rusted, crippled artificial body from his cosmos ring, then threw it at Qi Yuanbao's remaining soul. Qi Yuanbao's remaining soul, like a drowning person grasping at a straw, hurriedly crawled into the artificial body without checking if it was a trap. Z. 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 The moment the entire remaining soul entered the artificial body, Li Yao casually condensed a rune, and dazzling electric arcs immediately burst forth from the artificial body. Qi Yuanbao's remaining soul screamed in excruciating pain from the electrocution. Stay inside and behave. Li Yao remotely dragged the artificial body, surrounded by electric arcs, toward himself. Then, he spoke to Qi Yuanbao in a soft voice, "Don't waste your time struggling, and don't mention His Majesty. If His Majesty learns that you've been reckless and sabotaged his 1,000-year plan, do you think you'll be kept alive?" Dark smoke rose from the rusted artificial body. That was the shiver of Qi Yuanbao's remaining soul in fear. "Actually, you are now basically screwed," Li Yao said calmly. "Use your non-existent brain to think whose side you should take, and who you should hope wins in the end. His Majesty must detest you. If he learns what you and your sister have done, it will be merciful of him to tear you both apart alive. The 4 Kurfürst families certainly have no place for you and your sister, considering the many assassins from their ranks who have been killed. Most of them were key members of the main bloodlines in the 4 families. Basically, you are now ruined and doomed. The universe may be vast, but there is no place for you and your sister. However, in your dilemma, there is still a narrow, winding path out, and an expert who deserves the loyalty of you and your sister. Inside the artificial body, Yuanbao's eyes widened. Congratulations. Your guess is correct. The only way for you and your sister to survive is to pledge loyalty to the Black Wind King, Vulture Li Yao. Li Yao grinned maliciously. There's no need to feel strange. Technically, there is nothing personal between us. Even though you set up Jin Yuyan, he is nothing more than my business partner. As long as the deal is made, I don't care whether he is dead or alive. Listen, everything I said just now is true. I am really the Black Wind King, and I am sincerely hoping to cooperate with the business alliance of 10,000 sectors. However, one can never be too careful. I have only just returned to the Imperium, and I do not know the situation inside the business alliance of 10,000 sectors very well. I need a few good friends who are familiar with it to help me deal with the issues on the business alliance's side and keep an eye on those cunning merchants, including Jin Yuyan himself. I will neither earn nor lose anything whether you and your sister are dead or alive. Therefore, as long as you submit to me and show your worth, I will do my best to keep you alive. Well. From the metal throat that had been sealed for a long time, a bitter voice echoed. Don't act so righteous. Have you and your sister never betrayed anyone before? Li Yao sniffed and said, think about it carefully. If you are unwilling to do this, I will not force you. However, Jin Yuyan is not dead yet. Your soul signature is not necessary to open the Central Trade Database. Are you and your sister prepared to face the wrath of Jin Yuyan and other investors? As the saying goes, stopping someone from making money is like killing their parents. Your plot nearly burned billions of free coins of the investors to the ground. TSK, TSK, TSK. That's even more outrageous than killing all their ancestors. How do you think you and your sister will end? Yuanbao shuddered violently, with every ragged component on his body clattering. He lowered his head and his voice. My king. That's right. Those who adapt to the times are wise. Very soon, you will realize that submitting to Vulture Li Yao, the Black Wind King, is not something to be ashamed of, but the ultimate glory for the experts at the center of the cosmos. Li Yao opened his hands and casually patted Yuanbao's iron shell, saying, now, go back and open the Central Trade Database with the other 4 senior managers. Confess everything you have done diligently, and I will ensure that you are not killed. Fear and hesitation appeared in Yuanbao's artificial eyes. Opportunities knock only once. It's all up to your own attitude now, Li Yao said coldly. Think carefully. Jin Yuyan is not dead to begin with. Even without the confession of you and your sister, the truth will still be revealed very soon. I am merely hoping to boost the confidence and morale of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors as quickly as possible. You haven't been with me long enough to know that I am a man of my word, so I don't blame you. However, now that I have promised to spare your life, no one will take it from you. On the contrary, I think highly of you as a great talent. Being a senior manager of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors doesn't match your abilities. The new Imperium after the war will be a new country where all the old structures must be reinvigorated. At the center of the cosmos or in the new Black Wind Dominion at the edge of the cosmos, people like you deserve greater stages to pursue your ambitions. The fear and suspicion in Yuanbao's eyes gradually turned into intense greed and thirst. Of course, there is no free lunch in the world. What you can get from me depends on what you can give me. Li Yao pressed Yuanbao's iron skull hard, his eyes cold and expressionless. Squeaky noises filled the air as a deep palm mark was left on Yuanbao's head, like a personal stamp. Li Yao then casually tossed Yuanbao away, saying, go now. Live or die, you choose. Dragging his incomplete, rusted artificial body, Yuanbao floated in midair, stunned for a long time. He looked around and realized he was surrounded by his former comrades, now hostile and vigilant. His identity as a traitor and spy had been exposed, and there was no way to turn it around. Not far away, by the window of the headquarters, his sister Wu Yingqinxin seemed to be watching him. Her identity hadn't been exposed yet, and she was still free to move. However, her precious freedom wouldn't last much longer. She looked frustrated, as if about to leap from the height. Subconsciously, Yuanbao touched the palm mark Li Yao had left. Determined, he flew back to the headquarters to turn himself in. Watching his shivering back, Li Yao smiled and gestured to a sniper's position atop a nearby skyscraper. On the rooftop, the person kneeling and holding a heavy anti-ghost sniper rifle was none other than Red Lady, the super assassin who had betrayed and joined the four Kurfürst families. At that moment, Red Lady remained in a rigid kneeling posture, drenched in sweat, her face extremely pale. If one were to observe more carefully, they would notice that a red light was swirling quickly in feeble hums right above the back of her head, ready to pierce through her cerebrum and cerebellum to eliminate her soul anytime. Senior. Red Lady stammered in fear, Yuanbao has surrendered. I have accomplished my mission. Could you spare my life and let me go? Hiss. 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 The red light swirling above the back of her head split into thousands of red threads that crawled into her ears and cackled gloomily. Of course, but you should understand who your new master is now, shouldn't you? After a shiver, Red Lady replied obediently, It's Vulture Li Yao, the Black Wind King. Very good. You are smart. Smart people always live longer. The red threads flowed out of Red Lady's ears again and focused on the intangible shadow of the mental devil. Neither the four families or the business alliance of 10,000 sectors has any prospects. The future of the Imperium is destined to be the Black Wind Kings. Bear that in mind, and you will live longer and better. Senior. Sensing that the guy was about to vanish, Red Lady hurried to ask, May I ask your name, Senior? About that. The mental devil had completely vanished, but its voice was still popping up inside Red Lady's brain. If I am going to kill you someday, I'll let you know it. Hardly, the voice went when thousands of ants seemed to be biting Red Lady's brain. She fell and cried from the excruciating pain while holding her head, the fear of the mental devil imprinted on her forever. The friend who had haunted her since half a day ago had finally left. Yuyan was not killed. Instead, he had transplanted his own soul into the body of a female bodyguard through the soul transfer technique. Everything was part of a scheme he devised with Li Yao, the Black Wind King, to attract and catch all the spies and traitors hiding within the 10,000 sector business alliance, thereby eliminating all uncertainties for the upcoming Seven Seas battle. The astonishing news spread rapidly inside the Grand Conference Room. However, all the senior managers saw with their own eyes the retrieval of the surgical data on the soul transfer technique from the Central Trade Database. Yuanbao and Wu Qinxin also pleaded guilty and confessed everything. Red Lady, a super assassin who had joined the four families, also confessed in her own and gave out the locations of several secret bureaus of the four families in the Seven Seas Grand Market to reduce her sentence. With the solid evidence, it was impossible for the managers, shareholders, investors, and partners not to believe it. Based on the convincing evidence, when Yuyan slowly approached the center of the Grand Conference Room in the dark and gloomy body of the female bodyguard, it was not too unbelievable. Everyone, I am Yuyan, and this is my brand new body. Yuyan opened his arms, so everyone could see his latest appearance clearly. As you have just seen, the whole thing is a scheme that the Black Wind King and I made. Despite the minor error during the implementation, which resulted in the destruction of my real body, I believe it was a price that had to be paid to defeat the four Kurfürst families and to make our businesses thrive even more. Now, we have won. The clandestine plots of the four Kurfürst families have been completely shattered. Everything is under our control. Now, let's welcome Vulture Li Yao, the Black Wind King, the most honorable guest of the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors, with our warmest applause. Chapter 2549, The Universe is Great, but not as great as me. When Li Yao stepped into the conference room at the headquarters of the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors again, everyone looked at him differently than they had before. Their complex gazes were a mix of fear of the Black Wind King, greed for the edge of the cosmos, and curiosity about the Black Wind Fleet. It must be noted that Li Yao was not just representing himself but also a brutally powerful fleet hidden in an unknown location. While they were all rulers of the Imperium's peripheral worlds, the Black Wind King was far from a typical warlord or sector master. He was a battle-hardened general with the combined strength of 5 sectors. At this critical and delicate moment, the Black Wind Fleet, a heavy piece on the chessboard, could tip the balance of victory. Therefore, everyone fell silent, awaiting Li Yao's words. Li Yao looked around and retrieved a few jade chips, saying, "General Jean is quite right. The riot that occurred in the Seven Seas Grand Market today was a scheme orchestrated by both of us. The victims of this scheme included not only Qi Yuanbao, Wuying Qinxin, and Red Lady, but also many others present here. As the saying goes, when you pluck a carrot, you inevitably splash mud. You all know very well if you have been wavering or secretly negotiating with the 4 Kurfürst families. All the evidence is contained within these few jade chips." Upon hearing this, everyone exclaimed in shock. Many faces changed drastically, as if they were sitting on pins and needles. Some hesitated, glancing around nervously, while others clenched their fists, their eyes flashing with brutality. With a smile, Li Yao observed everyone and suddenly made a surprising movement. He unleashed his spiritual energy, crushing the jade chips into pieces and then burning them. All the data were gone. I hate traitors more than anything else. I was planning to get to the bottom of it and find out everyone who was secretly conspiring with the 4 families. I would have minced them and let them die the most miserable deaths." Li Yao said, his voice eerie. Patting his hands to rid them of the jade chip ashes, he suddenly changed his tone. "However, Director Jean persuaded me not to blame you for your actions. He said the 4 Kurfürst families are powerful and have overwhelming advantages. It's only natural that some of you sought a way to survive when under immense pressure. Many of you have been doing business with the 4 families for over 100 years. Some are even directly backed by members of those families. It's impossible to draw a clear line between the 2 sides. If I pursued this, everyone would be guilty. Even Jin Yuyan himself has done a lot of business and made many friends with the 4 families." Ha, ha ha ha. Li Yao cackled again, his laughter as unpleasant as a crow hovering over carrion. "Am I not right?" His laughter abruptly stopped as he glared at everyone. "Why aren't you laughing? Hee hee. Hee 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 hee." The managers, shareholders, and investors were all sweating profusely. Seeing the aggressive exos and battle puppets around them, they quickly echoed his laughter uneasily. "That's right. Laughing is better than crying, and certainly far better than screaming after being skinned by me, hopping around with your bleeding body." Li Yao continued, "All in all, Director Jean convinced me. Whatever your past relationship with the 4 Kurfürst families, and whether or not you were involved in any plot or scheme, I will let bygones be bygones. No one will bring it up again. However, the Battle of the 7 Seas is about to begin, and the cause of the reformists is in danger. It's time for you to make a clear decision about your stance. The strategy of profiting from both sides can't last. I know that standing behind you are the sector masters, warlords, and experts from the peripheral worlds of the Imperium, if not the key figures in the 4 Kurfürst families. As their spokespersons, you are discussing in the Grand Conference Room of the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors how to resist the coalition fleet of the 4 families, while your masters are rushing to this place on fierce starships, determined to completely destroy it here. Can there be anything more absurd in the entire universe? It's time to make up your minds, everyone. You have only two options. You can side with the four Kurfürst families and completely destroy the Seven Seas Grand Market, the enterprise of the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors and the Reformists, along with the free coins and various resources you've accumulated through hard work over 100 years, and the hope for you to change your fate and climb the infinite peaks. Yes, it's possible that your lives will be safe for now, but you will forever lose the chance to compete with the four Kurfürsten. You and your offspring are destined to be nothing more than the dogs of the four Kurfürsten, qualified only to feed on their leftovers. The corrected and simplified text reads as follows. We are all very clear that there won't be a second business alliance of the 10,000 sectors. There won't be another great chance for you to change your fate. You will crouch in a corner for all eternity like dogs whose legs have been broken, moaning and crying for help. Oh, I almost forgot. Even if you wish to be the dogs, it may be impossible for you to accomplish your wish. Who knows how the four Kurfürsten will treat the people like you who had second thoughts after they stabilize the situation and take back the capital? Is it really troublesome to start a grand purge? Those of you who come from the four families, may I remind you to be cautious, because people usually despise traitors 100 times more than they despise enemies. Director Jean and I are lenient enough to forget the past, but if the petty leaders of the four Kurfürst families learn what you did here, do you think they will just drop it? After hearing that, many people looked even more terrible. If that is not the outcome you are looking forward to, you have only the second option now. Li Yao suddenly raised his voice, which swept across the entire room like a black storm and rumbling thunder. He opened his arms, as if he were holding the shoulders of all the immortal cultivators. You can stand on the side of the business alliance of the 10,000 sectors, the reformists, and me. We will fight together with the magnificent Black Wind Fleet to strike the arrogance of the four families and shatter their evil plan to destroy the Seven Seas Grand Market. Then, we will launch a thunderous counterattack to overthrow the four Kurfürstens, dividing the population, resources, and market at the center of the cosmos. Then, you will share the many worlds at the edge of the cosmos with me. This text has been cleaned and simple grammar corrections have been applied while preserving the original message and tone. Eventually, all of us will be the masters of our fate. We will be the most lawless and dominating immortal culturists, who control the Imperium and the entire universe. The universe is great, but not as great as me. If you do not have such determination but prefer to be an obedient dog, why did you bother becoming an immortal culturist in the first place? Li Yao's roar shattered the eardrums and the defense line in the heads of countless immortal cultivators. The investors and partners from the four families had mostly chosen to be present through holograms. Their real bodies were indeed marching at the Seven Seas Space Zone on their respective starships in the middle of an enormous, aggressive coalition fleet, exactly as Li Yao said. It was time to make a final decision. Black Wind King, Jin Yuyan seized the opportunity to ask, that being said, where is your Black Wind Fleet exactly, and how good is it after drifting for 100 years? Everyone pressed their ears for the question. That was right. Li Yao's bragging was not important. What mattered was the Black Wind Fleet. The Black Wind Fleet is naturally where it should be. A saber is the sharpest when it is about to be unsheathed. Li Yao smiled mysteriously. As for strength, you can rest assured about that. Although the Black Wind Fleet floated in the infinite sea of stars for 100 years, we barely encountered any glorious battle. On the contrary, after crushing Firefly, we received abundant secret treasures of the government in exile of the Star Ocean Republic. We also split and reorganized Firefly into a new brand fleet. Many elite warriors on Firefly were captured and educated into immortal cultivators, with a much higher combat ability than before. Additionally, the barbaric worlds have also bestowed us with incessant soldiers. Those fearless barbaric warriors are the best infantry. They are all rubbing their hands impatiently, desperate for a great battle. I assure you that the Black Wind Fleet today is many times stronger than 100 years ago. It is definitely a cutthroat dagger. Then, his eyes glittering, Jin Yuyan asked, when will the Black Wind Fleet arrive? It will depend on your performance. Li Yao sniffed and said, getting to the bottom of it, this is your war first and then mine. If you are united and fight together, with the Immort cultivators in the coalition fleet of the four families cooperating with you, showing a chance of victory, the Black Wind Fleet will naturally march out at the most critical moment. However, if you are all vacillating and hesitant, hoping to take advantage of both sides, why would I bother to help you at such great risk? Fair enough, Jin Yuyan said, all in all, as long as we fight hard, the Black Wind Fleet will certainly show up. Of course it will. Li Yao declared with resolution, you and I are interdependent on each other and share mutual interests. How can I benefit from it if I watch you be annihilated by the four families while doing nothing? The news of my arrival cannot be kept a secret for long. It will spread out to the entire universe. It is safe to say that the four families and I have already fallen out. If I do not cooperate with you to destroy the four families, should I just wait for them to divide and conquer, killing you first before killing me? So, just rest assured. In short, you can just charge forward boldly without worries, and the Black Wind Fleet will definitely back you as your strongest support. Here is the revised version. Honestly, if any of the immortal cultivators believed in Li Yao's strength, they could charge forward valorously while relying on Li Yao's cover. Their minds would have been too fatally flawed for them to survive to this day. However, strength was most revered by the immortal cultivators. Compared to the insignificant force in their hands, the Black Wind Fleet was undoubtedly an irresistible primal beast. Furthermore, as the immortal cultivators thought time and again, they believed that Li Yao was not entirely wrong. Two lions could not exist on the same mountain. It was unrealistic for an ambitious warlord from the periphery like Black Wind King to live in peace with the four Kurfürst families. A war between the Black Wind King and the four Kurfürst was inevitable. Isn't the present the best opportunity? Therefore, while the Black Wind King would not lead the charge for them, if they did fight together and reveal the weakness of the four families' coalition fleet, the Black Wind Fleet would surely show up and end the battle in a decisive strike. Li Yao did not give them a moment to think carefully. Raising his right arm high, he clenched his fist and bashed his chest hard, before he waved it out like a saber, a hammer, or a warship soaring to the heart of the universe. Long live the Imperium! Taking a deep breath, he roared in a soul-stirring voice, our cause will succeed. A brand new Imperium will come. Long live the immortal cultivators, long live the civilization of mankind. It had been a long time since the immortal cultivators heard such a heartfelt and stirring roar. This revision maintains the original meaning and tone of the text while improving the grammar and structure for better coherence and readability. If you need more specific adjustments or a different tone, please let me know. Note, I noticed the original text contains a mix of English and Chinese, and it seems to be quite dramatic and poetic. I've kept the revision in the same style, but if you prefer a more formal, the voice was so pure, genuine, and extreme that the body of the Black Wind King seemed to be expanding non-stop, further highlighting the selfishness and insignificance of their own souls. It was true that they, the immortal cultivators, were insignificant in comparison to a Black Wind King. Long live the Imperium! Long live the immortal cultivators! Long live the civilization of mankind! Whether they meant it or not, the immortal cultivators began to roar with Li Yao. The roars poured out of the headquarters of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors like a torrent of thunder, filling the internal district before overflowing to the external district and even the entire Seven Seas space zone. Very soon, all the merchants, killers, mercenaries, and spies in the Seven Seas Grand Market heard the astounding news. The Black Wind King, a capable warrior on par with Lei Chenghu but 100 times more ambitious than him, returned and declared unambiguously that he would resist the four families on the side of the reformists and the business alliance of 10,000 sectors again. The shocking news was exactly a rapid paralyzation for the panicked Seven Seas Grand Market. The business alliance of 10,000 sectors had plenty of capitals. However, capitals had to be combined with violence to let out mysterious reactions and unleash a strength 100 times more than before. Although Lei Chenghu was on the reformist side, reformists, and business alliance of 10,000 sectors again were not exactly the same thing. Also, Lei Chenghu's astounding Thunder Fleet and the best fleets of the four families were stalling each other, ready to reinforce the battle at the capital's expense. It was impossible for him to leap to the peripheral worlds of the Imperium easily. Whether the garrison of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors, along with the mercenaries and the assassin groups that had been temporarily recruited, could resist the overwhelming crush of the four families' coalition fleet, but nobody was confident to give a positive answer. To make matters worse, even director Jin Yuyan was assassinated before the final battle. Their confidence and morale had hit rock bottom. However, as it turned out, Jin Yuyan was not dead at all but had neatly resolved the four families' series of schemes. He had also invited such a powerful individual as the Black Wind King to help with the battle. A well-trained army was much better than a large army. The covetous Black Wind Fleet would certainly bring enormous pressure to the coalition fleet of the four families, adding more unexpected factors to the Battle of Seven Seas. The confidence and morale that had just hit rock bottom immediately bounced back, as shown by the futures index in the commodity market. Before, when the news that Jin Yuyan had been assassinated was out, the whole market lost confidence in the free coin. Everybody was desperately exchanging the free coins they had into all kinds of goods and hoping to escape before the four families' coalition fleet arrived. For a moment, the prices were soaring, and the free coin had been greatly devalued. The business order was about to be gone. After the news that Jin Yuyan was not dead and the Black Wind King had arrived, the market was immediately calmed down. The exchange rate between the free coin and the crystal coin of the Imperium was soon stabilized, and it became even higher than before Jin Yuyan's assassination. It meant that the free coin was more valuable than a day ago. The free coin was confidence, the confidence of the immortals from the peripheral worlds of the Imperium and even within the four families in the business alliance of 10,000 sectors, as well as the reformists. The value of the free coin almost decided the end of the Battle of the Seven Seas. Very soon, the soldiers stationed at the floating sentry posts on the border of the Seven Seas space zone were full of confidence in the final battle and the Black Wind King. Such a troop was definitely useful. Jin Yuyan seized the opportunity to secretly meet with the powerful warlords and magnates at the edge of the Imperium, securing underground agreements one after another. The middle-level commanders and the bottom-level officers of the four families were also crucial targets for Jin Yuyan to attract. He promised them thousands of benefits and temptations on one condition, that those people would change sides during the battle and join the cause of light and justice. Apart from that, he was also busy restoring the order of the Seven Seas Grand Market and dealing with people like Yuanbao, Wuying Qinxin, and Red Lady. However, Jin Yuyan despised a few traitors, and it was impossible for him to execute them immediately. After all, they were not by themselves, but had countless subordinates and allies, like Bloody Skull and Life Claimer, who were trained independently. 99% of the members of the assassin groups were unaware of their betrayal or the plot to assassinate Jin Yuyan. With war looming, those individuals were the pillars to protect the Seven Seas Grand Market. What would those individuals think if their leader were executed at such a time? What would the people of the Wuying group, closer to Wuying Qinxin, think? Thus, Jin Yuyan could only follow Li Yao's advice and keep Yuanbao, Wuying Qinxin, and the Red Lady in custody until the victory of the Battle of the Seven Seas. As for the elite assassination squads sent by the four families to infiltrate the Seven Seas Grand Market, they were not as fortunate. Identified by Yuanbao and Red Lady, those people were all captured, and all their secret bureaus and intelligence networks were uprooted. They were all central members of the four families' main bloodlines. It was barely possible for them to surrender. Without batting an eye, Jin Yuyan had all the assassins from the 4 families executed before the commodity market, their stinky blood flowing all over the ground, as a gesture of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors' determination to crush the 4 families. Jin Yuyan occupied for almost half a day before he finally finished the preliminary preparations for the final battle. He was able to catch his breath and went to Li Yao to discuss the operations in the next step and to seek the answers to the mysteries that had been puzzling him. Li Yao did not stay in the headquarters of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors. He asked Jin Yuyan to spare a building that was about 20 floors high as the palace for the Black Wind King. He also retrieved countless components from the warehouse of the Seven Seas Grand Market, arming the tower that solely belonged to the Black Wind King. Even Jin Yuyan did not know what he was into inside. When Jin Yuyan walked into the palace of the Black Wind King, the inside of the building had been completely deformed by Li Yao's modification. The whole building was crowded with mysterious defensive arrays. All the floors were drowned in the hazy mist where one couldn't see even their own fingers. In the dark mist, countless raging shadows, the hoots of fiends, the cries of ghosts, and other eerie noises were echoing. Jin Yuyan felt that he had stepped into a decidedly but horrifying nightmare after he walked into the building. He could not sense any of the sounds or information from the outside world. What a brilliant interference array to the soul! Jin Yuyan was secretly alarmed. He knew that much of what he saw and heard were illusions. The defensive arrays Li Yao had set up could even deceive the experts in the divinity transformation stage like him. Although this was partly because his soul and brain did not match Li Yao's capabilities in magical equipment modification, deployment of defensive arrays, and soul attack besides fighting. Where does this monster come from exactly? Not only does he possess such remarkable combat ability, but he is also adept at so many side tricks. This is really... While Jin Yuyan was in thought, a glamorous and eye-catching black shadow slowly descended from the midair. Every floor of this building was about 3 meters tall. However, the black shadow seemed to be dropping from 100 meters high in the middle of thousands of crows, landing silently on Jin Yuyan's back, greatly alarming him. Turning around abruptly, Jin Yuyan discovered that thousands of black flames ignited on the black shadow, tearing it apart and revealing Li Yao's true form. At this moment, Li Yao had a pallor as death, which stood out even more under the contrast of the black haze. Wearing a sloppy black robe, seemingly without decorations, but if one were to observe more carefully, they would notice that countless hideous scenes of slaughters had been sewn onto the black robe. The astounding black seemed to be made of an ocean of blood that had coagulated and dried. Li Yao's eyes were as deep as the night sky, stained with blood. From the blood stains, a mix of dominance and savagery vaguely becoming beautiful. Assistant. Assistant cleaned and grammar-fixed text. What a brilliant interference array to the soul. Jin Yuyan was secretly concerned. He knew that what he saw and heard was mostly illusions. The defensive arrays that Li Yao had set up were so convincing that they could deceive the experts in the divine transformation stage, despite his soul and brain not matching Li Yao's abilities in magical equipment modification, defensive array deployment, and soul attacks besides fighting. Where does this monster come from exactly? Not only does he have such remarkable combat ability, but he is also skilled at many side tricks. While Jin Yuyan was in thought, an eye-catching and glamorous black shadow slowly descended from midair. Each floor of this building was about 3 meters tall. However, the black shadow seemed to be falling. He grinned and bared his sharp teeth, and his voice echoed from all directions at once, slithering up from the bottom of Jin Yuyan's feet like countless vipers all the way to the back of Jin Yuyan's ears. "Director Jin, you're here."